Welcome into day one of 2025 NFL Free Agency. I am Tom Downey. We are simulcasting today's live stream, both on Chat Sports and on the Cowboys Report. We'll have coverage of all the moves as they come in, and we'll see if the Cowboys do anything in free agency, given their historical tendencies to not actually do anything during NFL free agency. So whatever stream you're watching on, rep your team in the comments section. We'll give some shout-outs. Maine will mention the teams, and Cowboys Report will mention the names because, in theory, that's all Cowboys fans over there. Shout out favorite team for me in the comments section of today's show. We've got just under 2 hours before we get into the legal tampering period opening, knowing, of course, that tampering has obviously already happened behind the scenes. That's how you get deals that are done 5 minutes. I think the Bears back-to-back years have been the first team to sign an outside free agent that hasn't been cut, that can legally talk to teams like Harold Landry and Devontae Adams, which we'll discuss that here in a little bit. But shout out your favorite team for me in the comments section of today's show. I got John Edwards says Twitter is down. Yeah, Twitter's down. Thanks, Elon. Great day for it. This is like, Twitter going down during the election, but for sports fans. That's bad. That's bad. Nikhil says Sam Darnold Giants. I got Chicago Bears from Donald. Kevin's got Bears. Junior Patriots. Jalen's Lions. Tom's got Dolphins. Great name, Tom. Ryan's cheering for the Packers. Patriots from Shamari. Lego FBI Man 33 says Cardinals. David's got Bears. Joshua Lions. Saul Browns. Timothy Bears. Detroit T is a Lions fan. Who would have thought that one? Skylar's got Carolina. Cade says Panthers. Martin and Austin both going for the Steelers. Eric's cheering for the Raiders. I got Panthers in there from Cade. T. Lee's got Saints. Kevin Titans. Stuntfish Oilers. That's a fun one. Brendan Bugalis is Steelers. B-Jack's got the Vikings. On our Cowboys Report live stream, we got John, G-Ban, Tony, Danelle, Jariah, Bust, Dervis, Katharina, Amarian, Brian, Ecuador Man, Hoodie Kush, Kevin, Lucid Chart, Keith, Coach, Day Gaines, Anthony, Kenny, Sasquatch Media. What a great name, Sasquatch Media. It's fun. I hope all your videos are Bigfoot related. That'd be fun. Elian says Bills, Retro Vega Gaming, Bucks. Nikhil says, I think Patriots. William has Cowboys. Saul's going on with Twitter. Yeah, Twitter's down. Twitter's not working properly, which is highly frustrating because, we'd like to have that available today. And in theory, they'll get things updated / they'll post other platforms, whatever. We'll see. All right, we are doing the Super Chat menu on today's show. Now, first up, $5. You will get into our mini helmet raffle. We are simulcasting on both Chat Sports and the Cowboys Report. I'll mention that throughout today's live show. Every $5 Super Chat will get you a raffle entry into the mini helmet, and then it's obviously a mini helmet for your favorite team. So both Chat Sports and Cowboys Report audiences are eligible for that. $5 to enter the mini helmet raffle. $10, we will talk about your team. $20, we are doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle as well. At What Going Downey to get in on the Venmo 50-50 raffle. I should have had that link available to put in the live chat, but I'll do it right now because I'm sure I've got the link actually saved. I think that's the only place I go to, Venmo.com on my desktop, so there we go. Venmo, $20 for the 50-50 raffle. Let me get this. 20 to enter. There we go. I'll put that in the live chat on both the Cowboys Report and on the Chat Sports stream. That's $20 to enter that. $50, we are doing beer bongs. We've got a lot of beers, and if things get out of hand, that will probably jump to 100. Just so that I don't die. Don't think that's a good idea on day one. Toxic Tom says $100 super chat. You enter to win a carton of eggs. Funny. As a reminder for the Cowboys Report specifically, but if Maine wants to get on it too, that's fine. The most 50s in the month of March gets a signed Zach Martin jersey in honor of his retirement. So that is, specifically for the Cowboys report, but you guys can get in on it if you want to as well. Some super chats I do want to get to. Then we'll kind of run through some of the recent moves and come in and out of stuff as we wait for more stuff to happen with Twitter being down and people not maybe being able to figure out where the news is. All right, Steven, what Jerry is saying is better late and never. We will see if the Cowboys actually do anything today. History says no, probably not. But they've also got $50+ million in salary cap space. It would be weird if they didn't do at least something. I know what their mouths are saying, but their feet, their actions are saying other things. GKD record says pick someone and say F you to them. It feels good. I think that's probably a bad idea for me. Feels like a fast path to getting myself in trouble and then not having the freedom to keep doing the shows like we do previously. All right, first $5 super chat. GKD Records, you are into the mini helmet raffle. Every $5 super chat gets you in. Pick one Cowboys staff that you would get drunk and have an honest conversation with about the future of our team. Can I pick Jerry or Steven? Can I get them to be honest with me even when intoxicated? That I would kind of like to see. And then beyond that, it's like it comes down to, can I get does Will McClay count? If it's coaching staff, like I guess it's Schottenheimer because that's most intriguing there. Thank you, GKD Records. Tom, who is Miami picking up today? Good question. I would not be surprised if they went after Joey Bosa. There's been some rumors on that front for the Dolphins. I don't think they're going to end up retaining Jevon Holland. They don't have a ton of salary cap space. Now that's always fun. It's always manageable. You can work your way around that. So that's a little bit of an asterisk there too. But I think I know they've been linked to both, so that would not be a surprise. For Dolphins fans, I feel like you'd like to see interior offensive linemen. The issue we're all going to run into this week is this is not a very good free agency class overall. It's just not the most dynamic grouping of options. Does Will Fries work for the Miami Dolphins as an interior lineman? Do they want to keep going with the borderline speed meme type of stuff? Get to We Don't Wife These 304s, then we'll hit the Fanatics mention here. You, Toxic Tom, and Dan Riders are my heroes. It's an interesting group to be included with there. What's your favorite Lil Durk song? I don't know any Lil Durk songs. Chris, can you help me out here? Stone, you got me covered here?
I don't know any Lil Durk songs either.
Stone, Stone's pretending to know. He's totally drunk.
Put him on ice.
Okay, Stone says put him on ice. I don't. How do you do, fellow kids? That's all I got there. Let's go to Fanatics here real quick, Chris, and we'll come back to some more Super Chats. Today's live streams on both the Cowboys Report and on Chat Sports is made possible by Fanatics. You can get NFL jerseys for your favorite team. I will make note, it is currently sorted by most popular, biggest rises, and that's all Eagle stuff. So you got to filter by your team or your player or whatever. But go to chatsports.com/NFL jersey. We'll put that link in the comment section for you. It's already in the description, by the way, of today's show. It's NFL jerseys for all 32 NFL teams. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. That's chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Get yours today. Men's, women's, we got you guys covered. Ecuador man, Allen is better than Dak. Why is Dak making more? So I agree. Allen is better than Dak Prescott. I don't think you'd find many people who would disagree with that. It's also America. You can't get 100% agreement on anything, but whatever. He's making more, but kind of isn't. In many ways, the Dak Prescott contract is unique because of all the leverage that Dak had. And in other ways, the Josh Allen contract is unique because of all the leverage the Bills had. Josh Allen had 4 years left on his contract. I would almost look more at this is how weird it is. A lot of times when I look at stuff for contracts, I only do it on the new money. There's 2 years of new money coming in, and it's 2 years, $200 million. So on one hand, the pure new money is $100 million per year, which is insane. The guaranteed money is so far and away more than any other contract we've seen outside of like the kind of sort of Patrick Mahomes deal, which was fake because it was like rolling guarantees 2 years in advance. So it was like kind of fully guaranteed. Honestly, to an extent, when it comes to the quarterback market, at this point, it's kind of like toss out the Mahomes deal, toss out the Dak deal, toss out the Allen deal, and kind of let those live in their own separate bubbles, and then kind of go with the rest of it. So the biggest thing is always the guaranteed money. The amount of guaranteed money that Allen secured was absolutely incredible. $250 million is more than Dak's entire contract, and it's almost double it, which is kind of crazy to think about there. So elements of it are way more. Elements are not. It's a little bit unique. Now, when Brock Purdy's deal comes in at like $56 million per year, somewhere in that range, we can have the same conversation too. We'll come back to more supers, but I do want to recap some of the notable free agency signings here. This is all of them, so we'll go maybe 5 slides at a time and come back to more. Trey Smith, T. Higgins are the only players on the franchise tag. A bit unusual that was all of the action on the free agency tag. Khalil Shakir got extended by the Bills. Alaric Jackson got extended by the Bills. All of these kind of earlier free agency stuff. Deebo Samuel traded to the Commanders. Isaiah McDuffie, Kevontae Turpin is set to be on an RFA that has not been signed, I don't think, yet, so keep an eye on that one. Osa Odigizua getting probably going to be one of the bigger contracts given out in free agency if you want to count Osa as a free agent. 4 years, $80 million. This is all kind of previous stuff if you haven't been fully paying attention. I get that. That's fair. Jonah Jackson traded to the Bears from the Rams. Saquon Barkley got again, this is kind of like the Josh Allen deal. It's like, it's $20 million per year, but he had 3 years left on his deal. What's the new money? What's not? It's a little bit kind of unique there. CJ Goodwin, 1-year deal. Brandon McManus back on a 3-year deal with the Packers if you care about kickers. Joe Thuney also traded to the Chiefs, or from the Chiefs to the Bears, excuse me. We'll see what else the Bears do today. Texans brought back one of the backup running backs there. Alex Kappa getting a deal with the Raiders. Remember, he was cut. This is kind of one of your early, outside free agent, technically. The Bengals cut Alex Kappa, quickly latched on with the Raiders at kind of a bigger deal than I thought he was going to. Max Crosby reset the market for non-quarterbacks which lasted all of 4 days, and then it all changed again. So Max Crosby there, a 3-year, $106.5 million deal. Zach Bond re-signing with the Eagles, a 3-year, $51 million deal. Tutu Atwell, and this one, I just, why? 1 year, $10 million. Shocking amount of money for the third string receiver for LA, and maybe not ends up being indicative of the market for wide receivers in free agency. We'll see how that all plays out. Theo Jackson re-signs with the Vikings. Zane Gonzalez back to the Commanders as well. Again, those are some of the earlier moves. We'll get to some more Super Chats in a second, but first, who do you want your team to sign in free agency? Let me know in the comment section of today's video. Name a free agent you want your team to sign. We are simulcasting, by the way, on the Chat Sports and on the Cowboys Report live streams. So if you are looking for, updates or looking for the responses here, maybe put your team name in just so I can properly identify it. Otherwise, things get lost, and I don't know who's talking about who there. So let me know who you want your team to sign in the comments. I guess some Cowboys-specific shout-outs here, too. Will Hernandez, Jordan Mason, Michael Gallup, Will Hernandez, Chuma Adoga is realistic. Dre Greenlaw, Stephon Diggs, number 2. Over on the Chat Sports side of things, Chris Godwin for the Patriots. And yes, Twitter's down. We'll see how that plays out. Elon's got an hour and a half to fix it, to fix this ish. Travaris Ward from Gaming Wizard. Bears Junkie says Drew Dalman. I will get to it later, But I have 3 shots I want to shoot on free agents that I think might sign pretty early. One of which is kind of like a bold one, but one of which I am a fan of, and 2 of which, and spoiler, Drew Dalman of the Bears is one of them. Like, that would not surprise me at all, given what the Bears have done so far. Raiders signed Byron Murphy. DJ Reed to the Giants. Milton Williams for the Cardinals. That's another good one. Like, I think one of Milton Williams or Josh Sweat is going to be a Cardinal. Like, there's the connection there from the previous coaching staff now heading up Arizona. That would not be a surprise to me at all. Chase Young to the Bengals. I do think Chase Young goes back to the Saints. I don't know timing-wise, but I do think he goes back to the Saints there. Chase Young to the Bengals. Justin Fields to the Seahawks. I think Darnold's a Seahawk. We'll see if I'm dumb or not, though, because I don't know how that all is going to play out. I'm going to try to change the image column, or yeah. Sorry, I thought you already did that one. Fields to the Seahawks. Becton to Vegas. Stephon Diggs to the Giants. Which want to go through some super chats while you re-import? Probably makes the most sense. Cooper Kupp. This is all for Cowboys, by the way. Cooper Kupp, Jonathan Allen, a long snapper. They do need a long snapper. That does not move the needle for me. Jordan Lewis. And Preston Jones says, trash can, the Cowboys. All right, more supers to come, including you, J Dragon. Don't worry, got you covered. Eric Ramsey, a $2 super chat on the Cowboys. Won't sign anyone today unless it's a no-name guy or their own player. They like to bring back some of their own guys. Certainly wouldn't be a crazy new development on that front. Let's go to Ben Jones, a $5 super chat. Let's grade this PFN 3-round mock. Eagles offered 32, 64, 96, and a 2026 second for 12. It's a lot of picks. I like it. Very un-Eagles-like, but I like it. I got a Marion Hampton, Walter Nolan, Marcus Bowe, Princely Oman and Elijah Arroyo. I like it. TBD if those guys actually get to where they're at, but it's a sim, so it's perfect. I like it. I think those are good players you got there. All right, Taylor Mobley. Which team do you think makes the most moves in free agency this year? I mean, the Patriots have the most money. They've already added Harold Landry, so I'll go New England. That's kind of a boring answer, but they've got a lot of the money to spend. And let me pull up the the roster numbers right now. Hold on, let me get this loaded, because I do want to see how things all balance out there. It's loading because Twitter's mad at me still. The fewest rostered players, though, the Chargers only have 45 guys under contract and $93 million to spend. So maybe the Chargers get going and get active there. Maybe volume-wise it's LA. So thank you, Taylor. J Dragon 91. Those last 2 were on the Cowboys report. This one coming in from the Chat Sports live stream. Says, Panthers, please. Who will we target in free agency? I think Carolina has the chance to be more aggressive. Well, I guess they were kind of aggressive last year. Maybe more aggressive than most teams. You can go to the team card here too, Chris. I would keep an eye on safeties. I think Jevon Holland would make a lot of sense for Carolina. A receiver would be great, but it's not the greatest market. Jevon Holland, Carolina is a good option. I would not be surprised if they prioritized a J.C. Horn extension. I could actually see J.C. Horn getting maybe a bigger than expected contract. I know he's not a free agent, but that could also free up some more cap space if they structure it properly. I just look at that back end with linebackers and safeties, and the fact they kind of gutted their defense last year. I think Carolina is going to be active on day one, and I think they'll target some notable defensive pieces to help build out that roster. All right, Ja2X. I'm late. Catch you up on my Steelers. Who is the QB? Sip some of my Baja Blast here. We don't know. Might be Aaron Rodgers. Might be Justin Fields. Might be Russ. A lot of uncertainty there in terms of the free agency status and what the heck the Steelers are going to do at quarterback. I don't think I saw Big Ben make a joke about unretiring to come back and play for with DK, which I thought was pretty funny. But I don't know what the market is going to look like here. at quarterback. Rodgers is an option. I know Rodgers is also an option for like the Giants, and maybe his agent's trying to get a bit more money. Russell Wilson is. If it's not Pittsburgh for Russ, I don't know where he goes. Like, is Tennessee suddenly a fit? Is it the Giants? Is it one of Russ, Rodgers to Pittsburgh, other goes to the Giants, and then Fields to the Jets, and like those three teams kind of all intermix? And does Sam Darnold end up being an option? The quarterback market is not the best and a bit murky, which makes it interesting, I think, for day one. GKD Records. Who would you want to challenge to an MMA fight? DC for life. No one. I'm not a good fighter. I don't want to jump in on that stuff. That just seems like a bad idea to me. So great question. I don't have an answer for you though. Say what? Twitter's up and running again? Okay, we'll see. See if Elon broke it again. Jevon Holland. Mistake knocking this off from the Cowboys, by the way. Oh, okay. Yeah, RentNet now has a tweet. So okay, we're back, baby. We're back. Let me make sure I haven't missed anything. And there's like, I don't think there was anything that happened, but update. Evan Ingram is visiting the Broncos. So that's noteworthy for Denver. Evan Ingram is going to visit the Broncos. That's the update on that front. All right, John Holiday. Mistake not getting Micah re-signed before Garrett. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Let me get these tweets out here because I couldn't do it when Twitter was down. Nice job getting the Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett details, by the way, 4 years, $160 million with just massive amounts of guaranteed money. I don't think you were ever going to get to like 100. It's like $35 million per year for Micah. I mean, I'd done, maybe it was 38, maybe it was 40, but if you're the first one in line at 40, then you don't have to be the last one in line at 42. TJ Watt is due for a new deal. The Bengals already said Jamar Chase is going to be the highest paid non-QB. I don't think they thought Garrett was going to get 40, but the Cowboys are in kind of a self-inflicted space because they've done this over and over again. Every time that there's a new player due for a new deal, they have a tendency to drag their feet and not pay those guys with urgency. And the market has changed twice already for the highest paid non-QB and also the highest paid edges as well. Like, Myles Garrett's at 40, Max Crosby at 35.5. I don't think you're going to end up seeing a Trey Hendrickson get in the 35 to $40 million range. Maybe he does. Who's to say? But I guess I'm saying it's not going to happen. Duh. You could have saved a couple $1 million if you'd done it earlier. Or if you'd done it last off season and actually been early and paid him $36 million, $35 million, you would have saved several $1 million. It's disappointing. So non-Cowboys fans can vote here too, since we are simulcasting on Chat Sports and on the Cowboys Report. What will the Cowboys end up doing with Micah Parsons? T for trade, P for pay. Let me know in the comment section of today's show. What do you think the Cowboys end up doing with Micah Parsons? T for trade, P for pay. Let me know in the comment section of today's show. And then let's go rapid fire through these super chat menu, and we'll revisit some of the news and whatnot there. We've got about an hour and a half until NFL's legal franchise free agency begins. We do have another news update here. The Falcons are releasing Grady Jarrett, which isn't a huge surprise. He might be a Commander, by the way. That would not bring him in on the cheap one-year deal, let him be the vet mentor for Johnny Newton, replace Jonathan Allen. So Grady Jarrett is getting cut by the Atlanta Falcons. So another, put this delicately, older player hitting free agency. This free agency crop does not have a lot of second contract guys, the young players who are about to have a breakout season. You're hoping for that, or coming off a good year. It's a lot of guys looking for their third or fourth contracts that are that are older now. All right, more super chats here. Honorable mentions says, can we please sign Kevontae Turpin? He's an RFA. Long-term deal, we'll see, but he'll be back under contract next year. GKD Records signed Bobby Boucher or Al Bundy to Dallas. It's obviously Bobby Boucher. I think that's a no-brainer there. From Nick, to me, Turpin is underrated and underused on offense to be given more deep crossing routes. The issue that you run into here, as I'll put you into the mini helmet raffle, by the way, $5 for the mini helmet raffle. The issue you tend to run into, as it specifically relates to Turpin, is that he's very small. I think like slants and maybe not even deep crossers, but underneath crossers, and kind of use him as a bit of a gadget guy, I think is how you maximize him. And if you use him as a gadget guy, you just got to be creative. And that really wasn't Mike McCarthy's game. But you can still put him on some of those skinny posts and stuff. I don't think that's crazy. GKD Records says, someone tell Jay Dragon the Panthers are bad. We're going to be nice. We are simulcasting on the Cowboys Report and on Chat Sports. So let's play nice with everybody here. Everyone get along. If you're not going to get along, you need to super chat, though. Otherwise, yeah, whatever. Gatlin, $5 also into the mini helmet raffle. Dak is the best QB in the NFL. F. Pat, F. Allen, F. Lamar, Dallas for life. Laughing emoji about by Cowboys fan. Obviously kidding, because I don't think anyone, someone I'm sure believes it, but you know. You guys are obviously better. You can throw Burrow in there too, by the way, and others. All right, Jeremy Bramlett, $20 super chat. Thank you, Jeremy. We'll give 4 entries into the mini helmet raffle. It says, I like the Cowboys to get at least a receiver and a one-tech in free agency. Wait till round 2 for a running back. I would have no issues doing that. I think that knockout receiver, knockout nose guard, you still need more. But like that's a promising start as it relates to some of the Cowboys moves that I think would make sense. Jeremy with another mini helmet entry. Von Miller will be available. What do you think? He's not the same guy he was in his prime, but I don't hate that idea. And I know he's got some off-field stuff that I think you need to fully vet, but it seems like that's fine. He kind of didn't really get in any trouble with the NFL with it. Veteran edge who wanted to come to Dallas last time, yeah, I think you need more pass rushers in general. So I would have no complaints really on that. That would be, I think, a quality move by the Cowboys. B. Jackson. I think we have a weigh-in for this one too. First player and where they sign. What do you think will be the first move to be announced today? So I'm going to count this only as outside free agent signing with a new team after noon. So like not someone who's been cut, but just regular unrestricted free agent. Who will be the first free agent to sign and why? I love this question. Get your votes in for me as well. I've got a couple I'm going to shoot my shot in here. Ready? Drew Dalman to the Chicago Bears. I'm going to shoot my shot on that one. Carlton Davis to the New England Patriots. They like outside long corners. And I'm going to go with Jevon Holland to the Panthers. Those are 3 that I like that I'm going to shoot early shots on for those particular moves. So who will be the first free agent to sign and where? Let me know in the comments of today's show. Milton Williams to the Vikings. Don't hate that one. I feel like Milton Williams or Josh Sweat go to the Cardinals in the end. Or one of them go there. Patriots, Carlton Davis from Double S. He's feeling the same vibe. Panthers will sign Holland. Will Fries to the Vikings. Tennessee should go after Will Fries too. They should go after every single right side offensive player as far as I'm concerned. They need offensive linemen. Shout out me, by the way. J.C. Horn has been extended by the Carolina Panthers on a record-setting deal, 4 years, $100 million with $70 million guaranteed. So J.C. Horn resetting the cornerback market. Put one on the Tom column for nailing that one like all of 10 minutes ago, whatever. So J.C. Horn getting paid by Carolina at a $25 million per year deal. 70 of that is guaranteed, by the way. So that does not count as an outside move, but that is a noteworthy deal there. Huday's got Azeez Ojulari to the Bengals. Like that one. Daniel's got Dre Greenlaw to the Rams. We'll see when Sam gets that updated in the sheets, if he does. T-Lix is happy. Yeah, Carolina getting active with a 4-year, $100 million deal. Let's go to the Super Chat menu and then hit a couple, recent news items. Probably go to some like the more recent ones, not some of the older ones. And then we'll hopefully have details, graphics on the horns. Oh, there it is. Let's go to horn first. Let's do that since it's in there. You can go to the bottom 3. There you go. I see what you're doing there, Chris. Good job. Good job. So, again, if you're just now tuning in, J.C. Horn is the highest paid corner in the NFL. A 4-year, $100 million deal with incentives up to 108 and $70 million guaranteed, completely resetting the cornerback market in a way that I don't think many people saw coming at that particular price tag there. Now, some Super Chat menu items here. $5, you are entered in to our mini helmet raffle. That is $5 for that one. $10, we will talk about your team. The Venmo 50/50 raffle will be run at the end of today's show at What Going Downey for the Venmo 50/50 raffle. I'll put that link in the comments section in the description of today's show. John Camello is already in to the Venmo 50/50 raffle. We are simulcasting on both the Cowboys Report and on Chat Sports, so everyone eligible for that one. $20 to enter the Venmo 50/50 raffle. That's on Venmo at What Going Downey. We will also do beer bongs for every $50 Super Chat that comes in. Haven't had one yet. And maybe we'll mix it up and do like mimosa bongs tomorrow or something. Who's to say? So get those $50 Super Chats in. No one has submitted the $50 yet, but that's okay. We still have an hour and almost a half until free agency actually gets underway. Some recent moves that have gone down in like the past, 8 hours, somewhere in that ballpark. Sheldon Rankins is back with the Houston Texans on a 1-year deal worth up to $7 million. The up to, I think, is doing some work there because he was bad for the Bengals, so we'll see what happens on that front. Devon Godchow has been traded to the Saints with a future 7th-round pick coming in on a to the Saints from the Patriots, or vice versa, from the Saints to the Patriots. Tress Way, the punter, is back. Morgan Cox, the long snapper, they're back with their respective teams as well. 1-year, $2.87 million deal. Morgan Cox, do one of the Trulies or whatever it is, the seltzers. It's too early for a beer. I don't want to do a beer. And then, of course, J.C. Horn, the splash move of the morning so far, a 4-year, $100 million deal, $70 million guaranteed. Thank you. And Gatlin coming through, the $50 Super Chat. Thank you, Gatlin. Reminder, most 50s in the month of March gets a signed Zach Martin jersey. Anthony McMillan already has 4. And we will, 100 equals 2 and everything in there. So let's get the party started here, bright and early. Just after 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Crazy if I put some Baja Blast in this. That's too crazy. That's too crazy.
Baja Blast actually might. What flavor is the?
It's black
claw?
cherry. It might work.
It
Maybe
might
later.
Not
maybe,
be terrible.
Maybe later. Here's to you, Gatlin. Bottoms up, my friend.
Gatlin also coming in with a couple more. I'm just gonna roll through here, saying I believe it. $5 Super Chat also saying, I'm a menace, Tom. I am a menace.
Oh, here we go.
Definitely with that $50 bomb right off the top there. We appreciate that, Gatlin.
Putting in a bunch of his for the mini helmet raffles. Appreciate it. Okay, we got a lot more supers to get to, both on Cowboys and on, man. I'll try to go some rapid fire here. From Drew, think we have Bargain Jerry, that the Cowboys wait until Friday to hire from the outside the company. I think I actually want to say this. Their words and previous history say they're not going to really do anything. Their actions of freeing up over $50 million in cap space says, well, actually, no, they are going to do something. So I can't allow myself to get my hopes up because I've been down this road. It's not fun. It ends badly. It's frustrating to. Do I have to bust out the clown show thumbnail again? I don't want to have to do that, but that might be the path we're going on there. And Jeremy agrees too. I refuse to get my hopes up with us doing anything until I see it. And if they do, awesome. And we will have details on that. I promise you on that. Chris, $2. Steelers may be all in. This is on the Chat Sports stream, by the way. We are simulcasting Cowboys Report and Chat Sports. Steelers may be all in and active in free agency. They have to go get a quarterback here, right? So it's not outlandish to see them doing something in the end. So it's how it tends to go. Razik, $5. Every Steelers fan that laughed at us have to deal with A-Rod, their self. God is good. I assume that's a Jets fan coming through there. Look, we'll see what ends up happening with Aaron Rodgers. History says let's keep an eye on just the quarterback market in general. I don't know. My guess is from the quarterback market perspective, once one happens, they're all going to happen a little bit. What's up, Chris?
I was thinking about this the other day with Aaron Rodgers. I'm not trying to compare the two 1-to-1, but
Brett Favre.
At this point in his career, is he kind of got that Dennis Rodman vibe where you just let him do whatever the hell he wants, don't argue about it, and then just let him come back and let him be him. And if he sucks, he sucks. But
I think that's what he wants.
Yeah.
But also, it's one thing to do with Dennis Rodman of you can go be defense.
Maybe, yeah.
It's
maybe
different. It's different quarterback.
Yeah.
It's different. That's not. I don't know. I have concerns. Aaron Rodgers is our solution. I don't know if that's really a solution at this point in his career. Ja2X, I am a Steelers fan, and I don't want Aaron Rodgers. I get it. Amir, the Lions fan. That is another entry into the mini helmet raffle. Let me get these names in here as we go. Panthers at the end of the year, we're doing great. Might shock you this year if they give Bryce some playmakers under 30. You have some draft picks. Can they improve? But the Panthers did do a better job down the stretch outside of the Cowboys game. For everything else outside of the Cowboys, they were good outside of getting their butts kicked by Dallas for some reason. But we'll see. I don't know how much they'll do on offense, but I think they're going to be a little busy on defense today. We'll see. They're obviously already locked up J.C. Horn. Herman, hey Tommy, these NFL teams are throwing money around like drunken sailors. Peace. Remember, the free agency is different because I think you're seeing teams more willing just to pay their own guys. It's not a great class. The market the salary cap has jumped by so much that even the percentage of the caps haven't actually changed that much. Horn getting $25 million per year is a ton of money, but the cap's jumped up by $100 million the past 4 years or whatever. So it's not that different. There's just the big jump in the price tags that are noteworthy there. Champ Burns, we will talk about your team here, my friend. He wants to talk about the Vikings. Says Minnesota needs corner, interior offensive lineman, and defensive lineman. Who do we go get? That's some unfortunate line breaking there. Look, they're going to let Darnold walk. I think they would like to retain Byron Murphy first and foremost. If they don't retain Byron Murphy, I could see someone like DJ Reed being an option at corner. And that's a path they try to pursue and add outside help. This Charvarius Ward or a Paulson Adebo interest them. Offensive line, Kevin Zeller could still work for Minnesota with what they like to do up front. It's not a great group of guys, got to be honest. So you go after Tevin Jenkins. I don't have many good guard options there. It's not a great group. He mentioned corner. What else did he say? DT, I think, is something they'd like to get. That might be a draft pick for them. Yeah, D-line. I think they'd like a bigger guy on the inside. Poona Ford would be great. You know, I think Javon Hargrave ends up being a Brown, but Adam Butler's off the market. Rankin's off the market. DJ Jones is off the market. Look at my top guys list. Bobby Brown going cheap that route. Some connections there with the Rams staff that could be in play. They've got money to spend. I'm just curious how they end up spending it. Now, we are simulcasting right now on both the Chat Sports stream and on the Cowboys Report stream. Help us get to a 50% like ratio. That is always the goal on these big events. It helps, get the audience up nice and high. So we are not nearly at a 50% like ratio on Cowboys or on Chat Sports. That's okay. Help us there by giving us a like. It's free, it's simple, it's easy, so please and thank you, handle that for us. Like that video if you haven't already done so. Right now, the Cowboys Report, with fewer people watching, have more likes than the Chat Sports stream, which has more people watching, obviously. So like that video if you haven't already done so. I want to get to at least 350 likes combined. We're not that far away. Wait, I can't do math at all. We're already there. At least 400 likes combined. How about that? Hashtag Tom trying to do math after one beer bong. Like the video, please. Simple. Easy. Thank you. Once you do it there. Goal is at least 400 likes across the two streams. We're like 30 away at this point, so we're pretty darn close there. We are, again, as a reminder, simulcasting on Chat Sports and on the Cowboys Report. We have an hour and 15 minutes until NFL free agency, the legal tampering period, so to speak, opens up, and we should get some action. I forgot to mention for the Vikings, obviously, they did bring back Aaron Jones, by the way, but that's not going to be an inhibitor for anything else in the end. So like the video if you haven't already. 400 likes across the two streams. Thank you very much. Let's hit some of the signings that have happened the past, 2 days or so, and then go back to some more Super Chats. Josh Jobe, back to the Seahawks. Christian Kirk, who was set to be cut, actually has been traded to the Texans, a 7th-round pick to the Jags there. Bobby Wagner and Terrell Bernard, both re-signing on extensions. Wagner gets up to $9.5, $8 million guaranteed. Terrell Bernard goes to the Bills, 4 years, $50 million. Derek Barnes, also a linebacker, re-signing in Detroit. Tanner Hudson back on a 1-year deal. Joey Blunt back on a 2-year deal for Arizona. Anthony Pittman back on a 1-year deal. Some of these deals are not as important. We won't spend much time on them. Levante David back on a 1-year, $10 million deal. He's got $9 million guaranteed. It's probably some per-game incentives there kind of tacked onto it. 1 year, $10 million there for Levante David, which is just a consistently good football player. Zeke Turner's back. How about Geno Smith? Traded to the Las Vegas Raiders for a 2025 third-round pick. Seattle maybe rebuilding a little bit here. Very curious what Seattle ends up doing today because they are in kind of a unique spot at this time. Mike Gesicki, a 3-year, $25.5 million deal to re-sign with the Bengals. They retain somebody there. Tommy DeVito back with the Giants. Marquise Brown and Marcus Davenport, 2 guys that signed 1-year deals last year, back on 1-year contracts with the most recent teams to kind of stay healthier in theory. A punter re-signed. Austin Corbett back to the Panthers, 1-year deal. Ronnie Stanley, to the chagrin of, I think, many NFL teams like the Patriots, back on a 3-year, $60 million deal with the Ravens. Chris Manhertz re-signs. And then we'll end on this and go to some more Super Chats here, too. Tommy Tremble, a 2-year deal worth up to $16 million. Some up to there. $8 million guaranteed. Zach Ertz back with the Commanders. Baron Browning back on a 2-year, $15 million deal. And then Myles Garrett resets the edge rusher market like 3 days after Max Crosby did, getting a 4-year, $160 million deal with $123 million guaranteed to reset the edge market and make Micah Parsons, TJ Watt, Jamar Chase as well, Aiden Hutchinson, and all their agents very, very happy. All right, Super Chat's here. Remember, $5 into the mini helmet raffle, $50 for a beer bong, $20 Venmo for the 50-50 raffle. Shout out to Donald Lear, who is now in on the Venmo 50-50 raffle as well. That's at What Going Downing. All right, 30 racks. I kind of didn't read it off there. What's good, Tom? Was a cheap option at defensive end for the Eagles. You know how we watch all Eagles stuff. Been a fan for 5 years now. Go Birds. And then we are simulcasting, which is kind of a nice double whammy there. Cheap edge. Would it be very Howie to bring back Haason Reddick on like a 1-year deal for like $5 million? Could that one be in the cards? I wouldn't be shocked if they drafted somebody again at that spot. Other cheap, like I'm focusing on cheap edges. Someone's going to keep making Victor, how do you pronounce his name? Dibakiji keep trying to work. Other cheap edges, I don't think Joe Tryon-Shinoka is going to be that cheap. Buy low redemption candidates of like Peyton Turner of the Saints and who else here? Just looking at names. James Houston could be a cheap option. I could bring back Derek Barnett on the super cheap. I don't think he's going to be very expensive, but that one does stand out to me. So we'll see what happens there. What else we got? I think those are the main ones there. By the way, another move coming in. Khalil Mack is off the market. He is going to stay with the Los Angeles Chargers. It is a 1-year, $18 million fully guaranteed deal as Khalil Mack is back with the Chargers. They needed to do that. They didn't have a lot of options there. One of the better free agents, frankly, even at his advanced age, is no longer an option. So I know Bears fans are in shambles. They wanted Mack to return, which would have been kind of fun there. So Khalil Mack back to the Chicago Bears. 1 year, $18 million fully guaranteed for Khalil Mack. Let's go to Nick, another $5 super chat. Nick is into the mini helmet raffle. Let me get that one on there. Make sure I'm not skipping over these here. Nick Bianchi. In a perfect world, let's say we get Salmon and Mack for 15 and 15. What else can we do in free agency? Was this on Cowboys or is this on Maine? Dalman and Mack. So he's probably a Bears fan. So bad news for you, Nick. Khalil Mack is off the market. I do think that a different edge can still be in play, and I do think that Drew Dalman has a good chance of ending up being a Bear and maybe even a pretty early one there. Beyond that, for Chicago, like you kind of addressing your core needs there. Maybe you look at a running back in the draft. I think that's an under the radar option. Could always look for a second tight end. The blocking tight end mark kind of fell apart pretty quickly. Linebackers in pretty decent shape. Maybe you search for some secondary help, but I think like you're paying big money to your guards, so those two are probably like the main ones you'd lock up. I would not be shocked if Drew Dalman ends up being a Bear. That would be fairly expected for me. And then we'll see what else happens beyond that. All right, Merjanik over to the Cowboys report. Prediction for the first free agent signed and where. I think Drew Dalman to the Bears makes sense. I could see Jevon Holland in Carolina as an option. I could also see Carlton Davis and the Patriots being another one that's pretty early and pretty popular there. So I'm not counting re-signings or guys that were already cut. I'm talking about like unrestricted, regular free agents that are available to sign once the legal agree to sign once the legal tampering period begins. GKD Records, that beer bomb looked a little light. Whole beer. It was the full beer. It's just, it's a Truly. It's not or a White Claw. It's not exactly like a heavy beer. It's also clear, so you can't really tell so much in the blue. But we don't wipe these 304s. Fair to say you're the funniest guy alive. No, but thank you. I think I'm a funny guy. But Jotman, a $5 super chat. And if we can get the Mac L3 up there at some point, that'd be nice. Yeah. Hey, Tom, how nervous are you that the Cowboys are going to finish are going to be bottom fish. I'm 5 of 10 because they've cleared too much space to only sign vet minimum deals. It's a very good point. Specifically as it relates to the Cowboys of like, are you able to do more than just kind of sit around and not only bottom feed? Like the actions say you've got $56 million or whatever it is, 55 now in caps. It's like, come on, you're going to do something, right? So we'll see. But I would be surprised and disappointed if they didn't actually make moves. Let's do something. But I'm not going to get my hopes up because we've seen this team not do it before. So maybe 5 out of 10 like is the right number there. From Jay Gonzo 11, this is a little mock draft action here. Rate my mock draft. Made some trades, and this is just the picks itself. Jahdae Barron at 19 and Marion Hampton at 47. I'm in. 2 great picks. I'm in there. Jack Sawyer at 53. Sweet. Ty Felton, 76. That's the Maryland receiver. Awesome. Miles Frazier. Sweet. You got some guard depth there. Tyler Shuck, the quarterback out of Louisville. I'd be a little surprised if he fell that far, but I wouldn't be mad at it. I think 5th round is about where you want to look to take a quarterback there. Kevin Souza. Hope I'm pronouncing that right, Kevin. Do you think our chances of getting Genty are decreasing heading into the draft? Yeah, I think it's a little bit less likely. I think there's 2 main reasons for that. You know, the Bears have kind of heavily attacked offensive guard, which kind of takes them like out of the market for like Tyler Booker. If they get an edge, I think that really makes them an obvious option there. And depending on what the Raiders do, I would not be surprised to see them be an option for Genty at 6. Now, they've got a quarterback. Receiver still a big-time need. We'll see if Lockett ends up there or whatever. But I do think, if I had to guess, I think Genty goes before the Cowboys pick at number 12. And if he's there, I'm not convinced that they'll end up signing him. So let's talk quarterbacks here, then we'll do fanatics and stuff. Where will Sam Darnold end up signing? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. This is the big free agent that's kind of left. I mean, I'm looking at my list here of, what I had a few days ago of like top free agents. I had my top 5, half my top 6 are gone. Ronnie Stanley re-signed. Chris Godwin is still a free agent. Jevon Holland is still a free agent. Khalil Mack has re-signed, and Devontae Adams went to the Rams from the Jets. That leaves like Darnold. So it's kind of not the greatest grouping in the end. It's kind of a light crop of players. So where will Sam Darnold end up signing? Let me know in the comment section of today's show. I think it's Seattle, but we'll see. Because I'm also very curious, like, if Seattle doesn't get Sam Darnold, what are they going to do? They're not going to bring back Russ. I don't think Aaron Rodgers makes any sense for them, but Rodgers seems in line to get at least a temporary starting gig. It's going to be interesting. It's like I think I want Darnold to go where there's a good offensive line because he had issues with internal pressure in Minnesota like that, and that's going to be an issue in Seattle with that interior offensive line. Like I don't know. So where will Sam Darnold end up signing? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Where will Darnold end up heading to? You can let me know in the comments section of today's video. I see Minnesota. I don't think he goes back to the Vikings. Maybe they bring back Daniel Jones, or the Colts go do something weird and give Daniel Jones competitive there. Man, if Seattle's got to roll with Sam Howell, that is the ultimate taking plan. Because Howell's he's kind of, Sam Howell's got a little bit of the Winston in him. He's going to sling that ball around. He'll take a bunch of sacks and turn the ball over, but he'll make some nice throws too. Which is always entertaining. Pittsburgh, Tennessee, to the Jets. That would be the funniest thing ever. I would love to see it as just an unbiased, I want to see chaos stuff happen. I think that'd be really, really entertaining in the end. Keep the comments coming. Where will Sam Darnold sign? I see Titans, Tennessee, we drafted dual quarter. I think Tennessee is like an under-the-radar option for a quarterback, including Darnold, by the way. And we got NFL jerseys for you, whether you are a Cowboys fan watching on the Cowboys Report or just insert NFL fan here watching on the Chat Sports live stream. Go to chatsports.com/NFL jersey to get a new jersey for your favorite NFL team, your favorite player, or if you want to get the new free agent that they inevitably end up signing with, maybe your team gets those options there. Chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Link will be in the comments section. It's in the description, by the way, of today's show, but it's just chatsports.com/NFL jersey. It is sorted by just like top, so there's a lot of Eagles ones up there, which you should keep an eye out for. That's chatsports.com/NFL jersey. All right, free agency updates. Again, Sheldon Rankins, 1-year deal, up to $7 million. Devon Gottschalk traded to the Saints, going back home. A future 7 going to New England. Tressway, Morgan Cox, no one cares. Couple notable deals today. The most expensive of which, J.C. Horn on a 4-year, $100 million extension, $70 million of which is guaranteed. I'm going to update the headline here, by the way, too. Should have done that already. Blacked out on me. Just put Cleo Mack in there. 4 years, $100 million to the Carolina Panthers. $70 million guaranteed, so big extension there. Jaylen Warren, a 1-year, $5 million. So that's just a tender, second-round tender for Jaylen Warren there. And then 2 notable ones that have come in the last, 10-ish minutes, something like that. Khalil Mack, a 1-year, $18 million deal. That is fully guaranteed. So 1 more year, and then we'll do it all over again next year for Khalil Mack as the Chargers. They cut Joey Bosa. They retain Khalil Mack. It is the return of the Mack. That would have been any of them, the Bears, whatever. Chargers, probably not the Raiders, but would have been return of the Mack. And then Ben Bredeson is re-signing with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 3-year deal, full details to be determined, but the Bucs retain one of their top offensive linemen on the interior. We got 1 hour to go until the starts of the legal tampering period, even though, the deal's going to get done like the first 10 minutes. Like, oh, well, how did they do that in 10 minutes? Because they tampered illegally and no one cares. It's fine. This is the Super Chat menu on today's show. $5 mini helmet raffle entry, just a $5 Super Chat gets you entered into that raffle. End of today's live stream. We will have the raffle for that. So $5 on that front, $5 to enter. $10, we will talk about your team. We'll get to any $10 that come in, go a bit more in depth, got some graphics for it. We are also doing the Venmo 50/50 raffle at What's Going Downey. That is at What Going Downey. I'll put the link in the comments here in just a second. The Venmo 50/50 raffle, get in on that. $20 to enter that. We will do that raffle at the end of today's live stream as well. We are on both the Cowboys Report and on Chat Sports. So we've got, 2,500 people watching live right now at What Going Downey to enter the Venmo 50/50 raffle. I'll put that link in Chat Sports and on the Cowboys Report as well. At What Going Downey, Donald and John are already into the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Every $50 Super Chat, we will do a beer bong as well, which we've already got one. I got room for more. And then if we have to up the price to 100, we will. But we'll do that. Now, we will have free agency updates for you on both of the channels we are currently simulcasting on. Chat Sports and on the Cowboys Report. We will have coverage for you. News, winners and losers, updates. Maybe rants if the Cowboys don't do jack again. Hit that sub button on whatever channel you are watching on for more free updates, live coverage all week long and next week and all that good stuff. So hit that sub button, youtube.com/chatsportstv or youtube.com/cowboysreporttv. All right, Chili50, that is a $10 switch out. So we'll talk about your team and get you some raffle entries as well for the mini helmet. Only thing I'm worried if Seattle signs Darnold. It needs to be 2-year deal because he shouldn't be a long-term deal. Plus, I'm worried if he was a 1-year wonder, kind of like Case Keenum. I get all of that. Here's the issue I think you're going to run into specifically with Sam Darnold. Other teams need a quarterback too. And like if you're Seattle, you kind of have to like have something locked in terms of what your plan is. You have to have a solution because you can't just sit there and go, oh, we'll figure it out. You're not drafting all that early. Sam Howell is not a long-term option. So when you move on from a quality starter in Geno Smith, you better have a quarterback plan in place, and that probably means having to, quote-unquote, overpay for Sam Darnold. You've got plenty of cap space, but you're going through a bit of a remodel here. If you're trying to be competitive right now, I think your concerns are completely valid. I think that the desperation aspects means the deal might end up being a little bit more expensive. So I think that is a great point. It's a very valid concern because Darnold also closed the year on a pretty negative aspect, but it's kind of the unfortunate reality of having to play in the free agent market at quarterback. So where will Sam Darnold sign? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Can we get that timer up to inside of an hour here? Details, by the way, on the Ben Bredeson deal. 3 years, $22 million for the Bucs guard. That'll update in a minute here, I'm sure. There we go. 3 years, $22 million for the Bucs offensive guard. Let me make sure Fowler's on the live show list. I should put him on there. He's got some details sometimes. So, he is there. Where will Darnold sign? Let me know in the comments. Seattle's my shot, or my prediction, I guess, but we'll see how that happens. Where will Sam Darnold sign? Let me know in the comments of today's show. I see Dart to Seattle. I hope Jackson Dart. I'll go Cowboys fans here. I think Jackson Dart should go top 10 because that pushes down a good player to the Cowboys, or top 11, I guess. Like that's what I want. Doesn't make sense to me at all. But anyway, that's we'll talk draft later. We'll talk draft later. Let's see. Seahawks or Steelers? Steelers. Someone said Eagles. I don't know about that one. Steelers, Jets. Steelers. Another Jets. Jets would be the funniest outcome. I don't see how it happens, but wouldn't it be just hilarious? Hey, he's back with the Jets. Why not? Different regime. I'm sure the owner would love that. Colts. They were mentioned briefly as a fit, and I kind of wonder if that was just like attempts to boost the market. I think the Colts will sign something resembling a better backup QB, but I don't know if that's the most likely outcome there. So, Mr. C, when is the 50-50? The 50-50 will be run at the end of the live stream, but I'm just going to pay it out immediately. So once you're in, the winner will I'll pay it immediately. So you don't have to actually watch like you do. Might need to watch for the mini helmet raffle and get in contact there. So where will Sam Darnold sign? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Let's see. Jamie says, bet the Colts bring back Minshew. That'd be pretty funny. Giants, Cowboys. They're not going to go down that path. I promise you there. Steelers, Jags. We have another $50 super chat coming in. It's another beer bong. If you want to grab me one, they're stoned. There should be some in the fridge, too. The cold sometimes makes it hurt real good, so it makes it kind of fun. It's supposed to be a bit of a punishment, too. What's the point? Jeremy Bramlett is in to the $50 super chat club. So most 50s in the month of March, by the way, does get a signed Zach Martin jersey. Anthony McMillan has lead at 4 right now. Jeremy, they should trade their second-round pick for something. Cowboys suck with second-round picks. Look, you're not wrong. They still think that they can do more stuff with it. They have had real issues in recent years. We are live right now on Chat Sports and on the Cowboys Report live stream. If some of the main audience, the Chat Sports audience, is unfamiliar with the Cowboys' recent run of second-round picks that have not gone very well, a refresher. Marshawn Kneeland. I think, by the way, under the radar aspect, edge is actually kind of a huge need for the Cowboys. Like, their guys under contract, not named Micah, have like 0 sacks this past year. That's kind of an issue. Luke Schoonmaker, which are all like, but why? Sam Williams hasn't been worth it yet. Bossman Fat was a disastrous pick. Tre'von Diggs was good. That one has actually worked out because he got a second deal. But then it's Tristan Hill, and Connor Williams was actually probably fine, and same with Chidobe Awuzie, but Jalen Smith and Randy Gregory. But then it was Tank Lawrence, but then it was also Gavin Escobar and Bruce Carter, and you had Goodwin and Sean Lee, but that's way too many misses for a second-round pick than what other NFL teams should have. That's just missing too frequently, as far as I'm concerned. So, second beer bong of the day. I think mimosa bongs tomorrow. That sounds fun, right? That sounds fun. Buy a nice little thing of champagne and then just crack it open. Wash the other one anyway. All right, here we go. Bottoms up. Excuse me. All right, we got about 50 minutes to go until the legal tampering period gets underway. Let's run through some of the recent moves here. Whatever you're going to do is perfect there. Devon Godchow traded earlier this morning to the New Orleans Saints. The Patriots getting a 2026 7th-round pick. As Godchow goes back home, Saints add a run-stopping defensive lineman. Patriots free up more money and remake the roster in the image that Mike Vrabel wants. Now, we also had last night, there was like an hour-long run of just like massive move after massive move of like, hasn't started. It went from like, let's go through all those. It was like Devontae Adams and all that stuff, kind of get into that market there. But DK Metcalf traded to the Pittsburgh Steelers. He gets, I think it was what, 150 over 5 was the contract extension, something like that. But a massive deal for Metcalf as the Seahawks secured a 2025 second-round pick. So they are kind of maybe rebuilding a little bit there. I'm very curious what ends up happening. Go back to the other one there, the one above it, maybe even one more above it. Not sure what the timing was there. Yeah, start with that one. Behind-the-scenes stuff. Going after Steelers have been linked so long to every single receiver on the market. DK Metcalf and Brandon Ayuk and Debo and Devontae 2 times. They finally get one in DK. My other bold prediction here is let's keep an eye on George Pickens. I don't think he is a lock to stick around on that team. But last night, there was a lot of stuff going on. Late afternoon, evening hours, where it was still light out at like 6 p.m. Thank God, finally. Cody Ford goes back to the Bengals, 2-year deal. I thought I saw the details were like a $6 million deal or something like that. It's pretty cheap. Ernest Jones does re-sign in Seattle. They've really been one of the most active teams so far with trades and everything there. 3-year, $33 million deal, gets $15 million guaranteed to re-sign there. Davante Adams goes to the Los Angeles Rams on a 2-year, $46 million deal. That's $26 million guaranteed on that contract. So that's a huge, huge deal for LA. They have not yet made a move involving Cooper Kupp. I would not be shocked if you see a release at this point. Like I always thought a release was in the cards. We'll see how it plays out, but I would bet they're going to make that decision soon. They got the roster bonus due in the not too distant future. Jamien Sherwood, the Jets linebacker, who had been whispered like, hey, he might get a surprising extension amount. He does. 3 years, $45 million. And Sherwood is a safety turn linebacker, athletic run and chase guy. Not sure how much longer, what the future really holds long term for a guy like CJ Mosley up in New York. But Sherwood is back to kind of be a key part of the new defense. And Aaron Glenn, I kind of feel like a Mosley decision is going to get moved on from soon. Harold Landry gets to reunite with Mike Vrabel up in New England, a 3-year, $43.5 million deal. Tennessee had been unable to find a trade partner. They ended up cutting him. So that happens there. Marquise Bell, I guess some other details will come in. 3 years, $9 million. I think it's up to 12. So that's about what I thought it was going to be. Austin Hooper back. I refuse to acknowledge long snappers. Jarrett Stidham re-signed to the Broncos, a 2-year, $12 million deal for Stidham as he ends up returning to the Denver Broncos. And then part of the surprising developments, Josh Allen, a 6-year, $330 million deal with $250 million guaranteed. Allen had like 4 years left on his contract. So they basically took the pre-existing contract and said, here's 2 more years at $100 million per year, which is it's a very unique contract. A lot of some of these quarterback deals more and more are just unique. But that guaranteed figure is massive. And I get it's a 6-year deal, so the guaranteed number goes up the more years you have. Massive contract. The guaranteed number surpasses the previous largest contract among quarterbacks in total money. The guaranteed is almost $100 million more than what Dak was making overall, which is a longer deal, but still it's insane. We mentioned the DK Metcalf trade. Jake Matthews also re-signing back with the Falcons on a 2-year, $45 million deal. Then late last night, the Raiders re-signed Adam Butler. John Bates re-signs with the Commanders. Punter news. DJ Jones back with Denver, 3 years, $39 million deal. Sheldon Rankins, 1 year up to $7 million. We mentioned the Devon Gatchow trade. Punter, long snapper. I refuse to acknowledge those as things that people care about. J.C. Horn, the big move, the big re-signing extension, I should say, of the day. 4 years, $100 million for J.C. Horn, $70 million of which is guaranteed. Jalen Warren back on the tender cost. Khalil Mack has re-signed with the LA Chargers. And Ben Bredeson re-signing with the Buccaneers. 3 years, $22 million per year. That's a fully guaranteed contract for Mack, and Bredeson getting $12.5 million guaranteed. All right, Brandon Montemayor, a $5 super chat. Tom, is there any realistic way we can be Super Bowl contenders or a 12-win team this year? There is. You just have to actually spend money in free agency. You can't ignore the team and ignore one of the best way teams address their needs and add talent than by just ignoring free agency. You have to go do stuff. This is for the Cowboys. These are all Cowboys Report super chats, by the way. You have to go do something. Otherwise, it's just like you're going to be a 10-win team. It's in a bad place. It's not what anybody actually wants in the end. You know, Giants fans would love a 12-win team. Not trying to throw shade at the Giants, but just from where you were last year. 10 wins would be great. Cowboys, it's like, okay. It's like the Chiefs. 10 wins means nothing to Kansas City. It's all about Super Bowls. Eagles too, right? Jeremy Bramlett, would you rather have Lockett or Kupp? I'm fine with either. You know, Lockett is a free agent, so he's guaranteed to be like not a trade option. So I'm intrigued by that one. I wonder if Kupp actually might fit a little bit better with what Schottenheimer wants to do. But you know, I think Kupp has more in the tank when he's healthy. I also don't trust Kupp to stay healthy. So that's kind of an issue and a concern that I have. I think there are pros and cons for both. But if you actually did something and signed one of those guys, you know, I'm at the point where I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth, so to speak. A $20 super chat from Jeremy Bramlett says, get them likes up. Jeremy's right. Everybody like today's show. if you haven't already. We are past the 500 likes combined, but we should be able to get to 1,000 sooner than later. We have 2,700 something people watching live right now. We are still 40-plus minutes out until the start of free agency. And yes, Twitter is once again still down. So that's really frustrating. That, big day of free agency and the Twitter bot is down, and thanks, Elon. We will have updates for you. We should, even without Twitter, we will be able to get news as it happens. It's just not going to be the same necessarily. But like the video, and even I can't even talk to my guys on Twitter that send all the info to me. Anyway, I guess that's an issue. Like the video if you haven't already. More likes equals more views. Lights get to stay on, more coverage. Plan is to be live pretty much every day this week. So as long as there's still stuff to talk about, given the crop of free agents, we'll see how it goes. But we will be here. So like the video if you haven't already. It's free. It's simple. It's easy. The goal is always a 50% like ratio on our streams. I might do a shot if we get there. I don't know. Shots at 11:20 Eastern is a little bit dicey for me, but we should definitely do mimosa bongs tomorrow. That sounds fun. I'll have to stop at the store. But like the video if you haven't already done so for me. We got to Brandon's super chat earlier. We got a couple ones from Jeremy. I think Gummy Bear or Maine are next to go tier. Gummy Bear TW. Floor to ceiling, our record for the 25 season. I mean, it's a little bit tough to answer with free agents in the draft still to come. But I do think there is, if you want actual floor ceilings, isn't the floor 4 wins? You get hurt again. Turns out Schottenheimer can't be a head coach. The floor is a lot of unknown. It means the ceiling is also, I think, pretty high. If as of right now, you're not going to win more than 10 games. You add some talent, different conversation. And then you're feeling kind of good about it. So come back to me in a month or 2 months, 2.5 months, and I'll have a better range for you. But I think there's more of a gap this year because it's a new head coach and a new coach staff. What's up, Chris?
We were talking about this when we were coming back from the combine. I'm not saying, Shotty's going to have these excellent, decisions in games and things like that, but he said all the right things. And it kind of
outside of free agency.
Yeah, as a non-Cowboys fan, just listening to him at the combine in that original press conference, I kind of got hyped up for Cowboys fans a little bit, but we'll see what they do with the actual roster and everything like that. That's a whole other story.
That's probably the biggest thing too. If the talent isn't there, the coaching can only do so much in the end. Let's go to the chat sports stream. Several super chats to get to. Austin Anderson. Any chance the Broncos grab Cooper Kupp? I think there's a chance, yeah. I'm very curious, what the market ends up looking like for Cooper Kupp. I would not be surprised to see that team, the Rams, I should say, maybe even just outright cut Kupp. I've kind of always said I think that's a real possibility given the contract and the age. And, Kupp wants to go to a contender and, maybe that easiest path there is with the release post-June 1st. Rams save extra money. I mean, the signing of Devontae Adams means he's not going to come back. There's just no way with the amount of money they spent on him and others there. So I would not be surprised to see Cooper Kupp back, or released, I should say. And I do think Denver can make some sense there. I do think that's a possibility that they end up pursuing that path and they go down that route. So, if Denver is released, yeah, or if Kupp's released, I could see Denver kind of. He's a decent fit in the Joker role. Even he's not quite the tight end running back, but he can block. So I don't mind that one at all. I don't mind that one at all. Amir, the Lions fan, back again. What do you think the Lions do in free agency? Curious if they might get Hendrickson, or if there's going to be a draft, maybe a James Pierce. I will say, from what I have heard about James Pierce, I don't think he's a Dan Campbell guy. I don't think that is not the guy Dan Campbell wants. That's not the psycho football addict guy. I think he's a bad player. He's a very good player. It would be an off-type addition for them. Edge is an obvious area of concern. Detroit has given out a lot of big contracts. Maybe they're not going to be the biggest spenders this year. But I do think edge is an area that they will pursue, even if it is like a, God, what would be a great fit for Detroit? DeMarcus Lawrence would be a great fit for them. That'd be a really strong addition opposite Hutchinson. All right, L3E Vlogs. Realistically, are we doing anything today? We have the money. I assume this is the Cowboys. Yeah, because every time we're doing anything, that says Cowboys to me. We'll see. We got how much time left here? Like 37 minutes, 36 minutes. We'll see. They have the money. At a certain point, I kind of need to just like see it happen before I get overly excited about it. They've done stuff so far. Great call on the graphic here, Chris. Kevontae Turpin should be an RFA 10, the expected move. Not formal yet. Oso Odigizua, the big money, $20 million per year deal. TJ Goodwin back on a 1-year deal. Marquise Bell sounds like the actual money came in more like $9 million at 3 years. That's not a bad deal. But that you can't just re-sign your own guys and expect to be better. That's not how football works. So I would love nothing more than to be shocked, and this turns into Cowboys report. They've signed 3 players. Just cut video. Like that'd be great for me. I would actually love that. I have my doubts. All right, Devin Hanks, Kupp, and Bosa. I would throw D-Law in a deal there. Well, you can't trade DeMarcus Lawrence. He's a free agent. Bosa, the Dolphins have been linked there. I'm curious where he goes. And, of course, the Niners reunion with his brother would make a lot of sense. But those would be good moves by Dallas and a lot of teams, frankly. Ecuador, man. Adoga, Null, washed up. Zeke, Cowboys ain't doing crap. That's my biggest issue with this Cowboys team is they sign like 3 outside free agents each year, and then like 1 of 2 of them are just terrible. Like they signed Ryan Null, and we're like, look at what we did, and didn't make the team. And then he was out of football. The amount of players the Cowboys sign who are then out of football is insane to me. Ronald Jones. Royce Freeman actually has still kind of hung around, but they were hyping up Royce Freeman as like, he can be our number 2 back. And he didn't make the team at all. It's just like, it bothers me. All right, Ryan L. This is on the Chat Sports stream. I think Green Bay does anything. What happens with Alexander? I think the Alexander Packers relationship is over. I don't think that is going to be an option. I think that they are, to an extent, I think they're both a little bit over each other. I don't think that they really want to continue that relationship on either side. I think they would love to trade him, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they can't find a trade partner given the contract and they just cut him and move on. So I would bet he ends up, getting cut. They move on, and they then go try to find receiver help and corner help. I think in general with Green Bay, like what they need to go do is get another dude on defense, probably at corner. I think they could use some edge help too, and another dude on offense, probably at wide receiver, to give them a legit number 1. A guy that can beat man coverage. Especially when Christian Watson isn't out there, he's just not. He's not able to make stuff happen. Like they need another guy at receiver. So that now the issue is it's not the best market for it. It's a bit unfortunate, but that's the route I think that team should pursue. Austin Anderson, another super chat into the $5 mini helmet raffle. Is Garrett Wilson? That was Ryan L. was the last one, right? Yes. Sweet. I want to make sure I'm not missing names for the mini helmet entries here. Is Garrett Wilson trade talks all smoke and mirrors? I think it was real, but when Rodgers wasn't going to come back, he's like, okay, I'm fine now. I think that was the main issue with Garrett Wilson and the Jets. And I think now it's okay, we're going to have a new quarterback in there. It's a new chance. I get to be the actual number 1. They're not going to throw targets at Adams. I get to be fed. I'll get paid soon. So I would say that Garrett Wilson is not going to get traded. But I think for a while that was real. I do think that was real for probably a longer time than what people had maybe thought even. All right, the Super Chat menu on today's show. A $5 Super Chat gets you in to our mini helmet raffle. All teams, everything else in there. $5. We're on the Cowboys Report and on Chat Sports. So $5 gets you entered to win the mini helmet. We will do that raffle at the end of today's show, so stay tuned on that one. $10, we will talk a bit more in depth about your team. We'll also try to get to every single Super Chat that we are able to, knowing that the news at some point will come in hot and heavy here. $50, I will do a beer bong for you guys. I've done 2. I don't feel it at all. I actually ate breakfast today. So shout out me for being a smart man for once and eating breakfast and not sitting here on an empty stomach and, being here 11:30 Eastern and having 2 beers in my stomach and no food. I planned ahead this time. That's $50 for a beer bong. We'll get those going. We will also do the Venmo 50/50 raffle on today's stream. At What Going Downey on Venmo, $20 to enter said 50/50 raffle. It's at What Going Downey. Put the link in the comment section just now. So far, Donald and John are into the Venmo 50/50 raffle. I would love to make it at the end of 5 hours from now, whenever we're done live, like boom, $200 going away on Venmo. Nothing would make me happier there. At What Going Downey for the Venmo 50/50 raffle, $20 to enter that one. And also, if Super Chats don't work, you can always send in the Venmos too. Sometimes it doesn't always work for people there. All right, we got 30 minutes left. First off, predictions. Who will be the first free agent to sign? And this is outside free agents that are not been cut, that can only agree to deals, once free agency the legal tamper period is underway. We have an update, knowing that Twitter is still having issues here. Evan Brown is back as a member of the Cardinals, a 2-year, $11.5 million deal for Evan Brown to stick around with the Arizona Cardinals. So some more re-signings trickling in here. With about 30 seconds left, or 30 minutes left, until the legal tampering period opens up. So get those comments in. I see Sam Darnold to the Steelers. Double S goes, do White Claws count as beer bongs? I mean, for our purposes, yes. It's what was available, okay?
White Claws technically have more alcohol in them than beer. So,
does it really?
Yeah, I'm pretty.
Why am I doing
5%?
That? Yeah, that's 5%.
Yeah, I think real beer is like
what's the Miller Lite?
4.3 or 4.7.
Does it say on there? Or
we're being real. It's really the White Claw's a man's drink, if you want to be honest.
It's this, brother. This is not a man's drink.
Hey,
not a sponsor.
It's more alcohol.
That doesn't mean it's a man's drink.
I think it does.
It doesn't.
It does.
It's not a man's drink.
4.2.
Oh, man. I'm just costing myself alcohol content.
Telling you.
0.2. If I have 100 of those, I'm dead. Then I become 100% alcohol, right? That's how math works? That's how the math works? By the way, yes, Twitter is down for you. Thanks, Elon. That's not good for us. I don't know. We'll see. The news happens when it happens. Honestly, if Twitter stays down, agents are not going to leak shit.
Yeah, I mean, even the websites.
They're not going to leak stuff.
Yeah, even the websites that have the trackers and stuff for
they're
you.
All just
don't
pulling
they just
them
get those from Twitter?
I don't know what they're going to do. Because the agents want the attention. They want the news for their players.
Yeah.
They want to win the news cycle. They're going to we'll see how that one plays out.
Fire up the printing press.
Yeah, double S's. There's always blue sky. Yeah, but they blocked ESPN and NFL from doing it. The NFL's like, no, we don't want you there. We have deals with Twitter. We'll see how that one plays out. Rapp and Schefter have gotten off some tweets, but not a lot necessarily. So I don't know. I've got Rap's Threads account up too. See if he posts there. That's how it goes. All right. More predictions go to Fanatics next year. Let's see. Slated Eagles or Lions. Jevon Holland to the Titans as a prediction here. Ford and Ward to the Cowboys. I'd be very happy. Cowboys. That was on my ideal free agency plan. Travarius Ward, Puna Ford, Dre Greenlaw. Cook 'em with gas, baby. All right. NFL jerseys are available over at chatsports.com/NFL jersey. We're simulcasting right now on Chat Sports, on the Cowboys Report. Videos on both right now, so you can get an NFL jersey for your favorite team. Go to chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Link will be in the comment section and the description of today's show. For Cowboys fans, just sort by Cowboys. For Lions fans, Eagles fans. Well, I guess Eagles fans probably don't have to sort. They're just kind of all there for you because, they had this thing happen where they won the Super Bowl. So, like, all their stuff is at the top because it's the most sold ones because people are excited for understandable reasons. But whatever team you're a fan of, if you need to just search for your favorite team player, they're all available. Chatsports.com/NFL jersey. $5 super chat coming in from Zach Crosby. It's so depressing seeing the Stars constantly improve their team while the Cowboys sniff glue. At least one Dallas team understands it all. And now you got the Mavs who just are cursed. I am convinced Luka laid some Slovakian curse on them. Or Slovenian. I am convinced of it. They're all hurt now. Every one of them has gotten hurt. It's insane. And also, the players don't deserve it. I want to make that very clear. But, the franchise does. That's what they get for trading away their generational young player. Just stupidness in the end. All right. MLGSKLZ Gaming YouTube. I probably got that wrong, but that was a lot there. What do you think for us to sign at least one of Shaheed, Will Hernandez, Jevon Holland? Well, Rashid Shaheed is not a free agent. He's under contract with the Saints, so cross him off your list. Not going to happen there. Hernandez, I think, makes a lot of sense. Connection with Clayton Adams. The Cardinals just brought back Evan Brown. That probably takes off some limitations there. Hernandez or Holland would be great, but the Cowboys spending 7 digits or 6 digits on a free agent. I can't see the Cowboys doing that. Eight figures. It's 8 figures, right? 8 figures. Hashtag math. I don't see them going down that path. I would like it. I don't foresee it happening in the end. All right. Jonas Chacon. Hopefully I got that right. If not, I am terribly sorry. Jerry better do something or he's getting a noogie. At his age, that might cause irreparable harm to his brain. So I will leave it at that. Bussa T, which sounds vaguely dirty, but it's fine. Went away. Chris is fixing. Stand by. There we go. The only way Jerry signs a free agent is if they're 50 years old and been a free agent for over 2 years. So they're going to bring back Michael Gallup, you're saying, who he is unretiring. I don't know. The track record of guy who retires for a year and then says, actually, I'm back, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's not. It just never goes well. Jacob 1966, a $20 super chat is, hey, the Cowboys report is kicking the butt of the Chat Sports and live stream on the super chat side. It's 2-1 right now. If the Cowboys were to sign a free agent, which spot would they target? Who do you believe would be the most likely candidate? Linebacker, maybe. I think that they have interest along the defensive line still. I think they have interest in corner. The market's kind of weird. They'd have to probably spend it more than what they'd like to. Running back, I think offensive line. I think a veteran nose guard would make so much sense. And maybe it's something like boring, like they went out and they signed Jack Sanborn at linebacker and Byron Coward at defensive tackle, and they just brought 2 Eberflus guys in there. which wouldn't be that bad. It just wouldn't move the needle. So I would guess that I think they do something this week. It just might not be remotely the level that we want them to do things at in the end. Nate Snyder, $2. This is on the Cowboys Report. Earl Thomas would be a slam dunk Cowboys signing. Fits the 2 years unsigned free agent guy. There you go. Connor Coppersmith, a $20 for this. Actually came in on the Chat Sports live stream, by the way, but it was on the Cowboys. Tom is the GOAT. Can't wait for Jay to have us all tilted this week. I mean, I'll do the meltdown thumbnail again, the clown show thumbnail. I know I speak with a lot of Cowboys fans here. I refuse to get my hopes up for things that they probably won't do, but boy, it'd be cool if they did, and wouldn't we all be excited if they actually did something in the end? We are simulcasting on the Cowboys Report and on the Chat Sports YouTube stream. 4,000 plus subs right now. This is the live number on the Chat Sports side. There's 1,500 plus people watching live right now with a little over 20 minutes to go until the start of free agency. If you have not yet subscribed, I mean, now's the time to do so. We went live 2 hours before the noon Eastern start. And it'll probably be an 8-ish hour live stream when it's all said and done. So hit that sub button. We'll do winners and losers at the end of today. And we'll see just how many free agents are actually still available out there as day one eventually begins to wind down. We'll see how things play out there. So if you haven't already, hit that sub button. If you're watching on the Cowboys live stream too, also make sure you guys are subscribed. All right, this is the Super Chat menu on today's show. $5 Super Chat gets you entered into a mini helmet raffle. That is for Chat Sports and on the Cowboys Report. So any $5 Super Chat, you are in, and then 20 will give you 4 and stuff like that. $10, we will talk more about your team. We are also doing the Venmo 50/50 raffle today. That is at What's Going Downey for the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Chris is going to put that link in the live chat for you guys right now. Right now, we've got Donald and John in on the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Minimum is 3, but if I have to, I'll put $10 of my own money in to run it. And the rule is I have to win it twice in a row. Because otherwise, that's not fun to not have me win it. That's just, no one wants that. So just do one more. We don't have to worry about it there. $10, talk about your team. $20 for the Venmo 50/50 raffle. $50 for a beer bong. We've done 2. I want to keep doing more. It makes it entertaining there. So $50 for the beer bong. I had breakfast, so I'm feeling good. Not worried about some. There have been some days at those noon or 1 p.m. Eastern games where, oops, I skipped lunch, and then it's 4 p.m. and I'm 8 beers deep, and it's bad. It's bad. So, at $50 for the Venmo or for the beer bongs there. By the way, most 50s in the month of March on the Cowboys Report gets a signed Zach Martin jersey. Anthony McMillan has the lead right now at 4. All right, the free agency class in general, it's not that good. So, who do you think is the best NFL free agents? I did the updated list on Wednesday, I think I did it. And 3 of the top 6 are off the board already. That was Ronnie Stanley, Khalil Mack, and Devontae Adams to the Ravens, Chargers, and I guess back with those 2 teams, and then the Rams for Adams. Who is the best NFL free agent right now on the open market? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Bob wants to see the helmet. The mini helmet is for your respective team, whoever wins. I'm not going to make it a Cowboys one or a Bills one only. So whoever wins it, it'll be for your team. So I don't have it because I can't predict who it's going to be. So we will ship it out once we get the winner there. I see, Jevon Holland, Chris Godwin. Mark is in to the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Milton Williams is in there. Mark. Boynton is in. Let me add you to the tracker here. There we go. Mark, thank you very much, my friend. Remember to like your Venmo payment as well, so you see it. Chris Godwin. Mark Curran says X may be up. Okay, let's refresh. I've seen some tweets come to my phone, but inconsistent. Survey says, not really. Josh Sweat, Milton Williams, Jonathan Allen. It's just like a mini helmet, like this big, right? About the right size, right about there. Yeah. And it's the Cowboys, looks like that basically for whatever team it is. DK got traded. Chase Young. Brandon says the best is Daniel Jones by far. Easy, Tiger. Let's see. Milton Williams again. I'm very curious, what the Milton Williams deal ends up looking like. Does he get more than Osa? Given I think Osa could have gotten more on the open market, frankly. All right, some more super chats here. Mayfield, $5 on the Cowboys report side. Cowboys report kicking the chat sports side butt in the super chats, by the way. If the boys don't get active, would you blame Parsons for taking it all? Look, I think in the end, Mike is going to get his. He is going to get $40 million per year. He's probably always going to be in that ballpark anyway. But you raise a good point. If Micah saw CeeDee Lamb have to fight and claw and show up late to get paid, that doesn't foster goodwill. Doesn't foster you know what, you'll take care of me in the end. Not that a lot of teams end up getting that, but it doesn't foster that type of relationship that you want in the end. And the biggest thing for the Cowboys side is it saves them money. If Micah's last, he's just going to get the most. If you make Micah third, maybe he doesn't end up with the most. It's all kind of self-inflicted in the end. All right, Seaganza 616. All right, let me get that one in there.
Just a little news update real quick. Jonathan Allen visiting the Vikings today.
Oh, okay. Who had that one?
Pelissero.
Pelissero did?
Mm-hmm.
How can you tell?
It came in through my phone.
Okay.
On Twitter. So
phones are working. All right. There you go. Yeah, I see Schefter now saying that too on Threads. So maybe I don't know. Been one of them days where it's just Twitter's still down. So we'll see how that one works out. All right. I would love a little Cowboys helmet for the pain I'm going to endure this week. All right. You are into the mini helmet raffle, my friend. There's going to be a lot of people in there, but it'll make for a fun race at the end of today's live stream. So thank you, Seaganza. Appreciate that. Yeah, let me pull up Schefter threads too. I don't have there's no thread tweet deck though, which is stupid. Allen of Minnesota makes a lot of sense, actually. I'm actually super intrigued by that one. That's actually very, very intriguing. We keep saying Twitter's back on. Let's refresh. Fun day ahead of us. Nah, it ain't loading for me. All right, again, $5 super chat gets you into the mini helmet raffle. $20 Venmo for the 50-50 raffle. Beer bong at 50. I'm down to do another one here. Sounds fun to me. $10, we'll talk about your team as well. And we'll see what news we get and updates with Twitter still down. So maybe it's working for some people, but it ain't working for me. I'm getting tweets to my phone sometimes, but those are inconsistent at best. So it's how it goes sometimes in the end. So that's the Super Chat menu for today's show. $5 for the mini helmet, $10 we'll discuss your team, $20 for the Venmo 50-50 raffle, and $50 for the beer bong. All right, Jotman into the mini helmet raffle once again. Little over 10 minutes. Oh, I spelled Hotmon. That's not how you spell your name. Just for the tracker of the mini helmet entries. A little over 10 minutes ago, it's time for Will McClay to lock Jerry in the closet. Tell him there's a reporter in there and padlock it once it's shut. It's funny. I like it. Here's the issue. Someone got to sign them checks, too. And I think Steven is a bigger inhibitor to doing things. Maybe you got to lock Steven in the closet and tell Jerry it's Dion on the phone or something. I don't know. All right. I want you guys to help us out by sharing today's show. If Twitter works for you, share it on Twitter. Otherwise, Instagram, Facebook, if you have Facebook these days, texting it to someone who's ever seen a Chat Sports video. We want to grow the channels here, grow the audience, have more audience. We'll be live next couple of days for free agency. We will be live for the draft, of course, as well. We're simulcasting right now on Chat Sports and on the Cowboys Report live stream. So if you haven't already, help us out. Share today's video on social media. We've got about 12 minutes until the start of the legal tampering period. As a reminder of what that actually is, it is a period in which you are allowed to enter contract negotiations with players. Now, what has already happened at the Combine in particular is, well, we know about what it's going to cost. We've done some non-legal tampering of, hey, this is what I would take. This is what this team is probably going to offer. Like that's how you get a deal 10 minutes into free agency of, hey, 3 years, $45 million at safety for Jevon Holland to Carolina, or whatever it ends up being. You know, it's 3 years, 30 for Carlton Davis. Like that's to Patriots. Like that's how you get those. Like, oh wow, you did that in 20 minutes? Really? They already had it done. And it's a matter of like, you know, don't text it yet to the agents. I also am curious with Twitter down. Are they going to? Those reporters want to get these scoops. How are they going to get said scoops? Are they going to just put them in articles? They're going to put them on threads. They're not. Most of them aren't on Blue Sky. Instagram posts today. I'm curious how it all plays out. So, another interesting layer to free agency. Share the video if you haven't already, please, and thank you, by the way. 10 minutes to go until NFL free agency. We got a Twitter super chat from Seth. Trade Wilson, Cincinnati, get a fourth. Who could we trade? I mean, Damian Wilson? Donovan Wilson, duh. I don't know if Donovan Wilson fits what the Bengals want. Like they've got investments in safeties that haven't really worked out. Geno Stone, Von Bell's a free agent, but they have Jordan Battle. The Bengals don't make trades, so I would knock your hopes up on that one there. I don't know if there's a lot of trade interest for the Cowboys players. There just isn't great markets there. All right, we'll put a couple seconds here on the timer. Shout out your team. Ooh, Twitter might be back up for me now. It just loaded TweetDeck for the first time in like 25 minutes. I'm going to dangerously refresh and see if that breaks it again. I should have done it. Big mistake. It's not loading anymore. Big mistake. All right, shout out your favorite team, and I'll pick one. I'll have Chris do it. That makes it unbiased there. First team you see, Chris, who is it? And we'll talk about them for a couple minutes and do it a few more times here.
Let's go Bears. First team.
Bears? Okay. We might talk about them after the start of free agency pretty early. We've seen that before. I think the Bears the last 2 years have been the first team to make a move in the legal tampering period. Now, I'll also make note, too, by the way, on the legal tampering period side. Pretty much every year, one guy ends up changing his mind. You know, Will Lutz did it. I remember Anthony Barr was the biggest one. Agreed to a huge deal with the Jets, then went back to Minnesota. Eric Kendricks did it last year, flipping from the Niners to the Cowboys. Bears have been active. They've made 2 trades for guards. Jonah Jackson, a 6th-round pick going to the Rams. Joe Thuney, a 4th-round pick going to the Chiefs. They've addressed that interior offensive line. I don't think they're done. One of my early predictions for early signing, I think Drew Dalman to Chicago could very well happen. Because I don't think you really want to go with a young center and a young QB. I think you want someone with more experience. So I think they're going to target Drew Dalman and then probably look for an edge as well. I think both of those particular moves would not be a massive surprise necessarily. Let's do it again. Shout out your favorite team, and we will discuss the first team that we see. We'll give a few more minutes here as I try to get Twitter to actually work and see what the heck's going on out there in the roster move world, but it's just not flying. So, all right, Chris, next team you see cannot be the Bears.
Let's go Titans.
Titans? Okay. They control the NFL draft still. Tennessee has the number 1 overall pick, and it is uncertain what they will be doing today with Cam Ward or trading it down or Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter. And the biggest thing for Tennessee is, okay, what are you going to do when it comes to that number 1 pick? And what are you going to do at quarterback? Like, they don't have anything. Like, Will Levis is not an answer, obviously. So do they consider pursuing a Sam Darnold? Do they maybe take a QB at number 1 overall? Do they try to go mediocre stopgap route and just be like, we'll see, and just kind of like actually rebuild? And can the head coach survive that? If Callahan doesn't have a quarterback, what are they going to do? They lost Harold Landry. They cut him, I should say. He is now a member of the Patriots. I'm curious what the wide receiver market in general ends up looking like, but they have plenty of cap space. It's just, how do they spend it? I would assume offensive line is probably a pretty key target area for Tennessee at this point. But I am curious how that ends up playing out as it specifically relates to the Tennessee Titans. So we've got about 5 minutes and change here until NFL free agency gets underway. So if you are enjoying our free agency coverage, get the timer up there too. Like the video if you haven't already. We are close to 500 likes on both streams, both the Chat Sports stream and the Cowboys Report stream. We are simulcasting on both right now. So like that video if you haven't already. If we can get to 500 likes on at least one of them, that'd be a nice little win there. We are about 5 minutes to go until free agency. Twitter is still down. That is not a good sign for anybody. And I kind of do wonder if, like, Twitter being down means these agents won't send details to the reporters because they don't want to miss out on stuff. Like, they want the attention. They don't want to be part of the instant wave of, like, everyone getting tweeted out at once when Twitter's up. I'm very curious how that all plays out. I'm very curious how that plays out. So I know it might work for some of you, but it ain't work for everybody. And I get the occasional update on I can't load everything here. It's really frustrating. So all right. We've also got jerseys for you guys from our friends over at Fanatics. Chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Links in the comment section and the description of today's show. It's chatsports.com/NFL jersey. All 32 NFL teams are represented. All the players, of course, as well. It is sorted right now by, like, best selling, so spoiler alert, it is all Eagles at this current moment. So you don't you have to filter or search, but we got you guys covered. Get yours today. Maybe your new team. Chatsports.com/NFL jersey. All right, the Super Chat menu for today. $5 mini helmet raffle. A $5 Super Chat gets you in to the mini helmet raffle that we will have for you guys at the end of today's live stream, at least near the end of today's live stream. Got 80 entries right now, so should have a lot more. It's always fun. By the way, we are simulcasting, of course, on both streams, so whatever team you're a fan of, we will have the mini helmet raffle for you. $10, talk about your team. We'll go more in depth on whatever team you're a fan of. The Venmo 50/50 raffle at What Going Downey to enter the Venmo 50/50 raffle. We've got John, Donald, and Mark into the Venmo 50/50 raffle so far. That number is going to keep going up. Take home right now is 30, but I want the take home to maybe add a 0 to that. So get your Venmos in at What Going Downey. And $50 Super Chats, I will do a beer bong for. Most 50s in the month of March gets a signed Zach Martin jersey. Anthony McMillan right now has the lead at 4. We'll see how those rise. I will keep the beer bongs at 50 until I can't and I have to bump up the price. Like that's my mindset there. We got a $2 Super Chat from Chris B. Odds Dallas actually signs someone today. Somebody? Decent. Is it a re-signing? Very possible. Is it a notable signing? Outside free agent? We'll see. I don't know what we're gonna see play out on that front there. So let's get to Jonas Chacon super chat, and then we'll go to that one there. Should be good timing there. In general, I refuse to get my hopes up until the Cowboys, give me a reason to get my hopes up on that front there. So odds Dallas actually signed someone. Let's go 50-50 at best. Gianni Chacon, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right, JC. If not, I'm terribly sorry. Love the show. Thank you. Appreciate that. We'll be here live all week long for NFL free agency, which is about a minute and a half away. We are inside of the 2-minute warning. Now, if you are excited and ready for free agency to start, spam go for me in the comment section of today's video. Just flood the comment section on the Cowboys Report, on Chat Sports. Spam go right now. So spam it for me as, yes, Twitter remains down. And we'll see how the news trickles in and how it trickles in. Today could be a unique day with everyone's main point of getting NFL information not coming in the way we want it to. So spam go for me in the comment section of today's show as a reminder of how these things actually work. So this is the legal tampering period, which is you are allowed to enter and agree to contract negotiations. Now, let's be honest here. People have already entered into negotiations already. That we know it is illegal tampering, and the NFL as a whole is kind of like, this is fine. We're not going to panic on it because it's not the end of the world and everyone does it. So if everyone's doing it, it's not really cheating type of deal, right? But you can't agree and sign contracts unless you've been cut already. So these normal free agents, you can't agree to them until Wednesday when the new league year begins at 4 p.m. Eastern time. So what happens about once per year is somebody flips. Somebody thinks, yep, I'm going to go here. And then they go, actually, I've changed my mind. I'm not going to go there. So spam your goes. Free agency, the legal tampering period is open. I'm sure a lot of people had scheduled tweets about free agency being open that may or may not go out because Twitter is down. So we'll see what happens here. Normally it takes like 10-ish minutes. Like 10 or so minutes for stuff to actually come in because they don't want to get caught doing the illegal tampering. So spam go for me in the comments section of today's show. We get to supers here in a little bit, but first, who will be the first free agent to sign? These are outside free agents, new players, new teams, not guys that have already been cut, whatever. Who will be the first free agent to sign, and where will they be? I got a couple predictions here. I like Jevon Holland in Carolina as my dark horse. I think Carlton Davis Patriots and Drew Dalman Bears are two other ones that I really, really like as we sit right now. So who will be the first free agent to sign, and where will they end up signing? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Zeke to Denver, Godwin to Chargers. That'd be really fun for LA. I actually like that one a lot. Stephon Diggs Cowboys, Godwin Patriots, Najee Harris to the Eagles and Dolphins back-to-back there. Josh Sweat to Carolina. Godwin to the Panthers. Let's see. Godwin to the Patriots. Haason Reddick first off the board. Ooh, be interesting. Kupp to the Colts. Bucks on board. Bucks re-signs, but I'm not going to count that one there. Tevin Jenkins to the Bengals. I like that one. Okay, that could definitely make some sense. Wilson to Denver. It's funny. Aaron Rodgers to the Steelers. Joshua to the Commanders. Cooper Kupp to the Bills. Reddick to the Chargers. Reed to the Bills. Mike Milton, Holland, and Sweat to Carolina. Hendrickson to Detroit. Deshaun Watson to prison. Reddick to the Bucks. I see. See, I also definitely can't trust any comments. If this happened, because I can't also just verify the moment either. So, all right, Super Chat's coming in here as we wait for actual news with Twitter down and no one knows anything. Past, keep up the great work, Tom. Let's talk Vikings. # real one. Thank you, Past. I'm very curious what ends up happening with the Minnesota Vikings. I think corner is the one who just think they'd love to find a way to retain Byron Murphy. But Cam Bynum's a free agent. A lot of their key defenders, frankly, are set to reach free agency, which makes things a bit complicated for Minnesota. Not the biggest names, but some key players are about to reach free agency. They already brought back Theo Jackson on kind of a noteworthy deal, which is noteworthy for lack of a better word. Aaron Jones, 2 years, $20 million, $13 million guaranteed. Ryan Wright, a 1 year, $1.75 million deal at this point, which is, it's a punter who really cares. I think Aaron Jones is probably the biggest, most noteworthy one on that front. We do have, by the way, our first signing, and it didn't take very long. Haason Reddick is signing a 1 year, $14 million deal with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. $12 million of which is guaranteed, and that seems like a lot for Haason Reddick. How about that for your first buzzer beater or first signing of the day there? Rosenhaus gets his guy paid. Guess we're gonna ride threads today for updates. Schefter had that one first. So Haason Reddick, a 1 year, $14 million deal with $12 million guaranteed. Now maybe there's some incentives there of per game roster bonus stuff, and maybe there's some void years, but Bucks add a pass rusher. 1 year, $14 million for Haason Reddick, as we have the first signing of the day for free agency. It's a bit more than I thought he was going to get, frankly. I'm a little, after not playing basically last year, some pretty big money. As a reminder, folks, we will have you covered all throughout NFL free agency here on the Cowboys Report and here on the Chat Sports YouTube channel. Free videos, free live shows every single day early on in free agency. As news happens, we will hit it and then revisit anything else that comes in. Hit that sub button, youtube.com/chatsportstv. The first move of the day is in. The first, I don't think he was I think he'd been cut. I think he was just a regular free agent there. Haason Reddick, a 1 year, $14 million deal to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This is the Super Chat menu on today's show. $5, you are entered into our mini helmet raffle. $10, talk about your team. We'll go in depth on that there. $20, the Venmo 50/50 raffle. That's at WhatGoingDowney to enter the Venmo 50/50 raffle. And $50, I'll do a beer bong. Got you covered on that one. So $5 for mini helmet raffle. $10, talk about your team. $20 for the Venmo 50/50 raffle. And $50 for the beer bong. As the Chiefs have also made a move. Jalen Moore, the 49ers offensive lineman, has agreed to a 2 year, $30 million deal to head over to the Kansas City Chiefs. So we'll check back in on that here in just a little bit. From We Don't Wife These 304s, fingers crossed that we signed Ezekiel. He's kidding. Obviously, that's not a path that you really want to pursue. But Jalen Moore is heading to the Chiefs on a 2 year, $30 million deal. With $21.24 million a year. Do we have any Jalen Moore graphics? That one was pretty far down the list, I think, there. So we've got some action here early in free agency. 2 years, $30 million for Jalen Moore. Yeecaw MF says, I needed Jonathan Allen to the Cowboys tweet. I wouldn't get Chopes up there, frankly. Seems unlikely that one ends up happening. I know he's visiting the Vikings today, which is a noteworthy deal potentially for Minnesota, I should say. Sam says it's in too, so we should just go to that one there. If we don't have graphics, it's fine. Don't worry about it. But get the super chats in. We'll hit the Jalen Moore, the second one who Jalen Moore has played guard in the past as well. I think he's even listed in on NFL.com as a guard. That's where the position stuff is pulling from there. But that is a kind of a big move there for KC for 2 years, $30 million. I don't know what's going on there. I have to message Sam. But Jalen Moore, a 2-year. He played well last year. He didn't play a lot, though, is the thing. So that's an aggressive move here by the Chiefs, going out and getting Jalen Moore 2 years, $30 million per year, $21.24 million guaranteed. Was playing well when he played, but he wasn't. He kind of emerged as the full-time starter down the stretch last year. He's got less than 800 snaps at left tackle in his career. So that is an aggressive move by the Chiefs to go out and pay Jalen Moore. I think the assumption, by the way, is Kingsley Suamataia is going to end up moving to guard, and Jalen Moore ends up playing tackle. Chris Godwin is also off the board. A 3-year, $66 million deal for Chris Godwin, as he gets a chance to make the chance to make 24 per year, I think is what Rapp's trying to say in that tweet. Not totally sure there. 3 years, $66 million for Chris Godwin. So another one of the top free agents is off the market as the early moves continue to flow in with Chris Godwin back to the Bucs. 3 years, $66 million. Coming on the heels of Jalen Moore, a new left tackle option for KC. 2 years, $30 million per year. Early action actually this year, which is nice. Agents maybe not waiting because Twitter's dead and they want to get the news out early. Who's to say? I think you can send tweets basically, but you can't seed them unless you've got updates there. So we've got 3 moves that have gone on so far. Jalen Moore to the Chiefs, 2 years, $30 million. Haason Reddick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 1 year, $14 million. And Chris Godwin is back with the Bucs on a 3-year, $66 million deal, which I'm not terribly surprised by, but the receiver market continues to be old guys. Continues to be old players there. $5 super chat coming in from Sam Vanny. What in your opinion, the Dolphins' biggest targets in free to have enough room to get a guy like Joey Bosa? They do. Remember, any team can pretty much make it work for any one player. Any one player, they can make that work. Now, are they going to? Who's to say? They can make it work. I don't know what the market looks like for Bosa. I mean, Reddick getting $14 million after the year he had last year is kind of crazy to me. That seems rather expensive in the end, but they can make Bosa work. They can add some talent as well, but they've got ways to make things happen there. All right, Michael, $2 super chat. Remember Chaz Green? Yeah, I vividly remember the Adrian Claiborne game was one that I will not ever forget, because that was just bad coaching and bad play, and it kind of messed up the entire Cowboys offense for the rest of the year. They were never on the same page where they needed to be really ever again. That was kind of crazy to me. All right, so we've got 3 moves that have gone down today. Well, I guess in this free agency period, we'll eventually get to Chris Godwin here as well. Haason Reddick to the Bucks on a 1-year, $14 million deal, $12 million of which is guaranteed. Jalen Moore, a 2-year, $30 million deal, $21.24 million guaranteed. Chris Godwin is back with the Buccaneers on a 3-year, $66 million contract, $45 million guaranteed. So that is a big contract for Godwin. Not terribly surprised that he ends up re-signing in Tampa. I think in the end really wanted to be there and gets his wish in the end. So movement continues to flow in today as, maybe Twitter's back now. The timeline loaded for me the first time in like 45 minutes. So maybe Twitter back for now. We'll see how things play out. But Godwin is back with the Bucks. Jalen Moore is a Chief, and Haason Reddick is a Buccaneer as well. So remember, we will have free coverage for you all free agency long. YouTube.com/chatsportstv. Hit that sub button. YouTube.com/chatsportstv. We are also live on the Cowboys Report as well, simulcasting on all of our different channels as we just got air on the Twitter host end, like the Cloudflare air, which I've never seen before on Twitter. So great job, Elon. Great product you got over there. It worked for about 25 seconds, and then it all got effed up again. So hit that sub button. More free agency coverage for you guys all offseason long. As this is now a Threads update thread is what we got here. That's how Schefter and Rapper tweeting shit out. So hit that sub button. YouTube.com/@chatsportstv. Let's go more in depth here on Jalen Moore. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do a pun. I'm sorry, that was unintentional. Hands up, that's on me. Jalen Moore played well last year once he kind of took over at tackle, but he has never been a full-time player. So I am kind of surprised the Chiefs are so aggressively paying in theory, new blindside left tackle. I think they'll kick Kingsley Suamataia inside to left guard, and let Jalen Moore, who has played some left tackle, some right tackle. People thought he was a guard coming out of Western Michigan all those years ago. He goes back to the Chiefs, I should say, on the 2-year, $30 million deal, $21.24 million guaranteed, as the Chiefs, in theory, have locked up their left tackle of the future, at least for maybe it's short term. It's a 2-year deal. Maybe future isn't even the right term there. All right, Chris Godwin, who was on pace for a heck of a season before he unfortunately was injured again. He is back with the Buccaneers, a 3-year, $66 million per year deal. Sounds like there are incentives to make it up to $24 million per year. But Godwin back to the Bucs, taking off. I mean, I was looking at my top free agents earlier this year, going into today. Or I guess not today, but going into this week. I did it on Wednesday, so 5 days ago. My top 6 guys were Ronnie Stanley, who is now re-signed with the Baltimore Ravens. Chris Godwin, who is re-signed with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Khalil Mack, who is re-signed with the LA Chargers. Jevon Holland, who is a free agent and I think will leave Miami. Devontae Adams, who has already signed with the Rams. He had been cut previously. And Sam Darnold, who will leave the Vikings most likely in free agency. So it's not the greatest crop. And you get DJ Reed, Josh Sweat, Milton Williams, Byron Murphy, old receivers. That's going to be very interesting as we are in the legal tampering period. As of right now, no new signings for the NFL to report. So some super chats we can get to. Amir, the Lions fan. Oh, we did that one already. Did it jump around again there? Yeah, that happens sometimes here on our end. That's brutal. All right, Michael Tejada is actually next up here. What do you think the Chargers are going to do? I know, they signed Mack, which is great, but what do you think they're going to do with all the cap that's left? I think a guard would be like, or maybe even a center. Like if you depending on where they want to play Zion Johnson. I think offensive line's a focal point, but also defense. Like, they were able to retain Khalil Mack. They cut Joey Bosa. Corner and receiver stand out as like, hey, they need help here. Like they got to go do something. So that's, I think, two key elements that they have to address there in the end. Let's get to the Sky. Go to Sky Warrior. Drew Dalman is a Bear. So correct prediction on that one. A 3-year, $42 million deal for Drew Dalman to go to the Chicago Bears. He becomes the second highest paid center in the NFL. We'll come back to that here in a minute. The Sky Warrior 2. Josh Sweat, Milton Williams, Chase Young, Joey Bosa, Byron Murphy, and Kevin under the Bengals, please. And then they're not going to sign 3 edges for starters. I don't think they want to spend the type of Milton Williams contract cost. I think it's probably going to be a little bit less than that. Chase Young, I think, ends up back in New Orleans, by the way. I bet one of Sweat Williams end up with the Cardinals. But boy, Zeitler back would be a nice pickup for the Bengals. That'd be, I think that's very, very doable there. Very doable. So again, news here coming in. Drew Dalman is back with the Chicago Bears. A 3-year, $42 million deal. $28 million is guaranteed as a, I think, good and in the right scheme. I think you want him in a zone scheme, which I think you'll see plenty of Ben Johnson running this year. The Bears have had a very clear plan. Address the offensive line. They have now signed Drew Dalman at 3 years, $42 million per year. They have traded for both Jonah Jackson and Joe Thuney. And that interior of the offensive line is in theory fixed for this upcoming season. 3 big-time aggressive moves on the offensive line. Jackson, Thuney, and Dalman replacing the previous interior offensive line. 3 new starters up front. They're playing relatively cheap or paying relatively cheap offensive tackles. So nothing, terribly shocking there in terms of the contract cost. So the money works out pretty well. They'll plug Thuney in there at left guard, Dalman at center, Jackson at right guard. We have another signing here. Braxton Berrios has signed with the Houston Texans on a 1-year, $2 million deal. If you had that one up there as the early signing, congrats to you. That one was semi-noteworthy one. Another slot receiver for Houston, by the way. Christian Kirk will do vertical slot stuff, but Berrios in there to Houston on a 1-year, $2 million contract as we, in theory, should have more news coming in the not-too-distant future. If you are enjoying our live show, like the video because right now the Cowboys Report live stream and the Chat Sports live stream, which we are simulcasting right now, have the exact same amount of likes. We are at 530 on both of them. So I am curious who can take the lead here. Let's say it's a race to 600. First to 600 wins, because right now it was 530 each. It is now 555 to 550 in favor of the Cowboys Report. Like the video if you haven't already done so. We are live, refreshing threads because Twitter is down on day 1 of NFL free agency, and that is just up there with one of the stupider things I've seen in my life covering the NFL. Like, great job, Twitter. Great job. Like the video, NFL just got to 600. The Chat Sports live stream comes out ahead. Cowboys Report also got to 600. Thank you all very much. Appreciate that. Keep liking the video. Free, simple, easy, and I appreciate it. Closer we get to 50% like ratio, the better. No news in at the moment, but we'll recap what's happened so far today. Then we can go through our Super Chat menu here. Let's start with this one. Perfect. Kind of late last night, early this morning, Sheldon Rankins back to Houston on a 1-year, $7 million deal after he was cut by the Bengals. Devon Gadchow traded from the Patriots to the Saints. I refuse to acknowledge punters and long snappers. J.C. Horn with a massive extension, 4 years, $100 million deal to kind of reset the cornerback market. We'll should see some other corner moves. I'm very curious about, what ends up happening with does Paulson Adebo sign with the Giants or something? Does Carlton Davis go to the Patriots? Where does Byron Murphy go? DJ Reed, etc. Curious how all that one ends up playing out there. Chefs are tweeting out news alert link for the ESPN app. Smart move by ESPN. I'll give him credit there. Smart move. Khalil Mack has re-signed with the Chargers, 1 year, $18 million deal. Ben Bredesen re-signing with the Bucks, 3 years, $22 million. Evan Brown back with the Cardinals, 2 years, $11.5 million deal. Haason Reddick, 1 year, $14 million. That's $12 million guaranteed. So do keep an eye on that one. Jalen Moore, 2 years, $30 million. Chris Godwin, 3 years, $66 million guaranteed. Those are all of the signings made so far. At least the ones that have been reported and announced on we'll just go with ESPN NFL.com. The rest of them are all who's to say. It's very funny because it was you gotta trust us. We told you that Haason signed. Yes, but one guy in the comments said he's back with the Jets. He re-signed. And the other guy was like, it's the Bucks. So I'm like, I can't do anything with that, guys. You can't just mix and match it. All right, hit that sub button if you haven't already done so. Bengals, by the way, formally announcing the Gesicki re-sign. That was already announced. Doesn't really matter there. Free videos each and every single day on all of our different channels here. We're live simulcasting right now on the Cowboys Report and on Chat Sports as well. We've got you covered for the next, 6 hours? Somewhere in that range? Who's to say? I guess me, but I don't know how long it's going to go. So hit that sub button on whatever platform you are watching. Let's get to a comment driver here of some type, Chris. We will have any more news as it comes in. The most recent one was the Drew Dalman 3-year, $42 million deal with the Chicago Bears. So a lot of guys already off the market list here. Who is the best NFL free agent still unsigned? Let me know in the comments section of today's show who is the best NFL free agent left out there right now. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. We'll give some shout-outs here. Vincent's got Sam Darnold. I'd probably agree with that, especially from the quarterback perspective. That's pretty expensive and maybe essential there in the end. I see Sam Darnold. Najee Harris. To each their own. It's not a good market. I don't have him there. Stephon Diggs. Byron Murphy. Milton Williams. Richard says me. No. Jevon Holland. I'm high on that one too. By the way, Stone, can you update NFL headlines with players' names as they sign and stuff? Just the main live one. I see Robert Spillane, DJ Reed, Jonathan Allen. Funny Zeke comment there. Aaron Rodgers, Jevon Holland, Chase Young, DeMarcus Lawrence, Gardner Minshew. Let's see. Tyler Lockett. Got a Mark Barron shout out. How about that name? Blast from the past there. Let's see. Matthew Judon. Funny Cam Newton. Jevon Holland is in there. Byron Murphy. Justin Fields. Josh Gordon. Josh Sweat. Joey Bosa. Russ Wilson. Calais Campbell. Man's probably going to get a 1-year deal, but he's still really good. Now we got Tim Tebow, Colin Kaepernick, all in a row.
I'm also seeing here now Jordan Schultz saying the Chiefs are signing running back Elijah Mitchell.
Interesting.
$3.5 million.
Interesting. Okay. I think that's kind of a decent scheme fit as the Chiefs, there it is, 1 year, $3.5 million deal for Elijah Mitchell. Okay, it's not terrible by just the imagination. Just interesting early actions by KC. I did not have Jalen Moore or Elijah Mitchell being 2 of the first 5 free agents to sign on my bingo card. Not even a little bit. But Chiefs being active here. Elijah Mitchell, 1 year, $3.5 million deal to give them some additional running back depth. When Mitchell has been healthy, he's been good. He just really hasn't been healthy. Now, I will make note, by the way, all of these are plan to sign, have agreed. You can't actually sign anything. So it's not sign, it's signing is the proper verb. You can't sign officially unless you've been cut until Wednesday. That is the timing you have to wait for because that's when the new league year begins. And there's almost always somebody that changes their mind. There's almost always one player that goes, never mind, I don't want to. I'm going to go here instead. So Mitchell to the Chiefs on a 1 year, $3.5 million deal is the plan. They've also signed Jalen Moore earlier today on I guess maybe 20 minutes ago, if that, somewhere in that ballpark there. Chiefs have been busy. They franchise tagged Trey Smith on a 1 year, $23.4 million deal. They brought back Marquise Brown on a 1 year deal up to $11 million. Nick Bolton on a 3 year, $45 million deal, $30 million guaranteed. Jalen Moore on a 2 year, $30 million deal. We have another signing, a re-signing here for the Cincinnati Bengals. B.J. Hill, a 3 year, $33 million deal with $16 million guaranteed. So B.J. Hill, let's do the grade and weigh in, just the generic ones too. B.J. Hill back to the Bengals, a 3 year, $33 million deal. He has been with the Bengals previously. He was part of the Billy Price trade, which was what a steal for the Bengals, by the way. That one was kind of crazy. So $11 million per year for B.J. Hill, $16 million guaranteed. Grade that signing. A, B, C, D, or F. Pretty similar to what it was last time he signed with the Bengals. So that's about the price I thought. Bengals still banking on young guys, I guess, at DT. I also question if they have enough run stoppers in the end. So A, B, C, D, or F. Grade that signing for me in the comments section of today's show. 3 years, $33 million per year. We got another signing there with the Bengals, or I guess a signing, just another signing today. So I don't freak Chris on there. You're missing something. No, you're good. Grade that signing. Someone said G. There you go. So all kind of is what it is for the Bengals unless they can get T done too. Like that's kind of a big deal. And not to mention the disaster class that is currently ongoing with the Trey Hendrickson situation. So not a lot of signings so far, but we should get some more as they come in. Remember, the defensive tackle market is insane. I think it's like almost 30 players now that make at least $10 million per year, something like that, or maybe it's almost 30 at 15. Like it is an expensive market. But there's a lot of those that have come in as of late. Like I think you don't even need to go about. Don't even bother. Like it ain't gonna show up on there. You gotta go down like 30s at that point to get in there. So grade that signing A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Every time you see a signing, feel free to grade it. A, B, C, D, or F for all of them there. Joseph Dry, a $2 super chat. Thank you very much, Joseph. And a $20 super. Then we'll go through our super chat menu here again in just a second. Dwayne, Tom, the Cowboys' philosophy of you call us, we won't call you, came back to backfire as quality free agents on their teams and free agency continues to come and go. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. Is anyone surprised by that one though? Like that's something that they publicly admitted last year that they didn't want to pick up the phone and call people. They wanted agents to call them because they don't want to operate from a negative bargaining chip, whatever nonsense. Like it doesn't make sense to me. And I think it's a bad process. I just don't understand why they go about it that way. Maybe they'll do something. But the last time they actually really tried was, I guess, kind of Gerald McCoy. They were in the market the first time Sammy Watkins came in free agent, but that was too expensive for them. And it worked out well because it wasn't a good signing. But they gotta do something, man. All right, the Super Chat menu, $5 for a mini helmet raffle entry. We've got a bunch of those in there so far, but $5 in there. $10, talk about your team. We'll talk about whatever team you want to talk about. Cowboys, Bengals, whatever. It's all kind of like in between news happening. The Venmo 50/50 raffle is also ongoing at What's Going Downey to get in on the Venmo 50/50 raffle. We've already got Mark and Donald and John in for the Venmo 50/50 raffle. At What Going Downey, $20 to enter the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Get in on that one. That's at What Going Downey. $20 to enter that. I'll also do beer bongs. $50 for a beer bong if anyone wants to have some fun and get going on this one. So beer bong, $50. We've already done 2. I feel pretty good. I'm going to sip some more of my Baja Blast because I'm a fatty. So get in on that. We have a signing, by the way. Jevon Kinlaw to the Commanders on a 3-year, $45 million per year deal. So a large extension for Kinlaw, or not extension, but a new deal for Kinlaw to jump over to the Commanders. They've got Kinlaw, Daron Payne, and they've got Johnny Newton. $30 million, by the way. Let me adjust my fan. Hold on. The lights are on. I get a little hot. $30 million guaranteed, I believe, on the Kinlaw side. It flashed up there briefly and then went away. Kinlaw coming off his best year ever as a member of the Jets. Now goes over to Dan Quinn. I think he fits Dan Quinn's system pretty well. So a $15 million per year contract for Jevon Kinlaw. A strong price for him. I think that's really good money for him. Maybe even a bit higher than what I thought he was going to get. But I mentioned it with BJ Hill. That DT market is so high. It's just kind of has become the market at this point of it's going to be more expensive than what you think. So, one-word reaction to the signing of Jevon Holland to the Commanders. One word and one word only. Let me know in the comments section of today's video. Give me your one-word reaction to this one. That is it is $30 million guaranteed, by the way. Appreciate that. As your one words come in, Jeremy Bramlett, another $5 super chat. Would you bring back Amari Cooper? This is for the Cowboys, by the way, even though it's on the chat sports side, which is not an issue at all. I don't know how that relationship is. You know, I don't know if either side is a huge fan of how things ended the first time. Wasn't all Mike. By the way, I want to make that part very clear. There were plenty of issues involved there. So player-wise, yeah, I think he can be a vet too. But how that plays out, we'll see. Joseph Dry, there's a $5 super chat. Wanted to ask thoughts on Juwan Johnson. And if you're to somehow replace Jerry as GM, we know you got it in you. They'll never do it, but it'd be fun. Juwan, about me as GM, sorry. Juwan Johnson, I think someone will pay him. Like, the tight end market's been pretty good for backups. You know, John Bates got paid, others guys got paid. So I would not be surprised if somebody made him a decent offer. The Saints could bring him back. I think Denver makes some sense. If they want like a better option at tight end, they can still draft somebody. I think that is a very real candidate for Denver. Johnson I don't think he's a great blocker, but he offers some mobility, offers some pass catching talent. So he's coming off his best year ever, frankly. Maybe 2022 actually, with different quarterback play, everything else there. But I think Johnson to Denver wouldn't be a huge surprise to me. But I know Denver's also visiting with Evan Ingram, and they are very much in the tight end market, both I think in the draft and frankly in free agency on that too. Ivy, the finance guy, heard Kinlaw to Washington. You're right. This came in like at the exact same time we pushed it across the screen, so it's kind of funny timing. But Jevon Kinlaw is heading to the Commanders on a 3-year, $45 million deal, $30 million guaranteed. By the way, Jeremy Bramlett is also into the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Take home right now is $40. That's at What Going Down to get in on that. Cam Kramer, Jonathan Allen, a playable receiver, I'll be happy. the bar of the Cowboys making fans happy is so low. It's like sign a DT and a competent wide receiver. It's kind of funny how that all works out there. Thank you, Cam. You are into our mini helmet raffle. Toro, praying we sign either Fowler or Zadarius Smith. Been a big fan of the show. Downey for Cowboys GM. Appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Zadarius Smith was cut earlier. Was that last night? I think by the Lions. Not a huge surprise on that front. That had kind of been the expectation that he was not going to be. The way the contract was built, it was designed to pretty much be cut on that front. So I do think edge though is kind of an under the radar need for Dallas. They have so many. Such a lack of proven sack production beyond Micah Parsons under contract right now that they should probably explore that. James Carr, when is the Micah trade coming since he'll get $50 million because Jerry can't sign his best players in a timely manner? F. Jerry Jones, F. Stephen Jones. I don't know if it's actually going to come. I still have a lot of doubts there. I mean, I don't want to get into it outside of with Starbucks. But I think Jordan Schultz tweeting out sources, now keep an eye on it. That's not actually a report. Like, you can't go, well, now that someone else got paid, sources are telling me maybe keep an eye out for something possibly happening. That's not saying anything. Like, that doesn't mean anything. As honestly, that was just the same as what Rep reported previously, and you're still just taking shots at him. Whatever. All right, so what will the Cowboys do specifically with Micah Parsons? T for trade, P for pay. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. I'll give some shout-outs here since as of right now, I don't have any new signings. We think. Who's to say, because Twitter's down today. All right, I'll go rapid fire here. Pays from Logan, Dust, Jonathan, some people, David, Elton, Car Junkie, different David. Calvin says T for trade. The one mask says pay in May. There you go. King Trill says pay. Brian Perry says pay. Clifton Hicks says pay. Jay Elam. Jim Rockford says P. Cobra Speaks says trade. Kyle Wright, Brian Jackson all saying P. Lewis Jennings, Big Rocker Johnson, Hot Dog says P. Lewis Jennings, Chris Fowler, Handle DTRN, all typing in their P's. Ecuadorman says pay in August. That's the betting favorite, as highly frustrating as that might be. Hush Z says, can someone wake up Joe Shane? Got to do something, buddy. I know my boy Pretty Ricky, which is now Slick Rick Scoops, said Paulson Adebo for the Giants, so we will keep an eye out for that one. Repeat that one for me. Wow, Robert Spillane to the Patriots is coming down the wire. I will also make note that one of the Steelers reporters is saying the Steelers are close to a deal with Aaron Rodgers. So we will keep an eye out for that one. But not official by any stretch of the imagination yet, but we'll keep an eye on that particular deal. Robert Spillane is heading to the Patriots. No details as of right now. I hate flying blind like this. I don't like, because I got all the reporters all condensed into one tweet deck, and I don't see anything. It's got to manually refresh stuff. It's annoying. So Mike Vrabel continues to be active in free agency, adding some defensive players. He's added Robert Spillane on a deal with the Patriots. That's for Rappaport, I believe. Harold Landry is back on a 3-year, $43.5 million deal. So another former Titan heading to New England there. Austin Hooper is back on a 1-year, $5 million deal. So front seven, the early target points for the Patriots, of course. A lot of big need at receiver, like an actual dude at receiver stands out as a key focal point as we sit right now. All right, Dinesh, a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. What cornerback and interior offensive lineman, do you like for the Vikings in free agency? I think Byron Murphy back is an obvious one. I think DJ Reed could make some sense. I think he does enough different things that it fits what some of the chaos nature that he likes to run. I'm looking through my list here of top corners. Charvarius Ward could be a fun fit. Interior offensive line, it's not a good class, man. Kevin Zeitler, Will Fries, Tevin Jenkins, James Daniels, Patrick McCarry. That's just not a great group there. And bad news here for the Dallas Cowboys. Jordan Lewis is leaving Dallas and is heading to the Jacksonville Jags. So a sizable loss there for the Cowboys. Their nickel corner, Jordan Lewis, details to be determined here. He is heading to the Jacksonville Jags. Don't like that one at all, Chris. That's he had been awesome this past year. That's unfortunate. That's not at all what I wanted to see happen. So I screw up the live title and crash the damn stream altogether. So that's great. Bad news there for the Cowboys, as Jordan Lewis is heading to the Jacksonville Jags. Details TBD on that one, but that is a Jordan Lewis to the Jacksonville Jags. Eventually we will get details on what that contract looks like, but that stinks. That is a bad loss for Dallas, and I think brings in Jahdae Barron as a candidate here, maybe for the Cowboys, who I am a big fan of. But Jordan Lewis off to the Jacksonville Jags. Details to be determined, I should say, on that one. That is a good signing for Jacksonville. Let's put it that way. As Jacksonville nabs, is Stone filming yet? By the way, can you hear him? Okay, go check on him, because there's no reason that should not be filmed by now. Give me your one-word reaction to Jordan Lewis heading to the Jacksonville Jaguars. I can't even tweet about my frustration over that one. Details to be determined. Oh, he is becoming the highest-paid nickel corner in the NFL. Is he filming? Okay, tell him go. Come on. Give me your one-word reaction. The highest-paid nickel corner is now Jordan Lewis as he heads south to Jacksonville. That's going to be like the $10 to $12 million range for Jay Lou then. That's a lot more than I thought, but he's earned that one. He is a damn good nickel corner. That is a big get there for the Jags. Jeremy Bramlett has a $5 super chat. Just says Jay Lou to the Jags. No. Yeah, that's nickel corner is now a pretty sizable need for the Dallas Cowboys. They don't. Come on, Hall. Zimu Kwamu is also a free agent. That's not a good one there. That's a big loss for the Cowboys. Jordan Lewis heading to the Jacksonville Jags. Jeff Cook, if we don't sign Rico today, will it be too expensive once he gets free agency? Well, this is free agency. Like he can talk to other teams now. So we'll see what happens. I don't know what the running back market is really going to look like. Still very much TBD on that front. But I don't think it costs more than $5 or $6 million per year, but I don't know, because I didn't think Jordan Lewis was going to become the highest paid nickel corner in the NFL. Did not see that one coming. I thought he could have gotten like 6 or 7. Not that's going to be 10, 11, 12, something like that, or maybe it's 12. Somewhere in that ballpark. That's a lot of money there. All right, Josh Castillo, $5. Hate to see him go, but at least not to the Commanders. This is, again, in reference to the Jordan Lewis news to the Jacksonville Jags. Jimmy Garoppolo is also re-signing with the LA Rams on a 1-year deal with full details to be determined. So that's 1-year deal, back as the backup quarterback in the end. Taylor Mobley, back again, a $5. I'm just tracking all the super chats that are coming in for the $5 mini helmet entry. Hopefully, J. Lou is the one player to change his mind, but I'm glad he got a bag. I don't think he's going to change his mind over becoming the highest paid nickel corner unless the Cowboys suddenly match it, which I don't think they're going to do. So key loss there for the Cowboys. Jordan Lewis heading to Jacksonville. Exact details to be determined, but highest paid nickel corner is going to put you in the $11 to $12 million range. What did Kenny Moore? I think he was the highest paid nickel corner. I can Google this here real quick. Kenny Moore got $330, I believe. So we're probably in that $11 million per year range, somewhere in that ballpark. Double checking Kenny Moore. Yeah, around 10. So I'm assuming Jay's going to come in around 11, something like that. That's a big deal for him, and well earned too. He's a damn good player. Michael, why do I put myself through this torture every year? That's how it goes sometimes, doesn't it? That's how it goes. It's disappointing, but that's the nature of it all. So, Massive Matt, $10 super chat. That is 2 mini helmet entries here. Cowboys won't fill any voids, yet create more without re-signing players like Jordan Lewis and Tank Lawrence, aren't they? Delusion is unbelievable. Again, we'll see what they do. They have enough money to sign players. If just like last year, if we get to 4 hours from now and they haven't signed anybody, we're all going to be pissed. At least us Cowboys fans are going to be mad. But corner is now you got 2 guys I trust, and one's hurt in Tre'von Diggs, and one's coming off an injury in Deron Bland. It's not a great spot to be. From Bears do what to take NFC North by free agency? Well, I think you've got to probably add an edge, but I think the way the Bears compete and win the NFC North is Caleb Williams takes a massive step forward in year 2 and year 1 under Ben Johnson. So I think that's like the main move they have to make is they have to build the roster so that he can take a massive step forward. Now, NFL jerseys are available for all 32 NFL teams, Cowboys, Bears, and everyone else in there. Chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. That's chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. That's chatsports.com/NFL jersey. You can get yours today for all 32 teams, all the players you want. They have them available. And link will be in the comments section and the description, by the way, of today's live stream. It's chatsports.com/NFL jersey. All right, we have reached a slight lull in the action going on with Twitter still down and free agency here. Who is the best NFL free agent left unsigned right now? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. I'll give some shout-outs here as well as they come in here. Josh Sweat, Jevon Holland. Yes, Hornets guy. Those are the officially licensed NFL jerseys. Travarius Ward from the Fanatics link. Sam Darnold, Milton Williams, Sam Darnold, Holland, Russell Wilson, Jordan Lewis, Chase Young, Milton Williams, Jevon Holland, Sam Darnold, the Niners safety, Talanoa Hufanga. Hot take, Azeez Ojulari, Jordan Lewis, Sam Darnold, Rico Dowdle, Najee Harris, Paulson Adebo, Dre Greenlaw, Milton Williams, Travarius Ward, Rico Dowdle, Sam Darnold, DeAndre Hopkins. I'd probably leave the Lewis one up a little bit more frequently here, just with where we're at. Whether it's top or bottom. Jevon Holland, Milton Williams, Jevon Holland, Jordan Lewis, Justin Reed, Chris Godwin. Oh, Chris Godwin has re-signed with the Buccaneers, by the way. So let's go ahead and run through here some of the more recent signings made in day 1, the first hour of NFL free agency. Javon Kinlaw to the Commanders on a 3-year, $45 million deal with $30 million guaranteed. Robert Spillane, a 3-year, $37 million deal. Jordan Lewis, we do not know the exact details, but reportedly makes him the highest paid nickel corner, so that's going to come in $10+ million. I'll see exactly where it ends up. I haven't seen those numbers yet because Twitter's still down. Great job, Elon. And then Jimmy Garoppolo, also details to be determined. He is back on a 1-year deal. Details also to be announced / determined at this time. Jordan Lewis, though, it's a 3-year deal. His latest update there. All right, so 3-year deal. That probably puts it at minimum like 333, somewhere in that ballpark. Grade the signing. A, B, C, D, or F for the Jordan Lewis deal to head to the Jacksonville Jags as he gets paid by Jacksonville, cashes in after a really great season at the nickel corner spot, now becomes the highest paid nickel corner in the NFL with still contract details to be sorted out. 3-year deal. Again, exact details we don't know yet, but grade that signing. A, B, C, D, or F in the comments of today's show. As we deal with no Twitter today. And the first day of free agency. And reporters trying to figure out how to put their news items out. So get those votes in A, B, C, D, or F in the comment section of today's show. We got the Massive Matt one already. This is a good one. From Calvin. What is the comp pick for Jordan Lewis with this signing? I can look this up. Let me get Calvin into the tracker here. Hold on, if this damn computer wants to cooperate with me. I would guess this puts him in the 5th-ish range. I don't think it'd crack into the 4th. I'll double check here. I can go look at like what last year's numbers were because it'll probably be fairly similar from that standpoint. Let me pull it up here. Assuming it's like 10 or 11 or $12 million, I would think that puts them in the 5th, which could be canceled out by other signings and stuff, which, you got to add talent too. So I don't want to just enter with 18 needs or with 5 needs and 3 picks. It's not going to go well. So I'm trying to get this to load. It's being a bit slow, so I apologize for that, folks. All right, so last year... it should put him right in the 5th. Right in the 5th. Based on last year's numbers, shouldn't change too drastically. That should be about a 5th round comp pick. Michael wants my best Jerry impression. I'm not drunk enough to do my best Jerry impression right now. Steven, $5. Hey, Tom of the show. Do you see Parsons and Lamb winning out of Dallas if they don't improve the team? Right now, no. But if, check in again in like 2 or 3 years. Because at that point, we'll see what the quarterback situation looks like. I think a big reason why Lamb came back was because he wanted to be with Dak still, despite what other people might try to tell you. That was the case. But, if they don't do well the next few years, at that point, maybe you could have some anger. But, I think they believe they're not as far away as we think they are, which is how players operate. That's probably a good thing. But once Parsons get paid, everything feels better too. Zach Crosby looks like Rodgers to Pittsburgh as a native Yinzer. I'm having a field day trolling my friends and their fossil behind an awful line. Again, this is not official. There had been a report. Oh, there are the details on Jordan Lewis, by the way. 3 years, 30. So matches the highest paid nickel contract, which was, I believe, Kenny Moore II. So 3 years, $30 million for Jordan Lewis to join the Jacksonville Jags. Zach says, looks like Rodgers to Pittsburgh, having a field day trolling his friends. Again, that's not official, but there had been a report from, I think it was the Athletic beat reporter for Pittsburgh, I forget how to pronounce his name, that they were close to that one. So Lewis to Jacksonville, full numbers now in. 3 years, $30 million, $20 million guaranteed, by the way. Paulson Adebo has now signed with the New York Giants. Shout out to Slick Rick Scoops. He had that one this morning, but that one now being reported by others out there too. So Adebo to the Giants. Details to be determined there. Byron Joe David says Darnold's got to stay with the Vikings. They touched him up well. First off, phrasing. Second off, they did do a solid job getting the most out of Sam Darnold, which is, I think, why they want to give J.J. McCarthy the same treatment. They think that they can maximize him in a way that maybe we haven't seen previously from, well, I guess at all, since he hasn't played in the NFL yet. So, all right, Jeremy Bramlett. Okay, Dallas, I'm not yet seeing anything. Yeah, damn. I mean, they lost Jordan Lewis. So where they go to from there, I don't know. They need to do something today. I would love to do a highlight cut on the Cowboys. I'd love to do that. But, Lewis leaving 3:30 is a painful one. They had the cash available if they wanted to. They didn't do it in the end. All right, if you want your team to make a signing, show it by liking the video right now. That should be every single Cowboys fan watching live right now. You guys should all want to do that because it is important to get those deals done. They have to do something. They can't sit around and keep letting guys leave and walk out the building. That's just bad business. So, you want him to make a move? Show it by liking the video for me right now. Minor update here. Robert Spillane, 3 years, $37 million per year on that particular contract extension. Or not extension, but new deal. Jordan Lewis, thought I saw an Alexander update, maybe. Non-update on that. So who really cares? But, Robert Spillane, 3 years, $37 million. Then Jordan Lewis, 3 years, $20 million guaranteed. Jay Buzz, should we have paid Lewis? This is in reference to the Cowboys. It's a lot, but I think he is one of the better nickel corners. So I just $10 million per year for Jay Lou with 30 total over those 3 years. It's a lot of money, but it was the market. So there probably would have been some frustration over that being the cost, but there's also frustration of, okay, now you don't have a nickel at all. So I don't know what the Cowboys' plans are going to be now at the nickel corner position. Are they going to try to draft somebody again? Because needs a receiver and D-line and all that stuff. I think Jordan Lewis is a damn good football player. I want more of his type of player on my team. It's frustrating to have him not be on the Cowboys in the end. And I think Jacksonville's getting a damn good player. We'll see how they fit Jerry and Jones in. Maybe he goes to the outside too, but welcome to free agency life. Jimmy Productions, $5. Tom is right about Jackson Dart. Gives me Zach Wilson vibes. I want to make this clear. I don't have anything against Jackson Dart. Like my displeasure over people trying to force Jackson Dart into round one is not actually towards Jackson Dart. That is to everybody else who was putting him in round one. He's not a round one quarterback. When he had to do just normal offense stuff, not Mickey Mouse, Lane Kiffin, vertical shots, play action, all kinds of stuff. Anytime there was a key high leverage moment when they didn't have the full play with him, it's hey, it's a normal drop back, go make a play. He wasn't good. The Florida game stood out in a massive way. His traits are not elite. I think he's the third or fourth best QB in this class, but I don't see third overall pick. Stop it. That doesn't make any sense at all. Calvin again. You think any one technique players will actually be signed by today? I mean, players like Poona Ford. I mean, I kind of wonder if the contract cost for DJ Jones kind of creates some chaos at that nose guard spot. But, Poona Ford's always been a cheaper player, relatively speaking, in terms of contracts. So we'll see in terms of how that all ends up playing out. But I think we will continue to see more movement, more action. We're an hour in to free agency being opened. But we'll see what happens. On that note, good job, Chris. Who will sign Poona Ford? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Who do you think ends up signing Poona Ford in free agency? You can drop that name for me in the comments section of today's show. Let me know. Who do you think ends up signing Poona Ford? As your votes come in, 2 new moves. Dan Moore Jr. has gotten paid by the Tennessee Titans. A 4-year, $82 million deal to go from Pittsburgh to the Tennessee Titans. 4 years, $82 million deal. That would make him not the highest, but it does make him one of the highest paid offensive tackles in the NFL. I think that's $20.5 million per year, right? Hashtag math. That puts him at left tackle, top 10, at right tackle, which I'm curious where he plays, if it's right tackle or left tackle, given the presence of J.C. Latham. But Dan Moore going to slot in at top 10 in both left tackles, among left tackles, and then top 2 at right tackles with Penei Sewell. That is a lot of money for that kind of finally unlocks some stuff. That's a big contract for the Steelers. He played left tackle this past year. I'm curious if there is a position switch for him or J.C. Latham. I know Moore has done some, has played. I guess he's really only been a left tackle in the NFL. Now that I think about it, this was his best year ever. But I don't know, man. He allowed a lot of sacks last year. I don't like that one. That's a ton of money for either left tackle or right tackle. We'll see what they do with J.C. Latham in the end. Derek Barnett is back with the Houston Texans on a 1-year, $5 million deal. Making sure that there's any details here. Nope. And $50 million guaranteed for Dan Moore is just. I mean, that's like what Ronnie Stanley got. That's kind of crazy to me. It's not at all what I would have thought happened here. Another update, by the way, not official at this time, but Adam Schefter reporting the Panthers are working to finalize a deal with Milton Williams. So details not done. Don't have any updates in terms of the contract, but Schefter reports that the Panthers are working to finalize a contract with Milton Williams. We'll check in on that here. I do want to spend some more time on Dan Moore because, buddy, 12 sacks and you got $50 million guaranteed. Now, the quarterbacks get some blame there too, but that is a lot of money. Whether he's their new left tackle or their right tackle, I'd probably just kick J.C. Latham over to right tackle because he's played that before, and Dan Moore hasn't played it in years. I get they needed offensive line help, and I know he improved this year. He wasn't as big of a liability as he was in years past, but I mean, Pittsburgh had 2 better tackles, frankly. I feel like that's a lot of money. But how you count Fatanu? That is a lot of money on that front there. So grade the signing of Dan Moore. This one should get some interesting comments there. 4 years, $82 million total, $50 million per year. A, B, C, D, or F? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Grade the signing of Dan Moore to the Denver Broncos, or to the Tennessee Titans. A, B, C, D, or F? Let me know in the comments of today's show. There is, by the way, another report that Denver is working to finalize a deal with Talanoa Hufanga. That is not locked up either. So, again, still TBD or maybe TBF to be finalized on both Milton Williams to Carolina and Hufanga to Denver. All right, Super Chat time from Mon Man II. As a Steelers fan, Dan Moore is not worth all that. Always somewhat concerning. Red flags pop up when the fan base of the player goes, I don't love that one too much. Yeah, that's always a bit of a red flag as far as I'm concerned. But thank you, Mon Man II. I appreciate that. Let me see if I can get like a Threads sports one I can pull up here. Anyway, Jimmy Productions. I think we got by Zach Wilson vibes. He thinks he means that Jackson Dart will end up being a bust. I get that. I mean, he shouldn't go top 3. Like that's not who he is as a player, and that's fine. Like, I think putting that expectation on him and those hopes is just going to result in disappointment more than anything else. It's not a good path that I foresee. All right, Derek Barnett's 1-word reaction to the signing. Let me know in the comment section of today's show for Derek Barnett re-signing with the Houston Texans on a 1-year, $5 million deal. Let me know in the comments of today's show as Dan Moore gets a big-time payday, Derek Barnett getting a cheaper payday. I think 1 year, 5 for Barnett, fair, maybe is the one where I don't have any major issues there, good depth, etc. I think that's about right as far as I'm concerned. Let's go through the Super Chat menu here. We're an hour plus into the legal tampering period for NFL free agency. This is the Super Chat menu. $5 mini helmet raffle. $10, we will talk about your team, whatever team that ends up being. $20, the Venmo 50/50 raffle. That's at What's Going Downey to get in on the Venmo 50/50 raffle. We've got 4 entries so far, so take-home's already 40. Let's get that number up. I want to make it at least 100 today. So at What Going Downey for the Venmo 50/50 raffle. And $50, we'll do a beer bong. We have not done a beer bong in like an hour, it feels like. So I would like to get another one in here. So $50 for a beer bong. We'll crack one open, do a quick beer bong out of it, have some fun with it. $5 for the mini helmet. $10, talk about your team. $20 for the Venmo 50/50 raffle. And $50 for the beer bong. So get those in right now. Super chats and whatnot there. As we'll recap some of the, what beer? I mean, I've got seltzers, which are not great, but it's what we had left over in the end. All right, recent free agency moves. Still waiting on the actual details here for Paulson Adebo to be determined, or to be announced, I guess, is maybe the next move there for him. Dan Moore, 4 years, $82 million to Tennessee. Derek Barnett, 1 year, 5, and called it again, too. Carlton Davis, 3 years, $60 million, which is a lot more than I thought it was going to be. That is a big, big contract for Davis. $20 million per year for Carlton Davis. As the cornerback market continues to jump. Very curious what Paulson Adebo gets now. Strong offseason for corners. $20 million per year for Carlton Davis to head to the New England Patriots as they kind of solidify their cornerback room with some very talented players in there. Davis ends up on 3 years, $60 million for him. Again, of note, Talanoa Hufanga and Denver are reportedly close, not done. Aaron Rodgers reportedly close to the Steelers. And Milton Williams reportedly close to Carolina. Those ones, I think they're still working out some of the numbers yet. So they're not on the tracker at this time, but I did want to make note of those are ones to monitor. When healthy, Carlton Davis is a good player. I think he also fits a lot of what, like, I think they would prefer to have, Mike Vrabel prefers to have in the cornerback room. Some physicality, some toughness, sometimes a little bit too grabby, and injuries have been a red flag in the past, but that is a big contract for Carlton Davis. $20 million per year. Was traded from the Bucs to the Lions back in 2024. My biggest issue with this contract, like when healthy, like I think we're kind of sure $20 million is fine when you got J.C. Horn getting 25. He's gonna miss time. Like he has missed at least 4 games every year over the past 4 seasons. That is a lot of time to miss in the NFL. So that's not something that I would discount. He's been a hurt guy. He's probably going to stay a hurt guy. But he's a good player when healthy. So grade the signing. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. As the cornerback market continues to be a pretty strong one right now. Jordan Lewis going to Jacksonville on a 3-year, $30 million per year deal. Still waiting on the details for Paulson Adebo. I think someone had tweeted out $330 and then deleted it because that was actually Jordan Lewis's deal. I think there was some confusion there. But a big-time contract for Jordan Lewis, big-time contract for Carlton Davis. Derek Barnett got paid. Dan Moore getting that amount of money is still honestly pretty shocking to me. I did not anticipate seeing that level of contract come in there. All right, Calvin Raphael, why didn't Tennessee just trade for Terrence Steele? Well, I don't think that the Cowboys want to move on from Terrence Steele right now. I think that they view him as a key part of their offensive line. And I think that in the end, maybe that's the Cowboys' mindset. They didn't want to move on from Terrence Steele. I don't know if he was actually available, basically. All right, but thank you, Calvin. Dwayne Jackson, a $10. Let's talk Cowboys. Who are they realistically targeting? I don't know, Dwayne. I think they'd like to try to bring back one of Tank Lawrence, Chauncey Golston, but those markets are probably going to be a little bit high. I think they'd like to bring back, Rico Dowdle, but we'll see what the running back market looks like. That's very much an unknown. Aaron Jones got $10 million per year on a 2-year deal, but we'll see on that front. Receiver, defensive line, a cheap defensive lineman. I am concerned they're just going to be sitting out for agency today, which is never a good thing. Chris B, can Elon please fix Twitter? So annoying. Yeah, come on. Get on the Starlink, whatever, and let's go. Not having Twitter up on day one of free agency is the worst thing ever. That's not fun for anybody involved there. Steven Copis, or Copis, however you pronounce it, Steven. Sorry about that one, if I got it wrong. Now that J. Lou is gone, you see Dallas shoot up to draft Will Johnson or stay put at 12. Hope he falls to them. Well, who's your nickel? You're going to put Bland in the nickel all year long? I think I don't see Dallas moving up. Corner's a need, but nickel's a big need too right now. And that's maybe even your bigger need, frankly. So Jahdae Barron, who doesn't fit their arm length stuff, would be a good nickel option for Dallas. I don't think they're going to move up for a corner. I think that they'll stand pat or trade down. But corner is an area of concern there. Calvin, I think Deron Bland, he gets traded now. Cornerback money. You have to pay somebody at some point, though. This is the market. It's not fun, but this is the market. It's only going to go up. You can't just see, someone got paid big money. Okay, I'm done. Bye. You have to actually spend money. They aren't this time next year. We'll see where Tre'von Diggs is at. We'll see. But it's Terrence Steele. It's Osa, it's Dak, it's Lamb. They're not, in theory, Micah too, they're not actually paying very many people. The Eagles are paying double that amount of money. So I would not assume that it means, we have to trade somebody now. You have the money available. They can still pay the Bland. Now, I don't know if they have both Bland and Diggs under contract at the same time on long-term deals. That might be where things kind of balance out, even out a little bit. So I would not presume to see a Deron Bland trade happen. I don't think that's going to be a very likely outcome. They have to pay other players. The cap's going to be $300 million next year. They have to pay somebody. They can't just not pay guys and have nobody under contract long term. That's just not really a viable option, frankly. So, except some of my caffeine here. All right, Narcissist Gaming Squad. Can the Eagles do a routine splash this offseason and trade for Henderson? Give him a second rounder. I think a second is probably about the right contract cost, actually. I think that's about the right, their trade cost, I should say. Would they go it? I don't know. So I would. Maybe they don't want to spend that type of money. Because they also got to give them $30 million per year, and that might be a slight issue, even for the Eagles at this point. All right, as we wait for more news, shout out your city for me in the comments section of today's show. Let me know what city you guys are repping in the live chat today. As a reminder, Milton Williams to Carolina, not official, but they're trying to close that deal. A lot of buzz on Aaron Rodgers to Pittsburgh and Talanoa Hufanga to Denver, but none of those have been agreed to informally with contract details yet. So we're going to monitor that one and keep an eye on it. But those are they're not in the tracker yet, the same way Carlton Davis and Haason Reddick are, because they aren't done quite yet. Bengals out, Stone. All right, let's do a short. Let's go full screen me, Jordan Lewis here. And then you can just download, cut it, get it up. But I just want to get something up there on Cowboys. So since I can't tweet anything, shout out your city in the comments section of today's show. I see Dallas, South Dallas, Newport, North Carolina, Longview, St. Louis, Athens, Newport, Jacksonville, Palm Springs, Clarksville, Lubbock, Texas, Twin Falls, Palm Springs, Rancho Cucamonga? I've never heard that one before. Scranton, PA. There you go. I'm sure you get a lot of office jokes. Do we have the big one for him? Tallahassee, Thailand. Nice, Jeremy. England, Canada. I got some international audience today. Okay, I dig that. Sacramento, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Roseburg, Oregon, Miami, Pamplico, Orlando, Turks and Caicos. So I got some international audience on the chat support. That's fun. I like when the international audience checks in. It's fun. It's different. It's entertaining as far as I'm concerned. By the way, Adam Cohen, you are in on the Venmo 50/50 raffle as well. So take home right now is 50 on that front. So that is the Venmo 50/50 raffle at What Going Downey. We're going to do a little short, basically, that will go up on the Cowboys platforms here, Facebook, etc., to break down the Jordan Lewis signing. NFL free agency is underway, and the Cowboys have already lost a key contributor. Jordan Lewis is heading to Jacksonville on a 3-year, $30 million deal. That's $10 million per year, $20 million guaranteed, as the Cowboys lose one of the best nickel corners on a contract that makes him one of the, in fact, is technically the tied for highest paid nickel corner in the NFL. A key and frustrating loss for the Dallas Cowboys, who as of right now have still not done anything in NFL free agency. We shall see if, when timing of that end up changing, we'll see. But it is a sizable loss for Dallas, leaving a gaping hole at their nickel corner spot. There's already uncertainty with Tre'von Diggs. Corner very much looms as a key area of focus this offseason for the Dallas Cowboys. All right, let's set up on social media. Well, I guess on YouTube and Instagram and Facebook, because I can't tweet. All right, Jimmy Productions, $5 super chat. Oh boy, this is a unique list here. My quarterback rankings. Quinn Ewers has the most upside, fixes footwork, has Stafford Rodgers potential. 2 is Cam Ward. 3 is Sanders. 4 is Jackson Dart. Look, credit to you for going with Quinn there. I can't get on board with Quinn. I don't. The footwork is such an issue. And even when the footwork is good, I don't think he has like off the charts tools. Like, I think they're fine. I think they're good even, but I don't think they are. I don't think they are actually elite tools, which gives me some pause there. All right, for now, Twitter is back, so we will see how long. I'm gonna get a quick Twitter.
Yeah, just got like 10 tweets coming in all at once that we talked about 2 hours ago.
Like this. Like they're all just like stuck in the queue to go out there. So I think we're fine. I've got breaking BJ Hill from an hour ago. That's hilarious. All right, we're back. Harris Basic, T. Higgins to Jags for a Trevor Lawrence reunion. I'm sure the Jags would love that. I don't think that's a likely outcome. I don't think that the Bengals want to lose, or the Bengals are going to trade T unless they get like a first. I don't really see what that ends up looking like here. I have a tough time seeing it. But on the Steelers, I wouldn't be shocked if like that's a leverage play to get Fields to come back. But also, like, I think the Jets have interest in Fields. So the quarterback market is like the big unknown right now here. All right, so T. Higgins, what will the Bengals do? T for trade, P for pay. Let me know in the comment section of today's show. What will the Bengals end up doing with T. Higgins? I guess you could also go like N for nothing. If that's something that you also want to consider pursuing. T for trade, P for pay. Let me know in the comment section of today's show. Does sound like we're back up on Twitter, baby. Which is just how we go. How it goes sometimes. What a brutal time to miss like Tennessee's going to be laying right tackle. That makes sense. The Dan Moore signing is going to push it across here. 4 years, $82 million. That's, $20.5 million per year. Sounds like he'll play left tackle, and J.C. Latham will play right tackle. So, which I think makes some sense. Boy, that much for Dan Moore is. It's a bad market. Teams are getting spend happy here. Spend happy. That's why Ronnie Stanley, the Ravens, did a great job to not let him hit the open market, because he might have gotten $28 million per year at that rate. Jeez. Get your votes in. What will they do? T for trade, P for pay, and I'm sure trades are very popular among Patriots fans right now, because I know that I don't know what Patriots do at receiver. Hope Hunter's there at 4. Reach a bit for T-Mac? I don't know.
My thing for the Patriots, I think they got to sign offensive linemen in free agency and then draft one of those wide receivers where they're at. Because they got so much money to spend. Like, go get a good tackle, man. Like, just get somebody to protect Drake May.
There aren't a lot of good tackles.
There's not.
That's the crux of the issue here. There are not a lot of good free agent tackles available at this time. So, no new updates on signings, but we've got the Twitter bot is kind of up and running. It's not perfect, but it's mostly up and running here. So pray to God things continue to crash again there. Dinesh. No free agency questions. Just pronounce my last name, please. So first off, I'm sorry. Let's lead with that. All right, I have to. Oh boy. Okay. Kalyan. Kalyan Sundarama? I feel like I'm missing an entire. Oh, you're right. There's no A at the end. Kalana Sundaram? Kalasun Duram? I think I need more beer bongs here to get that one better. So $50. Let's get some beer bongs going. It's 1. We're fine. Jeremy Productions, round 2 grades for all of the 4 corners I mentioned. Okay, round 2 grades. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't have any round one grades either on the QB classes here. I don't think it's a good group. I really don't. I have a lot of issues with just the sheer talent level and everything else there. So I think it's a bad group. Someone will be good. Someone will never be good. It happened with the disaster class, Kenny Pickett class. Brock Purdy ended up being really good. So, Noah Turner, which is signed Darius Slay on a 1-year deal. Sure. I just don't know if that's a likely outcome. I think they need to have they need to figure out some details here at cornerback, and I wonder if Slay will never be allowed back in Philly if he goes to Dallas. So I would not get my hopes up there. All right, the Super Chat menu on today's show. $5 for a mini helmet raffle entry. $10, talk about your team. $20 for the Venmo 50/50 raffle. $50 for the beer bong. So we have not done a beer bong in like an hour and a half. I got beers. I'm down to do it here. Let's get this stuff cracking here. We're also doing the Venmo 50/50 raffle at What Going Downey. $20 to enter. That's at What Going Downey. $20 to enter that. Take home right now is $50, but I want to at least double that figure. So $5 you're entered into the mini helmet raffle. $10 you will talk about your team. $20 for the Venmo 50/50 raffle, and $50 for the beer bong as well at What Going Downey to get in on the Venmo 50/50 raffle. All right, the goal was always a 50% like ratio. We're not that far away on the Cowboys Report live stream, and also not terribly far away from the Chat Sports live stream as well. Help us out by liking today's video if you haven't already. Please and thank you. Helps us continue to grow, build the channel, everything else in there. We'll run through all the deals that have happened here today. So we can go a little bit earlier to not that one. That one. We'll do that one there. As this is still early in the free agency wave, but some moves have happened here. So like the video. Please and thank you if you haven't already done so. All right, so the notable one kind of getting things going today was J.C. Horn, a 4-year, $100 million extension. That was the highest paid corner in NFL history now, a massive deal for the Panthers and for Horn. So huge contract there. Jaylen Warren got the RFA tender. Khalil Mack re-signed with the Chargers on a 1-year, $18 million deal, fully guaranteed, by the way. Ben Bredeson, a 3-year, $22 million contract. That's $12.5 million guaranteed, by the way. Evan Brown, a 2-year, $11.5 million deal. Haason Reddick, 1-year, $14 million. Jalen Moore to the Chiefs on a 2-year, $30 million contract. A bit of a surprise on that front there. The level of contract for that has never been a full-time starter. Chris Godwin is back as well. Drew Dalman heads to the Bears. 3 years, $42 million. Braxton Berrios, 1-year, $2 million deal. Elijah Mitchell, 1-year, $3.5 with the Chiefs. B.J. Hill, 3 years, $33 million, so $11 million per year, $16 million guaranteed. Jevon Kinlaw, 3 years, $45 million. That's $30 million guaranteed. Robert Spillane getting paid as well. 3 years, $37 million. Jordan Lewis leaving the Cowboys, heading to the Jacksonville Jags on a 3-year, $30 million contract. Jimmy Garoppolo back with the LA Rams, a 1-year deal. Full details on that front still to be determined. Paulson Adebo, I don't have details yet on this one either. Some full details still to be determined, but I've heard someone said 3 and then deleted it, so I don't know if that was accurate or not there. Dan Moore, 4 years, $82 million for Dan Moore. Derek Barnett, 1 year, $5. Carlton Davis, 3 years, $60 million for him, a $20 million per year price tag. Some other moves coming in here as well. Tremont Smith, one of like the special teamers predominantly for the Houston Texans, has done some other, cornerback stuff as well. 2 years, $7.5 million deal for the Houston Texans. The Chargers brought back J.K. Scott, whatever. And then right on cue, Chris, the Patriots have signed Morgan Moses on a 3-year, $24 million deal, up to $28.5 million there for Morgan Moses. So that should be a right tackle option for the Patriots there. We'll get to that one in a minute as we'll see what they put Caden Wallace, if he's a backup or if he plays left tackle or if they add somebody else in there. But Patriots are at least getting some help. Let's grade the signing on that one too, frankly. Grade the signing for Morgan Moses, 3 years, $24 million with the Patriots as he gets a chance to stick around the AFC East. 3 years, $24 million. Not, I think, a pretty good signing, all things put together there. I will also make note, the Panthers, as of right now, have not yet agreed to a deal with Milton Williams. That is close, but I kind of get the vibe that other teams are trying to outbid Carolina right now. Based on the reporting, and I think there was some rush to get things back going again, and when Twitter went down, and some aggregate confusion. But as of right now, there is no official deal for Milton Williams. No official deal for Talanoa Hufanga, and nothing official yet on Aaron Rodgers. Some buzz on Pittsburgh, but an hour and a half into free agency here, the quarterback market remains untouched, essentially. Nothing has happened yet in terms of the situation. Also, Tremont Smith, I don't think was actually a re-signing. I might have misspoke there. I know he was with the Texans special teams coordinator, but I think he's back he's got $4.5 million guaranteed on that one, up to $7.5, so it's the actual numbers end up checking in on that one there. So I also don't have any actual details on Paulson Adebo. That one, I know someone quote tweeted 3 years, 30. I think they deleted the tweet. I think that might have been the Jordan Lewis numbers, and they just quote tweeted the wrong one and deleted it. I think that's what actually happened there. So still TBD on Paulson. I don't have the details yet. All right, more super chats here from Red Hurricane. The disrespect on Cam F. Ward is a crime. Well, you've addressed one of my issues with it, though. Wait, calling it F. Cam Ward, that's my issue. Like I think he is like I think he'll be the first quarterback taken. I have no issues with that either. I think he's got better upside than Shedeur Sanders does as a prospect, but I also just like he's going to throw picks, and then that's okay. Just know going in, there will be a sizable uptick in his turnovers unless he changes the way he plays, and as long as you're okay with that, he's your quarterback one. He's more of a creator, so I think that is a factor for a class that doesn't have a lot of creators, frankly. All right, Peasy plays. What do the Bucs need to do in free agency to be contenders? I have a great answer for you, actually. I mean, the O-line's back. Get more pieces on like secondary help. There were some games last year where that cornerback room just didn't look particularly great. I mean, they brought back Ben Bredeson. They brought back Chris Godwin. They signed Haason Reddick. That's pretty big movement so far. So I am curious to see what they end up doing, Peasy. What else, I should say, they end up doing. They've been pretty active so far. I don't think they're that far away from being like contenders. Like they were a fringe playoff team. And they've been a playoff team or a fringe playoff team for like several years now. I think they just need good quarterback play in the postseason. That's always a huge factor there. So, Z Williams, $2. Do you think Kupp stays in LA? Puka, Devontae, Kupp. No, I don't think he's going to stay. They've paid Devontae Adams. They have Cooper Kupp. They paid Tutu Atwell $10 million 1 year. It was insane. I don't see any way in which he stays. Like, that's too much money invested in the receiving core. That's too many mouths to feed. Like, I think it's like he's cut. That would not surprise me at all. We know wife these 304s. Dan Hart's reported we got Dre Greenlaw. Don't know if he did that. I have not seen his tweet, but they have not gotten Dre Greenlaw. Hopefully, I would like it if they did, but they have not signed Dre Greenlaw at this time. Be great if they did, but as of right now, they have not done that. And also, Dan's on a newsbreaker, and he would tell you that too. All right. Who is the best free agent signing so far? Let me know in the comments section of today's show who is the best free agent signing so far. Carl is into our Venmo 50-50 raffle right now. That's Carl Baker. I'll get that plugged in here in just a second. There we go. Thank you, Carl. Venmo 50-50 take home at What Going Downey is $60 right now. Well, I can't say Milton Williams. That's not a done deal yet. That's not a done deal yet. We don't have the numbers yet either. Godwin, Carlton Davis to the Packers. We have another signing, by the way. DJ Reed is heading to the Detroit Lions on a 3-year, $48 million deal with $32 million guaranteed. Detroit secondary. They lose Carlton Davis. Here's my maybe hot take. I think they got a better player for less in DJ Reed. They lose Carlton Davis to the Patriots. I think that DJ Reed contract, he didn't have a great year with the Jets. The entire defense fell apart. I'm going to give him a pass. I think that's a really good move by the Lions. I think DJ Reed, $348, that's smart. That's smart business. That's one of my favorite ones, too. I see DK Metcalf, best free agent signing. I'll count it. Drew Dalman. Dalman again. Bones Fossil. Let's see. I do think size is a factor in DJ Reed. Like I think he's always been undervalued. He got cut 1 year. Remember that? Seahawks, Niners stuff that they cut him and then signed him and it worked out great. It was kind of a crazy cut there. So best free agent signing so far, Haason Reddick is in there. Just a couple Jordan Lewis comments too. A fun stat on Jordan Lewis, by the way, he is a month older than the Jags offensive coordinator. And 5 years older than the GM, I think. I'm making that up there. But DJ Reed going from the Jets to the Detroit Lions, a 3-year, $48 million contract. $32 million guaranteed for DJ Reed. So a good contract for a very talented football player as he goes from, he's with Seattle for a little bit, had I think a pretty good run in New York. The numbers obviously dipped this year. The entire defense just was not as good, which I know is highly frustrating for Jets fans in particular. I think DJ Reed, like the type of player he is, despite being, he was very frustrated by the end of the season. He was not. He was just done, and I kind of get the frustration. He's a little bit older. He's obviously a third contract player, and third contract guys can get a bit scary for teams. I understand that, but I think Lions, you lose Carlton Davis. I don't know if this is a downgrade at all. Probably argue it's an upgrade, frankly. I mean, shoot, DJ is going to be 29, I think, this year. He's not the biggest guy, but I think that's a good pickup for the Lions. I am a big fan of that particular signing. Again, this is not a done deal. Nothing is finalized. They can't sign until Wednesday, but this is agreed to, and barring something crazy, that is the current status. So DJ Reed heading to the Lions on a 3-year, $48 million deal. We have more movements in the cornerback market here to break down in just a second. Isaiah Rodgers, who was a good corner for the Colts, did some gambling you can't do, then went to the Vikings, or to the Eagles, is now a member of the Vikings on a 2-year, $15 million deal, $8 million guaranteed. I don't know if this necessarily means anything for Byron Murphy. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know what the status is there for Byron Murphy, who was also, I think, looking for, he probably saw Carlton Davis get $20 million and goes, I want that too. So we'll see how that ends up playing out there. But Rodgers, I love that move by Philadelphia. Gave them some depth this year. Like, that's a good player they took advantage of when he got suspended for gambling and signed him after the Colts cut him. So Rodgers to the Vikings on a 2-year, $15 million deal. That's like low starter money. That's like, mid-low corner 2. Still need a cornerback 1. Like maybe that's the Stephon Gilmore replacement in the end. That would make, I think, a lot of sense for Minnesota. Corner's still an area of focal point, though. They need to have more aspects there. So for the Vikings, do you like that signing? Y for yes, N for no. Let me know in the comment section of today's video. Are you a fan of that particular move? Some super chats we'll get to here in a little bit. I haven't had a beer bong in forever. Haven't had one. I'm waiting on it. If we get a beer bong right now, I'll put 2 beers in at once. I'll make it a 2 beer bong if we get a 50 right now. That's my offer here. So we will see what happens if someone delivers, but we'll see what happens. All right, some super chats to get to here. Leroy Pearson Jr. Has Jerry Jones' yacht been seen in the Humans? I checked this morning to see where it was. It's on the coast of Florida, which I think is where they normally dock it, because you can't dock it in Dallas. So I would not. As of right now, they are not in the Bahamas. Now, will that change on Wednesday if they fly to Florida and then hop on the yacht? Who's to say? Well, you can take a port to Texas, but they probably have places in Florida. So, but they're gonna fly anywhere. They can't. They can't. There's no port in Dallas, so they can't do it there. They probably have a special port in Florida that they probably do, as opposed to like Galveston or some shit, So I'm gonna tweet out this Cowboys link, by the way, too.
We got Martin coming in as well with a $2 super chat. Really sad about J. Lou being gone. He said, in fairness, he got the bag. So, I mean, yeah, that's the toughest thing, I think, with with a lot of these guys leaving and coming in free agency and stuff, it's like if you really like the player too, you want to see them succeed. You want to see them get those big money contracts, but at the same time, J-Lou's definitely somebody in the Cowboys secondary that you definitely wanted to keep.
That stunk. All right. Thank you, Martin. Appreciate that. Sam, Ford, Greenlaw, or Cup today would be ideal. I think the Rams are holding out hope that they can get someone to trade for Cooper Kupp. And I don't know if that's actually going to happen. I don't think that's a very likely outcome in the end. But thank you, Sam. I appreciate that for the super chat. Ford and Greenlaw, though, they were on my ideal target list for a reason. Because I think that's feasible for their own price tags based on some of the projections, the projections are projections. You know, Jordan Lewis got a lot more than the projections. Some guys get less. That's how it works. That's how math works. But we'll see how things play out in the end. All right, Joe, a $5 super chat here. If you're Jerry and your team is 500 at best, wouldn't you just make a splash to keep the fans happy? SMFH. I mean, it's not even about making a splash for me. It's about building my team to make it better. Like I can get above 500. I don't want to go down that path. I want to have more talent on this team. That's a huge thing for me. We got the beer bong coming in from Christopher Gary. $50 super chat. And we just want to grab some beers from here real quick. Good time in there, Stone. I have Stone walk in, walk right back out to go get more beers. Appreciate that, my friend. It's okay. I walked 18 yesterday, so I'm feeling good about the weight. Yeah, walked 18 holes there. Yeah, he's fine. I don't want to do those yet. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, let's ride. So it's closed. There we go. There we go. And another one here. Nice. There we go. 2 beer bongs coming in. Barely fits. Here we go. Spam chug. Thank you. This was Christopher, right? On the 50? Sweet. Here we go. Ooh. It always hurts a little bit for just the sheer volume of stuff there. So Christopher Gray, thank you very much. As a reminder, most 50s in the month, or Christopher Gary, I can't read apparently. Most 50s in the month of March gets a signed Zach Martin jersey. So appreciate that. More entries into the mini helmet raffle as well. So thank you, Christopher. We got to Joe. I think there's an NFL super chat one that we got to get to here, and maybe some others here as well. That was something. Dave Hink, a.k.a. Coasty Dave. Milton Williams in talks with the Cardinals and Vikings, according to Eagles analyst Caden Steele. Bidding war going on. That's kind of, whenever you see, like, they're close to a deal, and then like 20 minutes later, they haven't done a deal yet. Okay, so there's more going on. I remember last year, the Calvin Ridley saga. You guys remember that one? When it was like the Patriots, the Jags, Tennessee out of nowhere. That was not a huge surprise. Or that was, like, the chaos of it was kind of crazy. So Williams in a bidding war makes sense. I think Arizona and Carolina are like we mentioned Arizona for one of Milton Williams or Josh Sweat. That's not a huge surprise. I do think that a Milton Williams Derek Brown combination is super fun though. And then Harrison Phillips, I think is still in Minnesota, and Williams also fits well. Like you need a good run stopping nose tackle to pair with Williams. Williams is very light. He's like 280s in that range. So getting one of those, or having one even, does fit pretty well with Milton Williams. So we'll wait and see, what happens in the Milton Williams saga. But no deal yet with Carolina. I think some of the aggregators got a bit too excited there. But we'll keep an eye on that one because there's still a lot to unfold. All All right, Elka 1842. Cowboys should sign Grady Jarrett. I know Minnesota was linked to Grady Jarrett too, so keep an eye on that one. But we'll have to keep an eye on it. He just got cut. It will probably take a little bit more time to get a destination. Bears for Grady Jarrett and Vikings for Jonathan Allen, excuse me. So it would make some sense, for me at least. Nova SS. X was and still under a cyber attack, FYI. Okay. That's to an extent. And who's to say they're lying? Sometimes I think we were under cyber attack when our stuff goes down. Like when Sony went down. Remember that when PSN went down? Like, cyber attack. Like, okay, was it though? Or did your servers just go down? Like, sometimes it's kind of like, I was hacked. Okay, but were you? Sometimes you were. It's also sometimes it is obvious. And, maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, but hopefully it stops. To an extent, though, I also think all the big platforms get some semblance of that. Like, they just kind of consistently inundated with sometimes lesser ones, sometimes, bigger ones, but it's fine. Thank you, Nova. Mike Ayala, a $5 super chat. You are in to the mini helmet raffle. Appreciate that, Mike. Cheers to you. Let me get you into the raffle entries here. Mike Ayala is in. We are an hour 50-ish into NFL free agency. We've kind of had a bit of a lull here of things not always developing. But we can recap what's happened so far. Come back to some more super chats here. J.K. Scott, punter. I guess I have to mention it. Tremont Smith to the Texans, a 2-year deal. Morgan Moses to the Patriots, a 3-year, $24 million deal. DJ Reed, 3 years, $48 million. $32 million guaranteed on that one for DJ Reed, as he gets paid a pretty good amount of money to, I think DJ Reed at 348 is a better deal than Carlton Davis 360. I think that is a healthier player, different play styles, but I think just as good, if not better. And then Dan Moore at 482 is, that's a lot of money for a tackle that's had 12 sacks last year. I think he's better than his sack numbers, but I love the DJ Reed signing. I've always been a fan of his game. You can go back to our days when I briefly covered our Seahawks channel. I'm like, I love DJ Reed. I've always been a fan of his. And he's always been good on that front. He's always been good there. Still no details, by the way, on Paulson and Debo. I know it had been reported 330. I don't think that is actually the right number. I think that was in the chaos of Twitter trying to update the Jordan Lewis contract because that was 330, and then not doing it right because Twitter's was busted today, and it kind of went out bad. No one else has actually stuck with that one, so I don't think it's actually 330. That might come in more along the lines of maybe in between the DJ Reed, Carlton Davis contracts. Maybe it's somewhere in between 15 and 20, like it's 17 or something like that. Maybe even a little bit higher. And then Isaiah Rodgers to the Vikings, 2 years, $15 million. No more trades yet today. Curious if we go in here in the near future. All right. NFL jerseys are available. Chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. And all the NFL teams, they're available. They're all from Fanatics, so they are officially licensed NFL jerseys. As of right now, it is sort of like best available. Like it's like most selling and stuff. So it's all Eagle stuff. It's all Saquon Barkley jerseys. Jalen Hurts, I get that. So you got to filter by your team. You got to search, whatever. But it'll take you to all the NFL jerseys. Chatsports.com/NFL jerseys. Links in the live chat. It's in the comments section of today's show as well. Chatsports.com/NFL jersey. That link's in the comments and the description of today's show. Quick updates on the Steelers side, as it doesn't sound like anything is official on Aaron Rodgers, and they're not imminent. I wonder if that's a Justin Fields, come on, we do love you, take our deal. And I get the vibe there's a lot of leverage plays going on at the quarterback market, because the quarterback market hasn't moved yet. Nothing has changed on that front. Nothing has also changed on our Super Chat menu. $5, you are entered into our mini helmet raffle. $10, we will talk about your team. $20 for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. And $50 for a beer bong. That's at What Going Downey. $50 for the beer bong. I have fears that Twitter just died again. Did it really? Come on, Elon. Blow up the hackers. Whatever. That's frustrating. So, all right. Twitter down again. That's how it goes sometimes. $50 for the beer bong, $20 for the Venmo 50-50 raffle, $10 to watch team, $5 mini helmet raffle. If you want to get food at some point, Stone, for everybody, it's fine too. Just probably pick up something we can all snack on. Yeah. Cheap. All right. Hit that sub button if you haven't already. We have 400,000 subscribers on the Chat Sports YouTube channel. Well, let's check on the Cowboys numbers, too. That is, of course, during free agency here. We have to kind of bounce around, make sure the graphics don't get all crazy there. Hit that sub button. We'll be live again tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday. It's Capacity 2 on all the channels here. Hit that sub button. Whatever platform you're watching on, we are simulcasting here on Chat Sports, here on the Cowboys Report as well. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. For the Chat Sports platform. We'll be live again all week long. We'll have winners and losers tonight on the Chat Sports stream. Cowboys Report. Hey, maybe we'll have news and they'll sign somebody. Or I'll rant and moan about not doing anything in free agency. Or granted, we're an hour and 50 minutes in, so it's not, too early yet. But hit that sub button, whatever platform you are watching on. I am fully prepared to be putting Olivia to bed at like 8:30 tonight, 8 o'clock tonight, Eastern time, always time zone. And, they did something. But always anticipate that. Because that's how they do stuff. That's how they do it in the end. And it bothers me because it's frustrating to its core. To its core, it is frustrating. So, but hit that super chat or hit that sub button, youtube.com/@CowboysTV. And more free Cowboys videos or main videos, whichever one you're watching on. Got you covered. We are simulcasting today, after all, with something like almost 4,000 people watching live combined. All right, Nick Miller, what do you think the Ravens will do in this year's free agency? Honestly, I think their big move was Ronnie Stanley. Like, keeping him for less than what, I think it was less than what Dan Moore got. Do we have the Ronnie Stanley contract details? Can we go to that here? So let me don't speak out of my turn yet. Or speak out of turn, excuse me. I think Ronnie Stanley was the big smart move made by the Ravens because maybe they trade away Mark Andrews. That would not be a huge shock to me. Just given the needs of what the Ravens have, what they don't have. Yeah, so $360 for Ronnie Stanley at $20 million per year. Granted, the longer you go, the more you get per year. So it's not quite a one-to-one comparison. But $360 that's a better deal than Dan Moore at 4 and change. I don't know how much else they'll actually end up doing here. I think maybe they'll do some stuff, but I just think it is. I think that is a smart deal for the Ravens and Stanley. Maybe they'll look at the Brandon Stevens is a free agent, so maybe a cheap corner could be in play. But I think Stanley's going to be like their big move. The Ravens really aren't the most active free agency team. Derrick Henry was one, but that was good value. Maybe if the value drops some more, they'll do that again too. All right, Jeremy Bramlett, 50 for 3 beers this time. No, I just did 2. But I'll meet you halfway. I will do 100 for 3 beers in 1 beer bong. I don't know if it'll even fit. It was close-ish with 2, but I'll do that. 3 for 100. I will do that. 3 for 100. I will do. That might be a really bad idea. Might be like just a really bad idea. But I'll do it. I'll do it. I will meet you guys halfway. Which I might die, but it'll be fun. / you're gonna get slurry Tom on air. with no lunch yet. All right, GKD Records. If you weren't my favorite to cover Dallas, I'd take all that shit out. You calling it a beer bong while using White Claw. I mean, here's the thing. I can't call it a bong, okay? That's not a bong. That's a different thing all together. This is, in the end, this is just like it's a drink dispensing bong. But that sounds weird. It's a what? A funnel. Okay, but no one calls it a funnel. That's right, because the funnel is just this top part. This part makes it the bong. So you're right. It's not a beer bong technically, but I'm not going to call it a seltzer bong. That is man card worthy as far as I'm concerned. And yes, they are White Claws and everything, like, you know, whatever. That's how it goes. That one's empty. That one too. That's just how it goes. But everyone knows exactly what it is. We had leftover White Claws. My wife was not going to drink them. No one was going to drink them, so we're just going to use them here because that's, you know, saving nickels and dimes in the end. All right, Chris B, do you know where the yacht is? It's spring break. Last I checked this morning, it was in one of the ports off the coast of Florida. So that is last I checked where the yacht currently is. It hasn't moved also in like 2 months or something. It's just been hanging out down there, and I'm sure like some very nice, very expensive yacht place is where it's just hanging out. So it is spring break, and historically speaking, the Cowboys do go on free agency during spring break. The front office does, the ownership group does, because the kids are on vacation. But at this point, like, the grandkids are kind of getting out of that age too, and they're kind of not to the 4-year range yet. So we have, oh boy, this is going to be bad for me. This might not be a good day for me. Jeremy Bramlett coming through a $100 super chat. That's going to be 3 beer bongs. Okay. Breathe first. That's going to be 2 more entries for the most 50s in the month of March. So Jeremy's now in second. He's got 3 behind Anthony McMillan. Thank you. Here we go. Got you covered. Gonna crack these open. Let me get organized on that. Everyone spam JB in the comment section of today's show. Spam that for me. I'll give JB a bunch of entries into the mini helmet too. I'm just gonna eyeball the math and assume it's close enough. All right, Jeremy, let's go. We're cracking beers here.
I'm also gonna put Jags Nation in timeout for a minute. Just spamming incorrect things is not how you stay in the chat. That's for sure. He just kept spamming Cooper Kupp to the Jags, Cooper Kupp to the Jags, Cooper Kupp to the Jags.
Yeah, Twitter's down. We can't be putting fake news in there, all right?
Haven't seen, like, if it happened and you're excited, that's fine. But like if it hasn't happened, it's just don't spam it.
Put please on there instead.
Yeah.
Okay, that was probably the worst pour I've ever done in my entire life. That was just, what am I doing out here? Big air bubble. Let's see how this goes.
I got the warmer ones too, so it didn't burn as hard.
It's fine for 3 at this point.
It's gonna burn no matter what.
It's fine. All right, that is incredibly high up there. All right, so I think we know the limits. You can't do more than 3. Can't do more than 3. All right,
everybody spam those chugs in the chat, baby. It's free agency day 1. We're getting rowdy. It's 2 p.m. Eastern time right now.
All right. God damn it.
We're only 2 hours in.
This is a mistake. The mimosa bomb's going to hit so good tomorrow instead.
Man,
I'm going to get those. Okay.
Here we go. Chug, 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 chug. It's going, man. Dom's killing this. Down to the wire. Let's go. Hey, that's a winner right there. That's heart. That's what you want on your football team right there, some heart.
Oh, right there. That the air bubble that was right there hurt a lot.
That's what happens, baby. When you ask for deals, we make the deals. So if you got something, throw it out there. Who knows? Maybe we'll do it.
Get this taste of White Claw off my mouth. Oh, Jesus.
Big dog Jeremy Bramlett.
Oh, I missed. Almost missed 2 in a row there. That's like no more than 5 feet away. That's brutal. All right, thank you, guys. All right, Chris, you want to do this one while I breathe here?
Name a free agent you guys want to sign. Throw your team in there, too. Why not? Who's your team? Who you want them to sign? I might actually have that.
Oh, man. That one hurt. That was probably too much carbonation. My issue is not the alcohol. It's the carbonation.
Yeah.
And the volume of liquid. And putting away 36 ounces of liquid is a lot. Phrasing? I don't know. Who's to say? Yeah, I'll be fine until like 20 minutes from now, and then it all hits me at once. That's when it's bad. All right. Oh, man. Oh, God.
Kind of crazy how the up and down roller coaster goes. We get a couple things, just bam, 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 and then all of a sudden it's dead. Nothing. No rumors, no nothing.
So that is how it goes. Ooh, boy. I got a tweet. Oh, it's an old Khalil Mack post by the Chargers. Who cares? All right, name a free agent you want to sign here. Boy. A lot of chugs in there as well. Chargers, Will Fries. Steelers, Byron Murphy. Milton Williams, Patriots. Bengals, Will Fries. Lions, Josh Sweat. Jets, Justin Fields. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, no. What's the song? Oh, no, 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 no.
Calvin Raphael, a $100 super chat. That's 2 more beer bongs. Am I now in the lead for the jersey? Let me check here. If this computer would load. All right. First off, everyone spam CR in the comments section. Give Calvin some love. Calvin, you are now tied with Anthony McMillan. The leaderboard right now is Calvin Anthony at 4, Jeremy Bramlett at 3. So that is the current leaderboard. And Tom, I will get you drunk today. So this is what I train for. And by train, I mean don't ever work out, period. Oh, the Cowboys announced the Marquise Bell signing. Oh, my God, Christopher's got 2. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right, Chris might have to do 1 or 2 of these as well. Jordan's not wrong. Tom, you are so cooked. I owe 4 beer bongs now. Oh, no. You do not use that one. That one needs to go home and get washed. Do not use that one. For your own physical health, do not use that one. All right. You can shotgun one if you want. You shotgun one? Yeah, you probably want a cold one for that. All right. All right. I owe 4. I got this. Someone to get the puke bucket ready. I honestly can't remember the last time I puked. I honestly can't. Chris, that's probably graduation for me. I'm doing 2 at a time here. At least for this first one, which is probably a mistake as well, but whatever. I know other people have. Yeah, if you're not messed up at the holiday party, are you even doing it right? Okay. Hopefully we get some news soon. That'd be dope. Yeah, people are like, oh, reminder, ESPN news alerts are available. No, you guys take 40 minutes to do stuff. Smooth, Chris, smooth. We will definitely make Stone do one too. A little bit leaky there, buddy. A little bit leaky. Yeah. All right. Here we go. Well, you've only had one. Ugh. All right. What if we make Stone do one too? Double S is right. We're 30 likes away on Maine from 1,000, and we're 103 likes away on the Cowboys report. As we are... another one, Jeremy! All right. From this point on, $100 is now one beer bong because I can't anymore. I will count that one as 2 still. But, so wait, we owe 4, right? Because you did 1, I did 2. That was 1 left. So no, 3. 3 beer bongs. 3 beer bongs are outstanding. Everyone spam Jeremy. Also, I should not be reacting no when $100 super chat comes in. Thank you, Jeremy. My liver says no. All right, hold on. Breathe. No, Jeremy was the new one on Maine. Jeremy coming through, the MVP so far today. By the way, that does give Jeremy, I believe, the lead for the most $50 super chats in the month of March. He's got 5. I'm going to make Stone do the last one. Update. Milton Williams to the Patriots, not the Carolina Panthers. The New England Patriots, a $26 million per year deal. Ooh, excuse me. What great audio right there. That is broadcasting at its finest. $26 million per year. As the Panthers do not land Milton Williams. My entire computer froze. Milton Williams heading to the Patriots. A $26 million per year. $26 million per year. Excuse me. I almost did the weird thing where I said the total money is per year again. I can do it. So the Patriots, per Rappaport, landing Milton Williams. I would assume probably a 4-year deal would be my guess. That's been kind of the trend as of late. Guessing 4, but $26 million per year. That should make him, unless it's only a 3-year deal, the $100 million total figure as Williams to the Patriots to pair up with, hopefully soon, Christian Barmore. A huge splash for New England. Ultra aggressive. Chris, you were bemoaning the fact they hadn't done anything yet. There you go. Grade the signing A, B, C, D, or F. They got Morgan Moses. Checkbox 1. So I will say, this probably takes draft-wise. This takes Mason Graham off the board for the Patriots. I don't think they're going to have Barmore and hopefully okay blood clotting issues there. The Cowboys brought back Trent Sieg. Hooray!
I feel like that was their move last year as well.
They did. Once we get there, let's do a short on it, and Stone can cut it up. I will do the beer bongs after the Trent Sieg thing. Why are you paying your long snapper 3 years for $4.45 million? Why? Well, why is that your move? I can't even tweet about this. 3 years, $4.45 million. Tre'von Moehrig to the Panthers, by the way. 3 years, $51 million. So, like you said, Chris, it all comes in at once, huh? Maybe I can tweet now. Maybe Twitter's kind of up and running again. Okay, who cares? That doesn't move the needle for me. They also, okay, he's a good long snapper. It's basically it's a little bit more than the vet minimum. It's the right contract, but I don't care. It's a long snapper. Grade the Milton Williams signing instead. $26 million per year. Don't have the details yet. Seems like the Cowboys or the Patriots kind of swooped in late here. I'm gonna try to quote tweet this. Twitter is just twitchy as all shit right now. I'm just gonna quote tweet K. All I'm gonna quote tweet K. The ultimate, like, when I send that to my wife, she knows I'm mad. Like, K. Like, I don't care. All right, grade the signing of Milton Williams. We got some movement here over the last 20 minutes with Twitter like kind of working now with their alleged attack. Yeah, Patriots. Always funny. Reports. This. Grade the signing of Milton Williams, A, B, C, D, or F. I will do we owe 3 beer bongs. I will do those in a little bit. I don't want to jump ahead and start doing beer bongs before the Cowboys cut. That's just not smart of me. It's just simply not. All right. So Milton Williams to the Patriots. If we get Moehrig and Sieg, we can go to those two. I know it's tricky timing at this point. I want to see the years and the guaranteed money on those. Because those, I'll make note right now here, guaranteed money is always the most important figure. Because it can be, the Tyreek Hill deal, for example. Highest paid receiver. Yeah, but he wasn't. It was like backloaded $45 million in the final year. So it was non-guaranteed. It's like, not really fully guaranteed. I've seen wonky deals of like, it's 10, 20, 30, 50. Oh, you got this amount per year. Like, but you didn't really. You're just going to get cut. The Trent Sieg deal is what, 3 years, 4.45. So it's slightly more than it's actually not even. It's the vet minimum. Like, that's essentially what it is per year. That's not. Whatever. Tre'von Moehrig. I had the wrong safety to Carolina in my prediction. I had the wrong safety. I always liked his game. 3 years, $51 million per year, up to $60 million with incentives. Oh, I gotta do math now. It's not quite 17. You know what? I'm too drunk to do math. Let's be honest here. So to recap all the deals that just came in, 3 noteworthy ones. It's the saying, things come in threes. Milton Williams to the Patriots, details to be determined, $26 million per year. Massive money. I think that's second or third among defensive tackles. Tre'von Moehrig, 3 years, $51 million per year, so a massive extension or deal for Moehrig. And then Trent Sieg is pronounced Sig, is back with the Dallas Cowboys on a 3-year, $4.45 million deal. We can hold off on doing that short because Stone's not here, so wait on that one there. Also, Stone owns 1 beer bong, and I owe 2. That's where we're at with the beer bong figures here. Appreciate all of them. I might not make it for the day. It's only 2 p.m. That is for Trent Sieg, by the way, 5th among long snappers from a per year perspective, which at his age, it's really not that much different than the vet minimum. It's actually not. Because at his age, the vet minimum is like 1.3, 1.2, almost 1.4. It's not really any different. You're just guaranteeing him 3.31, so you're probably guaranteeing the first 2 years of the contract. It's not much like everything with the Cowboys. It's not the individual move that bothers me. You brought back your long snapper. It's the vet minimum. The cap hit impact is like 0 because he's already going to make the vet min, and you're already paying 51 guys. Like, there's no real change. It's the optics. Hey, we lost Jordan Lewis. We signed the long snapper, though, baby. It's kind of like the Randy Gregory. That was something, man. To be live for that one of it's a done deal. Oh no, it didn't happen. Was something. That was kind of wild. But it's kind of like, yeah, you lost Randy Gregory, so you re-signed your punter. That's what they did. It's the optics of it. Like the money, I really have no issues with at all. The optics of we lost Jordan Lewis, a huge part of our defense. We are now in trouble at corner, and we lost Jordan Lewis, but we brought back the long snapper. It's just like, it's the optics of it. No, damn it, really? Say psych. Psych? No, $10 million. All right, Poona Ford, 3 years, $30 million with the Rams. So he is headed, I guess, back in L.A. Bobby Brown is gone now. Make note of that one. Yeah, I think you can go ahead and mute Joker. That's probably fine. Username checks out here. Poona Ford to the L.A. Rams, 3 years, $30 million. He deserves every penny. He's a damn good football player. I'm glad he got paid. He deserves that. He has long been under the radar, an underrated player. So Poona Ford right there, 3 years, $30 million. All right. Let's go to the super chat. I'm going to die. It's the Exorcist. You're going to die up there. This. We're about to film it, and I'll have you do it. Yeah. So, plan here. We're going to get to Victory Super Chat. If you couldn't tell by my reaction, it was $100. We'll then do a quick short on the Trent Sieg signing. And then we'll hit all the other signings that have come in, Poona Ford as well, etc. So stay tuned for that. A lot going on here. But shout out Victory, a $100 super chat. That is 4 total. I'm going to make Stone do 1. I will do at least 2. And then we'll see how I'm feeling. Maybe that's where we should go. Oh boy. All right, so Victory, everyone spam V in the comments? That's not slang for anything, is it? That's a great movie, but I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to go right here. Ian Rappaport just tweeted, another big-time DT hits the market as the Steelers released Larry Ogunjobi. He's not a fucking big name. What are we doing out here? If Twitter will work, I'm gonna quote you this one. Big time? What are we doing here? He's not a big time name. Are you serious? I'm unhinged right now. Come on. I need my actual Big J's to edit the tweets from the agents. I need you guys to edit stuff. He's not a big name. He's a good player. He's fine. Big name? Come on. He'll get $3 million, $5 million on the open market. Come on. A big-time free agent. No. Like their third or fourth best offensive lineman. Come on. Unhinged. I am. Jeremy's got another 50 in there. All right. Look. I'm going to emphasize right now. From now on, I'm going to be nice to Jeremy because Jeremy's been awesome. He's been the MVP today. Hundreds are the beer bong number because I can't. But I will count Jeremy's 50 because Jeremy's been cool. And he's been the MVP so far today. So I'm going to ask one thing from you, Chris. Okay, Jesus Christ. News coming in. Sam Darnold to the Seahawks. 3-year deal worth just under $100 million. Well, now wait a minute. We got conflicting info here. It's a big J off. Schefter says 110.5. NFL Network saying just under 100. So incentives not like to be earned nonsense there. Why is the Sam Darnold edit having him wearing number 2? Why is that the edit? That's not his number. What are they doing? Just put him at 14. Why is it a Drew Lock? Why is that the edit? I gotta quote tweet that shit. We are unhinged on the NFL Daily and Chat and Cowboys Report here. If Twitter would actually work for me. Why are they doing Drew Lock so dirty? Sam Darnold, 3 years, up to 110.5, $55 million guaranteed, as the quarterback market now finds some action. Which, we got a long day ahead of us here. And I am too drunk to taste this chicken. Yeah, I've got a lot more, buddy. You missed a lot when you weren't here. Just grab some beers. We'll do the math later. Let me try to get this damn tweet out.
It's been a rowdy last 30 minutes.
Yeah, nothing's going on. We're just hammered. There we go.
Stone went to go pick up lunch, and we had 5 beer bongs down.
Stone comes back. What do you mean you're drunk? Fuck it. Twitter's not working.
I see a lot of B's in the chat, a couple A's, couple C's.
This is the ultimate, let me see what the actual structure is. $55 million at, south of 40 per year probably means can you update the live title or have Stone do it? Get Sam Darnold in there. Thank you, Stone. Probably means 1.5 years. Probably restructure in year 2 and see how it goes. All right. Game plan. Get your votes in. Let's do Trent Sieg before I deteriorate even more. Because I am no longer sober. And then we'll do supers and news and all kinds of shit. This is what we'll do. All right. Cowboy, a lot of Cowboy supers. Great. And how many beer bongs? 5? All right. Let's do Trent Sieg first, and then we'll drink and do that first. The Cowboys have made a move. It is not a big move. Trent Sieg is back with the Dallas Cowboys on a 3-year, $4.45 million deal. $3.1 million is guaranteed at signing. Here's what this means. The Cowboys have basically locked up their long snapper for at least 2 years. This is not an earth-shattering move. It's a long snapper. The optics of, we got a long snapper after you lose Jordan Lewis, frankly, doesn't look very good. I think we all know that. The actual money, the actual deal itself, no complaints. It's 5th among long snappers. It's, I think, 2nd most among guaranteed money at long snapper. It's fine. At his age, it's not that different than what the vet minimum would have been to bring him back on a 1-year deal. We never mentioned his name one time this year, I don't think. That's what you want out of your long snapper. You sign him, and then you don't say his name ever again. That's fine. It's not the individual move. It's the lack of anything else so far from the Cowboys that raise concerns, that raises frustration. But this move, sure, it's fine. But it's a long snapper. All right. Hopefully that was a fun one there. All right. Grade the signing of Sam Darnold. A, B, C, D, or F? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Can you update the Super Chats, the sheet with the tracker? It's the same Madden one from earlier this year. Oh, that's right. Type in Madden Sims Super Chat in your drive. In the drive. I gotta just close out of shit right now. So let's see. We got Sam Darnold is the big move. 3 years, up to 110. I think is the main figure there. $55 million guaranteed. By the way, Crypto says he's drunk, deaf, buzzed. I cannot drive home right now. That's where I'm at. I cannot drive home. And I will leave it at that. So grade the signing of Sam Darnold. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show how you feel about the Sam Darnold move to the Seattle Seahawks. I do owe a lot more beer bongs here. All the way to the right. There's no, it's not quite that far over. If my computer would cooperate. Turns out trying to stream 2 videos at once is not a good idea for me. I'm gonna just close out of it at this point and let you guys handle it all. Yeah, the computer's mad at me. So it's over there somewhere to the right. I think it's March Bang, maybe is what it's under. Yeah, March Bang. There it is. So the Venmos, the mini helmet, and I have no new Venmos. I think I'm caught up on the 50s. Pretty sure. I think it's 5 for Jeremy, right? No, it's 6 for Jeremy. 6 for Jeremy is the last update there. I'm just gonna close out of the live streams, and you can just run everything else there. The computer will start working there. So grade that signing. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Grade that signing of Sam Darnold to the Seahawks. 3 years, up to 110.5. $55 million guaranteed as the Seahawks land their quarterback. Are you fucking kidding me? I did say 600 was a beer bong. Oh, God. I did say 100 is a beer bong. That's 6 beer bongs. Hold on, let me just... It says 6 now. You can't see. All right. Anyways, what's our Cowboys trade to pick up this year? Position or player? I'd love a linebacker. That'd be electric. I'd love a receiver, a nose guard. My Poona Ford plans are gone. He signed a $10 million per year deal. That's how it goes sometimes. I'm going to close out of the live stream. So any supers that come in are surprises to me at this point. I'm going to try to do everything else there. Thank you, John. Let me get you into the, if this loads, the most 50s in March. That's one. We got a lot of Cowboys to get caught up on. We owe 6 beer bongs here. This might be the death of me. This might be how I die. What a way to go. 18-year-old me would be like, yeah, classic Tom. Let's be honest, probably 20-year-old me, not 18-year-old me. All right, yeah, well, I owe 6 beer bongs. Oh, well, what? Oh. Go ahead and we'll put it up there once it's on there. All right, let's. This is all news to me. All right, Johnny Munt, Vikings tight end, goes to the Jags. 2 years, $5.5 million deal. Ryan says, can someone tell Jerry Francia started? They signed a long snapper. What else do you want? Obvious sarcasm. It's the Cowboys. They do stupid stuff. Johnny Munt and a good blocking tight end. Didn't the Jags hire the Vikings like assistant quarterback coaches, their OC? I think they did. So that there's a connection there. 2 years, 5.5 to block. Matt Dickerson, by the way, not that anyone cares, back to the Dolphins on a TBD deal. But yeah, you gotta get the Cowboys doing more stuff there, Ryan. Please, get me just blackout drunk for. I can't recall the last time I was blackout drunk. Which also, that's how it works too. So who's to say? Healy, we'll see tomorrow to see how it actually work. I didn't take it. It's still here. I didn't take it. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. Got to do it before you start drinking. Thank you, Healy. Lucid chart. If we get Greenlaw, I'll be happy. Please let me do an 8-minute cut of Dre Greenlaw back to the Cowboys. Please. Please, Dallas. Please. Mighty Ant is right on Jordan Lewis. 3 years, $30 million. It's $20 million guaranteed, by the way. William Cook, that's $5 into the mini helmet raffle. Cowboys have the money for long snapper since Jordan Lewis left. Yes. Yes, they do. Michael Brannigan, we signed a long snapper. Grease the polls. If you don't know what he's referring to, when your team wins a Super Bowl or something big happens, the police will normally grease the giant poles and light poles so that you don't climb up them and tear them all down. It's normally what happens. Dallas fans don't know what that is.
If you're in Tuscaloosa and you win a national championship, they'll just pepper spray everybody.
Oh, really?
In 2020, that's what they did.
Seriously?
I'm dead serious.
Come on, man.
Because of COVID, they wanted to disperse everybody, so they got downwind of everybody, and they just sprayed pepper spray up in the air.
Oh, man.
And I just started looking around and started coughing, and everybody else was coughing. It was crazy.
Look. It's not okay. Be normal. Pretty freaking smart. I'll be honest. That was a good plan. All right, Matt Evans, 2 entries into the mini helmet. The long snapper signing really moved the needle for me. Had a tattoo shop to get my Cowboys 2026 champs tat. Not even 2025. 2026 champs. Braden, tuning in what the Cowboys done so far. Nothing. They lost Jordan Lewis. They re-signed the long snapper. That is nothing, Chris. That is nothing. When my wife asks me, hey, what'd you do on Saturday? And I say, I played video games. She goes, oh, so you did nothing. That's the same thing. There's your answer. Darius Slay is a Pittsburgh Steeler. No details yet. So I guess he probably doesn't actually have to move. It's the stay nearby, I guess. Eric Murray. What? That's a big deal for Eric Murray. We'll get to it in a second. I guess it's there. 3 years, 22.5. As broken, how about by Maurice Jones-Drew? Did not have MJD breaking news on my timeline today. 3 years, 22.5 for Eric Murray. Wow. Safety / corner. Probably will play safety for Jacksonville, which probably means Andre Sisco's a goner, would be my guess there. All right, D&D, Scissor 2. So Titans drafting quarterback for sure or sign Fields? I don't know what they're going to do. Tennessee is such a wild card to me right now. If you'd asked me a month ago, I would have said they're going to draft Cam Ward. 2 weeks ago, I would have said they're going to trade down and not draft a QB. And now I don't know. There is a non-zero chance that Tennessee does nothing. That they just go Will Levis and Zach Wilson. That's the move that they make. Also, I have a Bucks update that I don't understand what they're doing here. Stand by for that one. I don't know what Tennessee does. From Aaron Wilson. Sam's going to be behind on that. I don't know what Tennessee does. Like, I think Fields and the Steelers/Jets make sense. The Raiders are good at quarterback. There's a chance that, like, the Giants and Tennessee and Browns all have no long-term QBs. So where do they go? I don't know. All right, Chris, you want to read some of these, and then I'll do a beer bong here?
Let's just recap what's gone on in the last...
I owe 6, right?
What, 20 minutes? Yeah, we have 6 in total is what we owe.
All right, I got to start.
Poona Ford with the Rams.
My guy.
3 years, $30 million. Everybody wanted Poona Ford. Then Sam Darnold. All this seemed like it came in at the same exact time when we were trying to figure out how many beer bongs we had to do. 3 years.
Cash.
Not exactly sure. We've seen 100.5. We've seen 110.5.
A lot of incentive stuff.
There's a lot of money there.
But call it 36.5.
Yeah, Seahawks, they trade away their quarterback. They get their new quarterback. We'll see if it actually works out for them.
Damn it, I missed again.
Sam Darnold with one good season in the NFL so far. We'll see if it actually... Well, obviously, it worked out for him pretty well. So...
All right, what else we got here?
How do you say his last name? Johnny Munt? Munt. Tight end. Signed in 2 years, $5.5 million with the Jags. Matt Dickerson, defensive tackle. Don't yet have the...
I don't think he was an RFA, but it'll probably be like 1 year, $3 million.
Yeah, don't quite have the details there. And then most recently here, we got Darius Slay and Eric Murray also signing. Darius Slay with the Steelers. Don't have the full details.
Justin Fields to the Jets. Justin Fields to the Jets. 2-year deal worth $40 million, $30 million guaranteed. Justin Fields is a Jet, and the Aaron Rodgers Steelers rumors are about to pick up speed. So the quarterback market comes into play. Darnold to Seattle. Justin Fields, 2 years, $40 million. Initial thoughts, Chris, as I just pound these double beer bongs.
2 years, $40 million?
Yeah, so $20 million per year, $30 million guaranteed.
I mean, I guess you're talking about the quarterback market. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like, you think about Justin Fields. Do you think, as an average fan, he's worth giving $20 million a year to? Probably not. But then you look at the quarterback market. What's top right now, 55 or 60? 60.
Although the Allen deal is so weird.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's called 55.
Yeah, it's not like he's making a lot for real, comparatively.
The deals are pretty weird there.
Yeah, so, I mean, I don't know. Justin Fields was okay with the Steelers, but then they got Russ in there, and Russ was playing better than Justin Fields, and everybody was like, yo, Russ is cooked. So, I mean, I don't know. With the Jets, the Jets are just a cluster F of a team.
I'm not surprised.
Well, yeah, I'm not either.
Well, we mentioned Fields and the Jets for a while now. Like that, $30 million guaranteed. Probably will be backloaded. Big contract in year 2. And I think for Fields, I think he wanted assurances he was going to start somewhere. He didn't want to do it just in Pittsburgh. Start half the year, like 5-1 or something.
Yeah, it wasn't terrible.
Get benched.
They just couldn't really get it going on offense that often. Their defense really kept them in a lot of games.
And they got going with Russ for half the year and then kind of fell apart. So the quarterback market continues to unfold. Sam Darnold to Seattle. And then Justin Fields to the Jets. 2 years, $40 million, $30 million guaranteed. So that's $20 million per year. Give me your one-word reaction to the signing as the quarterback market continues to unfold here. Wait a minute. Pelissero now says that Darius Slay deal is not done. Uh-oh. Early development here. I'm going to tweet out the Trent Sieg here if you can give some shout-outs for me, Chris.
I mean, none of them are done, I guess, technically.
Well, they're not all done. none of them can be done until Wednesday.
Yeah.
But there's also levels of like it's agreed to versus like they're close. Like that's what Milton Williams was. They're close but not locked in.
Cam Byram expected to sign with the Colts.
I also want to get to the Samaje Perine deal. So a couple updates here. Cam Bynum should sign. Well, we have the details. Holy shit. 4 years, $60 million for Cam Bynum. I will say, the celebrations in Indy will never be better. I'll say this too. I'm not surprised Indy and Lou Anarumo went after somebody like a Cam Bynum. Like what the Vikings ask out of their defense is just like, it's up here. Like they are asking their guys to do all kinds of crazy stuff and chaos and developments and all kinds of crazy things. And Lou Anarumo asks their back end to do that as well. Like they ask a lot of like football IQ stuff. So I think Cam Bynum to Indy makes sense. At that cost, oh boy, that's a lot. 4 years, $60 million for Cam Bynum. He's a good player, though. And also, the celebrations will never be better in Indy. He is the best, creator of celebrations. Chris, you give some shots here while I tweet out this year.
All right, give me your one-word reaction. Let's go Justin Fields signing here. I saw somebody up there, there was a Steelers fan. Steelers City Mafia said congrats. Interesting. One-word reaction to this Justin Fields 2-year, $40 million signing with the New York Jets. Let's see. Blaze Lock saying great. Justin saying just spamming W's in there. Clancy saying fire Bullard. Cooked, mobile, poop, congrats, happy, terrible, yay, 50-50, that's an interesting one. Just going to have to see how it works out there with the Jets. Jets just have not really had any kind of consistency there for a long time, man. Let's see, desperate. That's an interesting one. Surprising. I wouldn't say it's really surprising. This has been kind of not in the works, but discussed for at least past couple of weeks now. I think a lot of it just had to do with what direction, who was gonna pull the trigger first. Was it somebody going after Fields, or was it the Steelers trying to lock down one of these guys first? Obviously, they don't lock down Justin Fields first, so I would assume the Steelers going to go with Russell Wilson at this point.
My guess, Russ to Pittsburgh, back to Pittsburgh, Rodgers to the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
And I think both teams go, we still need a long-term QB.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. A lot of stuff going on today.
That's the funniest thing I think about all this quarterback movement in the NFL right now. It's still a lot of quarterback-needy teams that are still probably going to have to draft a quarterback.
In a bad quarterback
class.
In a bad
quarterback class, yeah.
That's how it goes.
So it's like, do you bite the bullet and be bad for another year and try to go in quarterback in 2026?
Kind of what I think Tennessee might elect to do.
Do your best to just build in other places.
Like build everything else out and get quarterback later. Like that's which is kind of what other teams have done. Like try to drop the quarterback into the situation. But all right. Can we go through some recent moves here? I want to make sure I haven't missed anything.
Yeah. We'll pull it up here. Because there was a lot that happened there in the last hour or so. Let's see here. Get this tracker up. We'll start off, I guess, Poona Ford probably. Yeah, because after the Trent Sieg was Poona Ford there. Okay, we went through that.
Okay. Yeah. So to recap all the chaos that's happened. Poona Ford, 3 years, $30 million with the LA Rams. Sam Darnold, 3 years, $100.5 with the Seahawks. That number has been kind of all over the place. I've also seen 110 for Sam Darnold, but I think that's like incentives, like the earned, whatnot there. So a little bit of a asterisk on that one. But, $30 million and 35, 36 change, if you want to call it there, for Seattle. Not a huge surprise there. As soon as Smith got traded, we were like, yeah, it's going to happen. That was a very expected move there. Johnny Munt goes from Minnesota to the Jags on a 2-year, $5.5 million deal. Matt Dickerson re-signs with the Dolphins. Darius Slay might not be done yet. That one's kind of been asterisk with some uncertainty on that front there. Eric Murray goes to the Jags, and probably means Andre Cisco will leave in free agency. 3 years, $22.5 million deal. So the Jags had Eric Murray and Jordan Lewis. A bit of an aggressive secondary offseason here for Jacksonville. Justin Fields, 2 years, $40 million with $30 million guaranteed. So Fields is the starter, for the time being in New York. Cam Bynum, 4 years, $60 million with Indianapolis to give them some stability in the back end. And Dayo Odonigbo, the Colts defensive end, to the Bears. No details yet on the contract, but Dayo from Indy to Chicago, that is probably the Khalil Mack pivot for Chicago. The Bears have been active. Jonah Jackson trade, Joe Tooney trade, Drew Dalman, the center, Dayo Odonigbo, he went to Vanderbilt? Spot check, man, that one. Pretty sure it was Vanderbilt. Indy loses an edge. The Bears go to Bears get the defensive end from the Colts as they add some depth there. Great athlete. This has never quite produced the way I think everyone wanted him to.
His contract's 3 years, $48 million.
On one hand, I want to say that's a lot. The cap just jumped up by $15 million per year. So, in free agency, you got to remember the contracts are different. Okay, it's fine. They needed edge depth and another starter. You can't bank on Austin Booker and my guy from Miami being the guys there. So, Dayo Odonigbo from the Colts to the Chicago Bears, a 3-year, $48 million deal for the Bears. They get an edge, 3 offensive linemen. I don't know what else they'll end up doing. This maybe this surprised me. Bears might be like, we're done. Probably some more other moves, like lower rated deals there. But a lot of action in today's show. If you have enjoyed our not sober NFL free agency coverage, hit that like button. We are live here on the Chat Sports YouTube stream and on the Cowboys Report stream as well. I'm going to try to bring back up the live chats on both after my computer was unhappy with me earlier today. We owe 4 more beer bongs. I have it written down. I have it written down on what's left. On the paper towel that's used to clean up the spills I make. I have it written down. I'll do 2 right now, and then I'll bully Chris and Stone into doing one as well. And I'm sure we have a bunch of super chats to get to as well. But that's how it goes. It's not the end of the world there. We will get caught up. I have delegated Chris to tracking all the super chats that have come in because it's just been live for how many hours now? 5? Fine. If you're enjoying our coverage, hit that like button right now. All right. I like what Eric has to say. Major signings. Let's go through them all. Rapid fire. Let's do this. I will do 2 beer bongs. And Chris, you can bring yourself up and just go start right there. A little bit further down. 1 more down. Right there. Because that guy began this morning stuff. So we'll bring Chris on. He will go rapid fire on all of the signings that have happened so far. With Deo Odenigbo, the most recent one, 3 years, $48 million. I'm going to do 2 beer bongs. Chris, I'm going to do 2 at once. Chris, take it away.
I hope Eric's still in the chat right here because it's been a minute, but apologies for that. We're just going to run through them real quick here. Evan Brown going to the Cardinals, 2 years, $11.5 million. Haason Reddick, 1 year, $14 million going to the Bucks. Jalen Moore, offensive tackle, 2 years, $30 million, 21.24. Odd number there being guaranteed on that one. Going to the Kansas City Chiefs, Chris Godwin with the Buccaneers there, 3 years, $66 million. So there have been a couple of big deals, but not a ton of big deals, I don't think, so far today.
Someone just said the high of the Cowboys free agency is me getting drunk.
That's yeah.
You ain't wrong.
Yeah.
I hate it here.
Bears been doing a lot along the offensive line today, signing 3 offensive linemen so far. Drew Dalman, 3 years, $42 million, $28 million guaranteed. Braxton Berrios, wide receiver, going to the Houston Texans, 1 year deal there. Eliza, you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm just trying to breathe.
I thought you were going to say something. Elijah Mitchell, 1 year deal, signing with the Kansas City Chiefs. BJ Hill, 3 years, $33 million there to the Bengals. Javon Kinlaw, 3 years, $45 million to the Washington Commanders. Robert Spillane, linebacker, going from the Raiders to the New England Patriots. They've been really busy today, too, as well. He's going to be 3 years, $37 million there. Cowboys losing Jordan Lewis, going to the Jags.
That
one hurts. What did
Someone just said chug IPAs.
Oh, God. No
Are you
way.
serious?
No way.
First off, I don't like IPAs
IPAs
in general. I'm not a fan. Also, I would literally die. I can't do a 9% IPA. Just beer bong this Guinness.
My uncle used to do these things called snake handlers. They were like 14% alcohol, and it was beer, apparently.
I say this with all due respect. Your uncle might have been a drunk.
It was St. Patrick's Day, to be fair.
Oh,
so you're just getting rowdy.
Irish car bombs. Can I say
Yeah,
that on you too? I just did.
Just getting rowdy. Yeah.
Irish car bombs are great. I love an
Yeah.
Irish car bomb.
Yeah.
All right, let me do these 2 here.
All right. Jimmy G, 1 year deal. Don't have the full details on that yet. Not going to be a lot
I'm so far
With
behind on these.
with the Rams there. Man, Paulson. I butcher this guy's name. Paulson Adebo. 3 years, $54 million, $36 million guaranteed to the New York Giants. Tennessee Titans going to bolster their offensive line here at that tackle spot. Dan Moore Jr., 4 years, $82 million for him. Derek Barnett, 1 year, $5 million to the Houston Texans. Carlton Davis, big deal there for the Patriots as well. 3 years, $60 million at that cornerback spot. You got J.K. Scott signing again with the Chargers. Tremont Smith, cornerback, 2 years.
I just do a Rodgers accent for the Chargers. It's L.A.
Yeah, I know. I say that a lot, bro. You got the Bengals. Like you just gotta do it.
Oh man.
You want me to keep rolling through?
I'll
these?
take over. Isaiah
Okay.
Rodgers, back to the Vikings. Milton Williams, $26 million per year. Details TBD. Tre'von Moehrig, 3 years, $51 with the Panthers. I was wrong on the safety. I thought it was going to be Jevon Holland. Trent Sieg, the long snapper. Poona Ford, 3 years, $30 with the Rams. Sam Darnold, 3 years, $100.5 up to $110, $55 million. Johnny Munt to the Jags. Matt Dickerson back to the Dolphins. Darius Slay to Pittsburgh. Maybe? Some conflicting info there, so TBD. Eric Murray to the Jags, $322.5. Justin Fields to the Jets, 2 years, $40 million. Cam Bynum, $460 with the Colts. Deo Odenigbo, 3 years, $48 million with the Bears. $32 million guaranteed, by the way. All right, share today's video for me on social media, and then we will go rapid fire through all the different super chats. And I'm gonna mute Jags Nation again. 5-minute timeout, buddy.
Man, I tried. Yeah, I gave him 10 minutes last time. Come on, man. I'm not trying to block people.
I don't like blocking people, but if you're just going to spread false news, like, what are we supposed to do? Yeah. So, all right, let's go rapid fire. Chris will track the super chats and like the input there, and then we'll get caught up on all the supers. So there's a lot of them. So we will go rapid fire here, and I will try to not slur my words too bad here. All right, Gizmo, not too impressed by with the Jets. Is he good with the Steelers? I think you got him pegged properly. I have real issues with Aaron Rodgers. I just, like, is Arthur Smith going to maximize him? I have concerns in general with the quarterback market. We like this 304s. You, producer Chris, Fabiano, and Florio are my heroes. That's quite a grouping. John Elliott, super chat rewards. What's 200/500? All right, so I'm going to change this here. The bosses said, shit's funny when you're drunk. $10 I can eat food. I got chicken and fries right here. $10 I can take a bite of food. I have no plans at 200/500.
I feel like
probably fine. Yeah, 500 for a jersey. That's probably fine. I should clear that with other people though before I start just saying stuff when I'm not sober. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble there. But yeah, that's probably fine. Yeah, 500 for a jersey. 200. By the way, most 50s in March is a signed Zach Martin jersey. 200 and I don't know. Check in again when I sober up a little bit. Stand by, John. Marcus, I went on vacation until April yesterday. The yacht is in Florida, for what it's worth. Michael, what if the Cowboys sign Aaron Rodgers? Kill me. I don't see Aaron Rodgers willingly signing a backup quarterback job. That's what the Cowboys is. It's a backup QB job. It's not a starter job. They just restructured Dak. It's not a starter job. So it'd be kind of funny and drama filled, but I don't see that one happening there. YVL Sosa. The Cowboys bring in Stephon or Dre Greenlaw? Give me Greenlaw. I would love Dre Greenlaw. I'd be hyped relative to the Cowboys' expectations. Joe LSK 830. What are the Chargers going to start making noise? I'm getting worried. They'll be okay. I think receiver's an option. Offensive line, defensive line, corner. LA is not going to be a big bidder, I don't think. It's also not a great class, so be patient there. R. Jonesy, Colts equals poverty. GM getting fired will be my Super Bowl. I will say, I think in general, I think NFL media, like not like NFL like network, but just like NFL media is probably too high on Chris Ballard. Like, he's done some good stuff. He's been the GM since 2017 with no success that matters. None. I think it's kind of crazy that, like, the Colts haven't won shit, and he's the GM. That's kind of unusual to me, that they've added multiple QBs and he's still there. I think he's good. I think he is a good football mind. But, like, at a certain point, results matter, right? So, like, you know, are you going to, like, actually win games? Like, that's the GM's job. And you can't say, oh, it was the previous guy. It's all him. Like, every player on the contract, under contract, is a Chris Ballard guy. So, like, at a certain point, like, you have to win games. Like, that's what matters to me. And the Colts have not done that nearly enough. John Elliott. $200 for $500. Moment of silence. If we get a $200 super chat, I will take I'll take like a minute moment of silence. Or 30-second moment of silence. Absolutely. For whatever you want it to be. I'm down. Scott. Over under 0.5 real free agents signed by Dallas. I'll take the under. I would count this as outside free agents, not Trent Sieg. Come on, not Trent Sieg. Day one, under. 2 weeks from now, over. And I would use the line break as I do think Chuma Doga counts as a real free agent. I don't think Ronald Jones should. So that's like kind of your bar in the end. All right. We are, I think, caught up. Sweets. One more. We'll get to that in a minute here. You caught up on the Super Chat tracker side? Sweet. Good job, Chris. Super Chat menu. $5 mini helmet raffle entry. $10. We will talk about your team, and I'll eat food. I got some chicken and fries, baby. $10, I will get to eat some food. The bosses said, nah, it's funny when you were drunk. So $10, I get to eat food. $20, Venmo 50-50 raffle. The $100 super chat is now a beer bong. So it's no longer 50. It's 100. Because otherwise, we're going to have Stone sub in, and I'll just sit on the floor. I'll be the Urban Meyer video of him just like eating pizza. Sad. That's what I'll be. So that's the super chat menu. $5 mini helmet raffle entry. $10, I get to eat some food. $20, the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What Going Downey. I should probably check that if we have any new ones here. At What Going Downey for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Last one was Carl. That is the most recent one. So take home is 60 right now. What? Oh, I thought there was news you were going to break to me. He's like, Carl in the background. At What Going Downey for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. I'm going to make Chris and Stone do beer bongs here. We got 2 left here. 2 left. Come take this one. As long as you don't mind swapping spit a little bit. $100 is the new beer bong price because otherwise I can't. All right, bring on up here, Chris. He just dumped the backwash. That's fair. That one. There you go. It's closed. Richard just said don't throw up. I'm not going to puke. I'm an adult. I have a kid. I can hang. Ish. Can hang ish. Chris doing a beer bong. You can see it slowly going down. Never been the fast. Not about finishing fast. About finishing, period. Pause. Hand up. That's on me. Hand up. Hand up. Hand up. Oh, wait a minute. Plot twist. A plot twist. Shamaje Perine is a Bengal. There was a random report that Samaje Perine was getting 3 years, $22 million. That I'm like, that's bullshit. There's no way. He's getting 2 years, just under 4 from the Bengals. All right. Go crank out a VOD there, Stone. Samaje Perine. So go to this one here. Who tweeted this? Go to the fake news one. It's fine. This was this Schultz? Who was this? Well, the Bucks, there had been a report that we didn't go to because I'm like, that doesn't sound right. This one. There had been a report that Samaje Perine got $322 from the Bucks. And I'm like, there's no way. That's why we didn't go to it. I'm like, there's no way that's right. No one is paying P. Ryan 3 years, $22 million. The Bengals, though, have swooped in and brought back at long last Samaje P. Ryan. It is a 2-year, just under $6 million deal with the Bengals. So this one, not right. Which I'm like, there's no way. There's no way a team is going to pay Samaje P. Ryan 3 years, $22 million. That was nonsense. Let me pull up let me call out who was wrong on this one. So P. Ryan is a Bengal. Bengal, not a Buccaneer. Let me pull this up here.
NFL media is just absolutely flustered today with Twitter going down.
Twitter being down is a disaster class. Nothing has gone right. And all the Bucs websites have changed their headlines to, no, they didn't.
I guess we're about to get just the next swoop.
Ooh, it was Aaron Wilson. Big L for Aaron Wilson. He is not going to the Buccaneers. Samaje P. Ryan is a Bengal. I'm going to close out of the streams. I can't. My computer just doesn't want to operate. So you can handle all the $5 and stuff. And we owe $1.
I hate to do it too, but Jags Nation's just can't be spamming it just constantly, man.
Just chill, bro. I know what you want, but like chill like 5%. We will have all the news as things come in. We got more news, by the way. Not just Samaje P. Ryan to the Bengals. Hit that sub button. We'll go through some recent signings here in just a second with Twitter kind of working. We have a Jag signing in a surprising deal. Let's break these down. The P. Ryan stuff is wrong. He's a Bengal. Aaron Wilson was wrong because that number doesn't make any sense. We do have, I'll go out of order here. Talanoa Hufanga is a Bronco officially. He has to actually sign a deal, 3 years, $45 million for the Denver Broncos, $20 million guaranteed. And then Dyami Brown, 1 year, $10 million with the Jags. The receiver market is something. That is something. Brown's a fine player, but $10 million? It's a lot of money. Josh Palmer, the Chargers, kind of number 2 receiver, is getting, with the Bills, 3 years, $36 million. The cornerback market, defensive line market, and the receiver market is strong right now. So P. Ryan is a Bengal. Ignore that. Aaron Wilson was wrong. Samaje P. Ryan is heading to the Bengals. Talanoa Hufanga, a 3-year, $45 million deal with the Denver Broncos. Samaje P. Ryan, just under $2 million per year. Josh Sweat is a Cardinal. More news flowing in. A 4-year, $76.4 million deal for Josh Sweat. I told you, one of Milton Williams, we're going to go to the Cardinals. That made so much sense. So, a lot of news flowing in here in the chaos of NFL free agency with Twitter being down for 3 hours today. A lot of developments here. Hufanga, 3 years, $45 million with the Denver Broncos, $20 million per year as Hufanga gets paid by the Denver Broncos. P. Ryan is a Bengal. Do keep note of that one. Eagles have lost Josh Sweat to the Cardinals. Hufanga specifically. Like the signing. Y for yes, N for no. Aaron Wilson has since corrected his report. It's the Bengals. I honestly, I don't want to start fights outside of a Starbucks. How do you get it so wrong? How do you go 3 years, $22 million? And the wrong team. How do you get it so wrong? Honestly. It's not even close. And, there's no chance that, he changed his mind. No. It's $2 million per year versus $322. Not a chance. So, do you like the signing of Hufanga to the Denver Broncos? Y for yes, N for no. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Denver adding a box safety who's a good player. Health is a red flag, though. Hufanga is that's my type of strong safety. It's kind of like F it. The running back's there somewhere. Just throwing his body around, laying hits. But medical was always kind of a red flag for him. But, it's probably a fine fit in Denver. I think it's actually probably a pretty good fit in Denver. Y for yes, N for no. We'll go more in depth on some of the other signings here, but some super chats too. Dwayne, Tom, so the Cowboys have no idea how to use a phone. It's a beer bong free agency. There's one left. When Stone finishes his Samaje Perine, after all these years of Perine back to the Bengals, they finally do it. That's gone. Cash. We'll make Stone do a beer bong. I genuinely cannot. I can't do anymore. I can't. I'm gonna listen back to this one. This reminds me. I think it was 2 years ago. I did NFL draft grades. I thought I was good. I'm like, I got this. I'm fine. And they're all like, bro, you're drunk. I'm like, I'm fine. And then I listened back to it. I was fucking hammered. I had no idea. I'm just like, oh my God, I was not sober at all. And I realized oh, that's how people get DUIs. Because they think they're fine, and they're clearly not. That's what happened to me. I'm like, I'm good. I got this. I know what I'm doing. I was not fine. It was the Drake London draft. So Drake Lund is what I said. I thought I was good. I was feeling good. I was not. That's how I feel right now. All right, Dwayne. We owe one more. It's Stone. Rich. Cowboys hired Tom Downey as GM Eagles Super Bowl. I do shit. It might not work. It might be a disaster. But I would do stuff. Joe. Dallas needs to be quiet. I hate this team. You got $50 million in salary cap space. And you've re-signed your long snapper. Come on. Do real stuff. Come on. Be normal one time. Go sign somebody. Make me do a drunk free agency cut. One time. Come on. Gizmo, $5 into the mini helmet raffle entry. What Cowboys games next year are you looking forward to? Might be a good game that they can win. I'll be honest, I have not paid attention at all to the schedule. Eagles game? I have not paid attention. I am locked in on draft shit, which I am always behind on. I've got almost 100 grades. I'm like 95 or something. But I'm locked in on draft and getting that stuff done, and then I'll focus on free agency or the schedule. That's just low priority for me. Richard, don't throw up. LOL. Thoughts on the Rams? That is a bite. Thank God. Oh, it smells so good. Couple fries. Oh, it's kind of cold. I need food. Look, the Rams are Ramsing? They're doing normal Ram stuff. Or like, they did some weird outside free agency moves, frankly. Like, I don't know. I think paying Tutu Atwell $10 million makes no sense. I don't get it. He's not that good. He's fast. Bringing back Jimmy Garoppolo? Sure. Adams? I'm down. Lark Jackson? Sure. The big move, I guess, was re-signing Matthew Stafford. But, like, what are you doing on defense? They're all offensive moves. Honestly, I think getting off the Jonah Jackson contract was probably a win for this team. But I think Atwell is going to fall into the Joe Noteboom contract extension. Like, why did you do that? Why? That's more money than he's actually worth. So, the Rams are, fine, but they got to get defensive help soon. Otherwise, is this team going to be good enough? Like, they're a playoff contender, but are they a championship contender? And what's their overall goal in the end? So, again, Josh Sweat back to the Cardinals, 4 years, $76.4. That is how I know this deal was real. Oh, yeah, 0.4. Added a 0.1 to the deal on it. Yeah, it's a no-brainer. Josh Sweat to the Cardinals. Josh Palmer to the Bills. Luke Farrell to the Niners on kind of a big deal. 3 years, $20.25 million. Some moves coming in here. Josh Palmer, 3 years, $36 million. The Chargers got to get a wide receiver here. Got to get one. Luke Farrell, 3 years, $20.25 million. Josh Sweat to the Cardinals, which I'm not surprised by because it's, the connection with, I forget their head coach. It's not Sirianni. I forget. I'll remember eventually. 4 years, $76.5 million to the Cardinals for Josh Sweat. Pretty, I don't know, I think semi-reasonable, but Jonathan Gannon. Connection there. Marcus, hey Tom, are you guys hiring? As of right now, no. But if you follow me on Twitter, I will tweet out, when we hire again. Some point soonish. Mets today. How about Greenlaw put his stats up? Have it, Chris? We're going to challenge producer Chris. I am a fan of Dre Greenlaw. Holy shit, the alcohol's hitting me. Let's be honest. That was not a sober statement at all. I like Greenlaw. He was not great this year, but he also wasn't healthy. So can you read into it? I don't think so. I think as a linebacker option for a team that doesn't maybe want to spend big money, that stands out to me. Hey, let's go get Dre Greenlaw. Everyone's on board. It's not overly expensive. It's not crazy money. Good player. Greenlaw, when healthy, was awesome. Go back to 2023. Alongside Fred Warner, he got noticed. And that's kind of hard to do alongside Fred Warner. He's an awesome football player. He's impactful. He makes plays. He is a good player. You can kind of toss out the 2024 campaign. He played 2 games. He was coming off a bad injury. He's healthy now. I think Greenlaw, in the same way that kind of Poona Ford was everyone's oh, I want to get him, cheap option. I kind of think Dre Greenlaw is in a similar status. There was a report from Josina Anderson. Broncos, Titans, Texans, and the Cowboys were in the market for Dre Greenlaw. I would love him for the Cowboys or any team. I think he is a good buy low option at linebacker who helps your team. You should get those guys. Matt Harvey. Remember him? The baseball guy? Remember him? Yeah, picture, yeah. Is there any way we can excommunicate the Jones family? I saw what's next. No. Honestly, on the Jones family side of it, it's not good, but the Cowboys are a family-run organization. Everyone made like, oh, look at Jerry Jones acting in Landman. He wasn't acting. That was real. All of what he said was real. There was no acting involved. That is how he feels. The Cowboys are a mom and pop shop, which is bad in the NFL. You can't get rid of them. The amount of the amount of bad stuff you'd have to get for Jerry to go is, he thought the Clippers owner was bad. Double it. There's just no way. Danny, the King. Am I wrong on the pronunciation? Danny, the King. There's an H and an F. What do you want me to say? Am I wrong? I'm going straight to hell. All right. For Jerry watching the live right now, laughing at us. I said 100 for the beer bong. I'm not doing another one. We go one more. When Stone's on with Bengals, whenever that is. I'm going right to hell. JL Channel. I think I was keeping Dowdle and signing a free agent back like Aaron Jones. Well, Aaron Jones re-signed. 2 years, 20 with the Vikings. So cross him off your list. I think, though, in general, re-signing Rico Dowdle and drafting a guy makes sense. Draft someone in round 2. I don't think you're going to get Hampton, like Caleb Johnson, Henderson, Judkins. Yeah, I think that's doable. I think Hampton goes back end of round 1, early round 2. We'll see what the Raiders end up doing in the backfield. But I think Jones is doable. Or Jones is not doable. I think a draft pick is doable. So, all right, let's get to some signings here. Hunter Long, who was once the centerpiece of the Jalen Ramsey trade. Remember that one? It was a third and Hunter Long to the Rams for Jalen Ramsey. 2 years, up to $6.1 million. Jags might just go run blocking tight ends only here. That's interesting. On that front. So Jags making moves. Also for the Jags, Patrick McCarry, to be determined details, but he is a Jag now. So Jags signed Patrick McCarry. Full details to be announced, determined, whatever. But that probably takes them out of the Will Campbell conversation in round 1. So Price slot in at guard. So that leaves Mason Graham as a potential top Jags option. All right, best free agent signing so far. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Best move made so far. Get those votes in for me in the comment section of today's show. We will see if other moves come in the near future. All right, Chris? Yeah, get yourself caught up. I do have details, by the way, for you Cowboys fans on the Marquise Bell contract. It is 3 years, $9 million. The year one cap hit is... I'm trying to math this out here. Is 2.1-ish. First 2 years are guaranteed. There's no. It is 3 years, $9 million. There's no. The bonus to sign up was $2.5 million, so divided by 3. 1.2, 1.5, 2.3. There's that's very cheap. Very cheap. Are you kidding me right now? Oh, I already said 50s do not count. I already said. I'm going to make Chris and Stone do a beer bong here. I'm going to count this as 2. On a paper towel. That's how I'm tracking this shit. James, when will the Browns... First off, everyone type JS for a $50 super chat. When will the Browns be back in the playoffs? What's their quarterback situation look like? Because I kind of think that, like, the general vibe I get is the Browns and Giants both feel like after we're taking QBs in round 1. Maybe they don't. But it's like, who gets Cam Ward? Who gets Shedeur Sanders? There's no way they land on Kirk Cousins, Aaron Rodgers as their starters, right? Like, there's no way. There's no way. AFC North is also tough. Ravens, Steelers, Bengals. That's a hard division. So, we'll see. But Myles Garrett's back. That's a big deal for the Browns. I'm going to wager... I'll put the over-under 20-27, which isn't positive, but that's where we're at. Titans fan, 1, 2, 3. Oh, wow. Grady Jarrett. Sorry, I'll come back to this in a second. Grady Jarrett has, as predicted, already found a home with the Bears. 3 years, $43.5 million. Grady Jarrett gets paid. I'll say this too. Ricky has never been more back. He's back, baby. Ricky Scoops is back. Because that's the one I stole it from. He is more back than ever. 3 years, $43.5 million. Like 3 hours after he got cut. 4 hours. That's insane. Grady Jarrett is a Bear. We'll come back to that in a minute. From Titans fan 1, 2, 3. What should Titans address next? And what's your plan on the OT signing? This was on the Dan Moore signing. It was too much money. That's an overpay for me. But they needed help. They had to get help there. They have nobody that's good at opposite J.C. Latham. They had to get help. The market's not very good. So on one hand, I get it. On the other hand, like, that's a lot of money. I don't love that deal. Honestly, next, well, they did just re-sign Sebastian Joseph Day. So that's what's next, I guess. I was going to say guard, but that's what's next. 1 year deal up to $7.5 million for Sebastian Joseph Day, which I'm a big fan of Joseph Day. That's a little bit on the high side, but that's not crazy necessarily. But I do like his game. I think he's a good, like, reliable player. I think guard is the next big need for Tennessee. Are you serious right now? Are you serious? From Butthole, best and worst signing so far. I love DJ Reed. I can't get on board with Dan Moore at $20.5 million per year. Those are my best and worst. Best and worst. Mad at me, I get it, but I can't. I can't. Insider Airplane. Am I going to jail for that? That just feels wrong. When will the Pats get a wide receiver? Any predictions? I don't know. I don't have T-Mac as a top 5 player in the class, though. Like, Tedero McMillan at Arizona, like, that would make sense, but, like, that's a lot. I don't know. Packers are kind of, like, in this weird spot of, like, we have money, but who's actually good in free agency? That's the problem they're at there. Santana Perez. This is not real. It's not real. Emphasize that. Cowboys trade. The Cowboys have money. They've got about $50+ million in free agency. Will they spend it? Who's to say? Again, the news here, Grady Jarrett, 3 years, $43.5 million. He'll play defensive tackle. He was a 5 technique for the Bears. That's why it says DE. But 3 years, $43.5 to the Bears. Grade that signing. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comment section of today's show. How do you feel about the Grady Jarrett to the Bears? And wow, Aaron Banks. I'll let the graphic get on screen here, but what? Grade Jarrett first. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. 3 years, $43.5 million for Grady Jarrett. As the news continues to flow in, Roy Robertson Harris, 2 years, $10 million to the Giants. I'll announce it here. Great. Aaron Banks, 4 years, $77 million to the Packers. In a down free agency class, the market is coming in hot. Got Grady Jarrett, $343.5. Sebastian Joseph Day, 1 year, $7.5 million. Roy Robertson Harris, a good run-stopping defensive lineman, 2 years, 10, no complaints there. Aaron Banks, 4 years, $77 million to Green Bay. It's 19.2 per year. That's a lot of money for Aaron Banks. You know, $5 million guaranteed for Sebastian Joseph Day. Okay. You got Luke Farrell back to the Niners. A lot of moves coming in here. If you want to just go to the recent moves, just to kind of shuffle through those. There is also a report out of New York that Russell Wilson and the Titans are a potential fit. Which means, what would the Steelers do and what would the Giants do? We shall see in the near future. All right, recent moves. Macari, Jags, 3 years, $37.5 million. To slot in at guard, replacing Brandon Scherf. Grady Jarrett, more of a DT for the Bears and their 4-3 scheme. 3 years, $43.5 million for the Chicago Bears. Sebastian Joseph Day, 1 year, up to $7.5 million. $5 million guaranteed. Roy Robertson Harris, 2 years, $10 million for the Giants. And Aaron Banks, 4 years, $77 million for the former Niners guard heading to Green Bay. $477. Wow. A massive deal. Luke Farrell, by the way, to the 49ers, getting paid there, which is kind of like the number 2 tight end behind George Kittle is all that really is there. Just a massive figure. I don't get the Aaron Banks signing. I don't. That's so much money for me. I don't get it. All right, Chris brings stuff on. I have to go pee. I have to do it. It's time. It's however many beers deep. I have to go pee. And Luke Farrell just got 3 years, $20.25 million. Confusing to me. We'll bring on producer Chris. I will sign off and go pee and then be back on here in a little bit. In the meantime, shout out your city in the comments.
I'm going to get some shout-outs here. We've been rolling. We've been getting kind of crazy, getting kind of wild here the past, hour or so, something like that. Let's take a step back. Where are you guys watching from? Get in the chat. I'll read. I got Cowboys over here. I got Maine over here. I'll go back and forth. We got Jordan from Powell, Wyoming. We got Missouri in the house. New Orleans in the house. See, Connor's from Richmond, Virginia, saying stand up. Houday number 9 from Canada. Hey. Let's see. Charles is from Colorado Springs. H-Town from Ace Gambler there. Andrew Hicks from Cleveland. Let's go back over to Cowboys chat over here. Matthew from Hawaii. Jackie from Hartford, Connecticut. Another Matthew from Ohio. New York in the house. Maryland from Rocky there. We got Dre the Gamer from Hamilton, Ohio. That's where my girlfriend lives. Hamilton, Ohio. I think there's like 8 Hamiltons, it seems like, here in Cincinnati. So, Stone back there laughing. Let's see. I see Delaware in the house. I got Iowa, Baltimore. Keep them coming. We got Clifton from Alex. Let's see. Michigan. Jordan's from Portland, Oregon. Omaha. Omaha! Let's see. Back over to Cowboys over here. Got Syracuse. Allen's from Syracuse. Dwayne's from North Carolina. Got Miami. Don't know who it was. It went too fast. We got Alaska in the house. I saw Germany fly by as well. Let's see. Rhode Island. Just got everybody across the 2 channels right here. We're sitting at what, like 3,700 people in the 2 chats. Appreciate everybody who's been in here, man. We're rocking and rolling. We're having a good time. Stone's back there, too. I see you, Houday 9. Stone is in the house as well. He's more support right now than anything. Might have to get him on so I can go to the bathroom here next. We got Dominican Republic in here, Phoenix. Let's go. Day 1 of NFL free agency. Make sure you guys are subscribed if you are not so already. I'm assuming we're going to be live the next couple of days here doing free agency stuff. So, I'm sure we're going to be back live tomorrow pretty early as well. So come hang out with us. We're going to have a lot of fun. You know how we do here at Chat Sports, man. We just try to have a lot of fun, and it's kind of why it's called Chat Sports, because we want to chat with you guys as well, not just straight us to camera, no interaction there. We want to talk to you guys as well. So appreciate everybody who's been hanging out with us today so far. It's been a good time. Okay, going to bring Tom back on here as well.
I did eat some food. I broke the rules. I ate some food. I got fries and chicken over here. That's how it goes. All right. Shout out in the comment section of today's show. We are at the, 3 hour and 40-minute mark of free agency. Okay, yeah. Not of the live show. It's the 5-hour mark. It's almost the 6-hour mark of free agency of our live stream. But 3-hour mark of actual free agency. We got the old conflicting report here. Maybe not. TJ Slayton to the Bengals. hold on here. I've seen re-signing. Yeah. TJ Slayton to the Bengals on a 2-year, $15.1 million deal. More run stopping for the Bengals as they add a kind of a nose guard type. Is the other one already out? Merge them. Just like try to spice it together. Bengals will merge TJ Slayton and other news there. 2 years, $15.1 million as the Packers lose a defensive lineman. And the Bengals add a nose guard. 2 years, $15.1 million. The Bengals adding some interior defensive linemen. They add Samaje Perine back, and they sign TJ Slayton. So just go 3 minutes on Slayton. Just spice it into the front or something. I'm going to go tell him that real quick. Yeah. So Slayton not back, to the Bengals. 2 years. Chris almost fell. 2 years, $15.1 million. The 6'4", 330-pound nose guard heading to the Bengals. As Cincinnati making some moves, I put the over on at least two guys there in the end. As the Cowboys sit and wait and do nothing right now. Bengals making moves. I'm going to that one. That's fine with me. They tag T. Higgins. We'll see if they pay him or not. Tanner Hudson back on a 1-year cheap deal. Mike Gesicki back on a cheaper deal relatively to the market there. Cody Ford back on a very cheap deal. B.J. Hill re-signed. Samaje Perine is back at long last. And TJ Slayton, a 2-year, $15.1 million deal as the Bengals continue to make moves here. Of course, the big moves are uncertain. Do you add a receiver? What do you do with Trey Henderson? Higgins, Chase, all to be determined. By the way, the Jags have also signed Chuma Edoga, which I say, oh no, and I move on. It doesn't really move the needle at all for me, frankly. He's not that good. I've never liked him that much. It's fine. Now we'll break down Edoga, but first, NFL jerseys are on sale. Chatsports.com/NFL jerseys. All 32 teams are available. Almost all the players, of course, as well. Get yours today. Chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Links in the comment section and the description of today's show. Chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Cowboys, Bears, Jags, Lions, everything else in between. Go get yours today. Chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Let's go to the recent moves. I like that plan, Chris. That was good. Lots of moves to recap here. Dayo Odiningbo, a 3-year, $48 million deal with the Bears. After false news of a 3-year, $22 million deal with the Bucs. Samaje Perine back to the Bengals, 2 years, up to $3.8 million. Diami Brown, a 1-year, $10 million deal with the Jags. That's the going rate for, I guess, outside vertical threats. Talanoa Hufanga, 3 years, $45 million with the Denver Broncos to add a strong safety in Denver. So that's an addition there. Josh Palmer to the Bills. So it's going to be Palmer, Keon Coleman, Lil Shakir at receiver for the Bills. 3 years, $36 million. Josh Sweat, 4 years, $76.4, adding $0.1 million per year. One of those can we get at least $0.1 on the average per year? That's kind of what that screams to me. To the Cardinals, Hunter Long, 2 years, $6 million deal with the Jacksonville Jags, who also signed, by the way, Patrick McCarry, 3 years, 37.5 for the Jags to slot in at right guard. Grady Jarrett, 3 years, 43.5. He was cut earlier today. Ends up going back to the Chicago Bears on that 3-year deal. They're not back, but to the Chicago Bears. Sebastian Joseph Day, re-signed with the Titans, 1 year, $7.5 million deal. Roy Robertson Harris, a 2-year, up to $10 million deal to add some run-stopping help on the defensive line. Aaron Banks, shocking figure to me. 2 years, $77 million deal with the Packers. TJ Slayton, a 2-year, $15.1 million deal with the Bengals. He leaves the Packers, so Packers add Aaron Banks, lose TJ Slayton. And Chuma Adoga, tackle/guard, he can do both, heading to the Jacksonville Jags. Details to be determined for Chuma Adoga, who I just don't think he's that good. I'll be honest. I've never been a huge fan of his game. He goes to Jacksonville. You all right? He's got pee? Dropped your headset there, bud. Hit that sub button. We are live on Chat Sports. We are live on the Cowboys Report as well. We are simulcasting right now on both channels, as the Cowboys have not made any outside free agent signings yet. Decent amount, maybe not decent, but non-zero buzz on both Dre Greenlaw and some Charvarius Ward. As we sit here live on the Cowboys Report and Chat Sports, hit that sub button. Whatever channel you are watching on, we are simulcasting on both. More videos all off-season long. I am not, for the Cowboys, I am not bothered on Adoga leaving. I never thought he was actually that good. It's a 2-year deal, by the way, for Chuma Adoga. I think he's a swing tackle. That's fine. That role is of a swing is fine. Don't ask him to be an actual starter. Like, that's not. I don't think that works very well. Hit that sub button. YouTube.com/chatsportstv for more free Cowboys videos and NFL videos all throughout NFL free agency. Baseball trying it out on the Dave Roberts extension with the Dodgers. Like, no one cares. It's free agency. Why are you dropping that type of news there? Hit that sub button, whatever channel you are watching on. We are live on the Cowboys Report and on the Chat Sports YouTube channel. We've been live since 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We are almost at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. All right, Preston Schmidt. What does the interior O-line market look like for the Seattle Seahawks now? I had a question on like the Vikings side. I don't have good answers for you. I don't. Kevin Zeitler, Will Hernandez, Will Fries, Tevin Jenkins, and James Daniels are the top 5 guards. And at center, it's I have no centers. I don't have any. Hope you get one of the guards, and it's also a bad center draft class. So like I have nothing. It's a bad crop on interior offensive linemen. I don't know. It's. Say what? Do what the Bears did, trade for somebody? I don't have answers for you there. I will say, though, $10 means I get to eat food, Chris. I needed that. Fidel, your Cardinals trade for Trey Lance? He's a free agent. I don't think you'll see Trey Lance get big money. At this point, the market is just like, it's not great, but I think he wants to go elsewhere. I think for him, honestly, like free agency, UFL makes some sense. All right, Scott. Areas of major gaps: DBs, O-line, running backs, receiver. Don't allow doubts on their wall. This can't be fixed by the draft alone. I agree. You have to go add players. If you're the Cowboys, you have 3 picks in the top 149. So what? This is Dallas, though. What was the last one? Oh, Hendrickson. That does make more sense. Good to Fidel. Hendrickson. Let's answer it properly. They added Josh Sweat. They're probably not going to. But I do think like edge in general. Like I think Hendrickson is like a second round pick. Ish. Maybe a little bit more, bit less. I think that's about the rough value there. All right, Scott. DBs, DTs, O-line, running back, wide receiver. You're right. You can't sit and not do anything. You have to add players. You have to. You can't fill all 5 needs in free agency or in the draft. You can't. You have to add more talent. You have to. Byron Joe David, Boston Scott. When your deals to Dallas. It's fine if you want to go down there, but like I still need to run. I still need backup. Like I don't have enough there. It's not enough for me. I don't have enough talent. Like I still don't have a receiver or an RB1 or an RB2. I got to draft somebody and sign somebody. I don't fill my needs by adding Boston Scott, Giants killer. I need more. Cooper feels like 2016 NBA free agency was that the was that the Mozgov year? Or am I too early? Or too late on that one. But the market has been strong. That's how free agency goes, and there's a lot of unsigned free agents there. Wade, a $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Wade. I appreciate that. That's an old one, right? It's not? You know, the great Colonel Sanders once said, "I'm too drunk to taste this chicken." That's where I am. Oh, God. All right. We had 2 to do. You and Stone both got to do one. I got to do one, too. Yeah, make sure we're tracking on the $50 super chat side. Danny, the king. Nope, Tom, drink up. Super Bowl bound with Trent. Who the fuck is Trent? Williams? Oh, God. All right, I owe a beer bong here. Okay, I got one. I'm making Stone and you do one next. Jimmy Garoppolo, 4.5 guaranteed up to 9. Okay, backup money. I'm going to get weird with it. Hold on. I'm going to take my Baja Blast and pour it in. Some of it. There we go. Stir it up a little bit. This might be terrible or it might be good. I have no idea. By the way, Nathan Shepard back to the Saints. TBD on the contract details there. I would like $10 super chat so that I can eat food. DC Star, big bite, please. Thank God. I just need to breathe a second. Again, the great Colonel Sanders said, I'm too drunk to taste this chicken. All right. Yeah. That's for you, bud. All right, here we go. Beer bong coming in. Here we go. I don't taste any Baja Blast, frankly. I don't taste any. It's not there. All right, let's push that across here. You want to do the beer bong here? Okay, sweet. Nice chicken bite. Oh, we have a trade. Uh-oh. Laramie Tunsil is a Commander. Whoa. Laramie Tunsil is going from the Texans to the Commanders. What a move by Washington. Yeah, there's some leftover White Claw / Baja Blast. That's gonna taste. It's gonna be something, buddy. It's gonna taste like nothing. Attaboy, Chris. Attaboy. Laramie Tunsil is going to the Washington Commanders in a deal with the Houston Texans. Details to be determined. Laramie Tunsil is a Commander as Washington stays aggressive, trying to win now. So the Texans opening up a giant hole at offensive tackle, trading away Laramie Tunsil. You all right, bud? The air bubble out? Yeah, that's how it goes. So Laramie Tunsil is now a Commander. It is a 2nd and a 4th to Houston. This is the weirdest tweet ever. Rapport, a 2nd, a 4th, plus a 3rd rounder this year. Houston ends back a 4th in Laramie Tunsil. That's nonsense. That's not English. I'm gonna translate here. A 2nd and a 4 next year to Houston. A 3rd rounder this year. Houston sends back a 4th and Laramie Tunsil. So nonsensical tweeting from Rapport, trying to get it out early. An actual, I don't know, borderline blockbuster deal. Laramie Tunsil to the Commanders. Houston doing a 2, a 4th round swap, and a 3. So Houston kind of blowing things up here, and now left tackle sure seems like an option for Houston in round 1. I asked how long ago? Getting in a trade? There you go. Laramie Tunsil to the Houston Texans, or from the Houston Texans to the Commanders, as probably takes Commanders out of like any edge trade out conversations there. Give me your one-word reaction to this trade. I'm going to try to pull up the streams here. See how this goes. But Laramie Tunsil has been traded to the Washington Commanders for a variety of day 3 picks, or day 2 picks and some day 3 picks in there as well, as the Commanders getting aggressive in the free agency market. Give me your one-word reaction here to Laramie Tunsil traded by the Texans to the Commanders. It is going to be Tunsil and a 4th for a 2, a 3, and a 4. That is a big deal for the Commanders. They are now very light on draft picks. Because they move, I think it's a future 2 and a future 3, by the way. As Rapp tries to rapid fire edit the trade details. All right, here it is. A 2 and a 4 next year from the Commanders to Houston. A 3rd rounder this year. And a 4th rounder plus Tunsil to the Texans. So this is right. A 3rd round pick this year, a future 2, a future 4, and a 4th round pick. If I were like 15% more sober, I do like the rough trade value on the fly here. That's going to be a early 2nd round pick value, give or take, somewhere in that ballpark. That's about the right value there for the Commanders as they get a left tackle of the short-term and long-term in Laramie Tunsil. Give me your one-word reaction to the trade. Laramie Tunsil, gas mask and all, had to mention it, right? Had to mention it. From the Texans to the Commanders as they lock in their left tackle now. Lots of picks being involved here. He's only 30. I am surprised the Texans did that deal. Under contract for, I believe, 2 more years. Texans adding some talent, or Texans moving on from left tackle. Maybe Titus Howard at right tackle, and who was it? The guy they had there. That was, it's not. Let me check here. It's Titus Howard at right tackle, and do they try Blake Fisher at left? Or maybe Howard is. I don't know who's left tackle now. Because I think Fisher and Howard are both better at right tackle. You're not going to play Austin Deckles at left tackle. I promise you that. Does one go at guard, one goes tackle? They draft left tackle in round 1? I don't know. The Laramie Tunsil trade details here. Tunsil and a 2026 4th for a 2025 5th round pick and a 2026 2nd and 4th round pick. So a massive deal here as the Commanders stay all in, adding a left tackle. Brandon Coleman will move to guard or tackle for them. I kind of dig it for the Commanders. I kind of dig it there. Big splashy move. He's owed like 21-ish per year in the next 2 years. The Texans free up almost 14, I think. Somewhere in that range. Lots of pick swaps for the Commanders. They add Laramie Tunsil. We are not done with the news. Jeremy Chin to the Raiders. A 2-year, $16 million deal. The Raiders replacing Tre'von Moehrig. The Commanders have a hole at safety to an extent. 2 years, $8 million per year. I like that deal a lot for the Raiders. I'm a big fan of that particular move. The Commanders have Quay Martin. They've got, maybe Jeremy Reeves. As the Raiders add a reliable, good, strong safety type here in free agency. I like that move a lot. I wouldn't rule out the Commanders doing more, by the way. They've got money. They've got not many draft picks. They've got money. Raiders safety room now consists of Isaiah Polamalu, or Polamau. Mispronunciate that. Sorry. And Jeremy Chin. So they're probably in okay shape there. Another move, Patrick Taylor, a 1-year deal back to the Niners. Some details TBD. That's going to be, $1 million, I assume, on the, think he was an RFA, ERFA, something in that range. So lots of traction coming in here as the Commanders make a trade. Raiders are signing, and Patrick Taylor to the 49ers. It's a long time super chatter here. We don't wipe these 304s. Is it true Chris Broussard wears cargo shorts? Yes, it is. It is. It is 2025. Yeah. Don't wear cargo shorts. You don't need all those pockets. You don't. There is nothing, unless you're like in construction. You don't need those extra pockets. There's nothing you could potentially have to put in your pockets that you can't fit into the normal shorts. Don't wear cargo shorts. Don't be a nerd. That's my mindset. As a nerd, don't be a nerd. Wade. I think we have to January 6th at the Star. Hashtag stop the suck. You got to do something, right? At some point, you got to do something. You can't just, sit around not doing any moves, period. Yeah, you have to go get something. You can't sit around doing nothing there. All right, one time. Dallas won't sign anyone just like last year. They are trying to tank this year to draft the next quarterback for the Texas Longhorns, Arch Manning. Here's the thing. If the Cowboys do nothing in free agency, if they add nobody, they're not going to be in Arch range. They're not. They'll win 7 games. That's too many. They won't be in Arch range. Arch range is 3 wins, 4 wins. It also doesn't make logical sense to not add but also restructure Dak Prescott. It does not. It makes no sense. They have to do something at some point in free agency. All right, JT. I'd be happy if the Cowboys signed Chubb and Amari Cooper. Also, I don't know if Arch will actually come out next year. If they win a Natty or wins a Heisman, yeah, but they're okay sticking around. Look, Chubb I'm very curious what his market looks like. His 2024 was bad. There's nowhere. It was bad. He wasn't healthy. Coming off the injury, it was not good. So I don't think he's going to get more than $3 million. Honestly, I don't. What that looks like in the open market, we'll see, but I think it's going to be pretty cheap. Amari fills your receiver 2 need, but you need corner. You need edge. You need linebacker. You need defensive tackle. You need a lot of stuff right now. All right, recent moves. As I throw my pen across the room. Laramie Tunsil. A lot of details here. To recap, the Commanders get Laramie Tunsil and a 2025 4th-round pick. The Texans get a 2025 3rd-round pick and a 7th-round pick, plus a 2026 2nd and a 4th-round pick. There is a lot moving on there. A lot of chaos in that particular deal as the Commanders add a franchise left tackle. I'm probably put this on the loser side. CJ Stroud? That's not great for him. To lose out on Laramie Tunsil is not the best. That's kind of a big loss for Houston. Left tackle is a big-time need now for Houston. Is Blake Fisher or Titus Howard an option? I don't know. Are they going to ride with, like, Josh Connerly in round 1? There's a lot of uncertainty here for the Texans now as the Commanders, they're all in. Actually all in on that team. Jeremy Chin, a 2-year, $16 million deal. So I think that's pretty good value for the Raiders. I like that deal a lot for the Raiders. I think that's a good signing, good addition, good value. Adding some talent there, I think that makes sense. Impact player, strong safety, box safety, fills a need. I have no real complaints on that one for the Raiders. Patrick Taylor, contract details to be determined. Back with the 49ers, should be pretty cheap, all things considered. And then another new move. Patrick Jones to the Panthers, a 2-year, up to $20 million deal as Carolina continues to add some much-needed pass rush help. I don't think this takes them out of the addition of round 1 edge. I think Jones more of a number 2. They're kind of paying to be number 2 there. 2 years, up to $20 million for Patrick Jones from the Vikings to the Panthers as the moves continue to come in hot and heavy here on NFL Daily. 2 years, up to $20 million for Carolina. As we are at for the time being, we'll see how long, kind of a lull in the free agency market. Jones, the most recent one. Lots of teams left to make a move outside free agent-wise. No surprise, Dallas is one of them. So what is the best free agent signing so far? I'm going to ride with you on any Super Chats we have not gotten to yet. Get those in. Best free agent signing so far. Let me know in the comment section of today's show. I'll give some shout-outs here. I see not Dan Moore from Mike Hawk. I said Hawk. Read the Lions. I do love DJ Reed to Detroit. Big fan of that one. Big fan. Cam Bynum, Drew Dalman, Jevon Holland, Hufanga, Slay. That one is not official yet, or it can't be official either way. Well, he was cut, so it actually can be, but it's not. I'd say like expected is the word I'd use for Darius Slay there. Darnold, Adebo, Laramie Tunsil, Chris Godwin, Adebo, Dan Moore, Shaq Thompson, not signed yet. You know that one. Samaj Griffin, a $5 super chat here. Does Jerry think we can fix this whole team with 4 draft picks this year? Seriously, what do we create cap space for? They've been linked to Dre Greenlaw, and they've been linked to who was it? Travarius Ward. I'd feel better if you got those guys, but you have a lot of needs. You got to do more. It's frustrating to have this Cowboys team again not active in the first 4 hours and change of free agency. Danny, we're not going to sign anyone nice, Tom. Huh? Who's to say the Cowboys are to say. We'll see. Blotty 4. Let's bring producer Chris on to read some super chats here so I can eat. You're a beast. Eat twice with this $20 donation, bud. Big portions. I appreciate that. I'll get him into the vent. Chris, you can bring him into the vent.
He's in there. Yeah, I was kind of ahead. I was kind of ahead.
Let me eat some food here.
There. Appreciate the $20, Blotty. Tom really needs it. Smiles Griffin, another $5 here.
I desperately need it.
Got him into the mini helmet raffle there. Saying, watching our division rivals get better as a team while we sit here and not do anything is the biggest middle finger to us fans. Hey, but you know what? You know what, Samaj? At least season ticket sales are just over the roof, or whatever the saying is.
Last year was most season tickets ever.
Yeah, like that's all they care about. They do not care about winning. They care about money.
Also, that was bullshit.
Really, was it?
Yes, because the deal was once they made the playoffs, tickets automatically renewed. So, like, they were guaranteed to be the most resales because they automatically renewed. It was BS.
Well, people can't opt out?
No. Once the Cowboys in the playoffs, it was like automatic renewal. So they all renewed. It was nonsense. It was nonsense.
Hilarious. That's hilarious. That's what it is, man. They want to be cheap. They want to win the deal, and they just continue to not get better. That's the thing. That's the thing. Like, you got all these teams out here. Yeah, some teams may make bad moves, but at least they're doing something, man. A bad plan is better than no plan. If we're going west, if we're in the desert and we're going west, that's better than just freaking standing there and there's no water in sight. You know what I'm saying? Like, at least maybe there's no water west, but at least you're going to die on the move, and you're not going to die just standing there. Lone Wolf, $2.
I'm breaking the rule of 2 bites. I need to eat.
Got to carry my keys, wallet, shades, phone somehow. I don't know. And he kept going. And earbuds too. More pockets are needed. Oh, he was talking about the cargo shorts, wasn't he? Okay. I feel like with dude shorts, like just normal guy shorts, you can get all that in just 2 pockets.
Easily.
You got back pockets too. Even if you only got 1 back pocket, which is a sham, by the way. We also got a $2 here from Cowboys fan saying, I put my peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in my cargo shorts pockets. You know, that's probably a solid...
Who carries around PB&J sandwiches?
It's probably a solid move, you know what I mean? It's probably a clean pocket. Not much goes in there. I bet it's the right size. Solid square. Oh, you got more. Hey, it's okay. Dylan Lance with a $10 super chat here. Got you more. Somebody over here said, bro, sucking on his fingers.
What'd he say?
Somebody over here in the sports chat said, bro, just sucking on his fingers.
I got ranch dip.
Oh, my God.
I
looked over at a terrible time and just saw that cracked me up. Shaw Raw. Shout out to you. But Dylan Lance, $10 super chat here. Then we should sign Chardavius Ward. Move Land back to the slot and sign Greenlaw.
You might need outside corner help too, though. I don't know when Diggs is going to be healthy. Might need help there too. But also yes. Yeah.
That is 2 more entries as well into the mini helmet for Dylan there. Let me put that in a little sheet here before I forget about it. And then Matt Hervey, another $5 super chat here, saying, are we the only team that hasn't signed an outside free agent, or are there other teams?
Lots of others. No one told me? Really?
I think it just happened.
No one told me? Come on, guys. We're fine for now.
No, nobody likes Chuma.
There we go. We're fine. It's so embarrassing. Read them off, and I will react to them, Chris.
Let's see. Let me get caught up here. All right. Another $10 here from JT. So you can take another bite here, Tom.
Thank God.
He said, guys, we all know that Jerry has tunnel vision on Micah. Whether that is a trade or an extension, it will not do anything under that. Excuse me. Anything until that is over. Terrible way to do business. Are we surprised? Shouldn't be. Definitely shouldn't be surprised.
They will do something, but it might not be what we actually want in the end. So.
$2 from Lone Wolf as well, saying, not true, my shades need their own pocket. You
put them on your head or on your collar.
Yeah.
That's where they go.
Yeah.
Don't put your shades in your pocket.
No, that's blasphemy.
What are we doing?
Fragile. You can't put them in your pocket if you're saying they're fragile.
They're fragile. They're right. You can't. You got to put them on here or in here.
You got to get the, what are they called, where you put it on the earpieces and it goes around your neck?
No.
You hang them.
No.
What are you talking about? Where are my shades? They're on my desk out there.
No, we're not putting them on leashes and shit. No.
It's not a leash. It's just like around.
Oh, it goes around your neck like a fucking leash does?
No, like a
like a collar? Yeah, that's what I thought.
No, it was like a necklace is what I was trying to say.
Like a collar
like
and a leash
necklace,
does?
Like a necklace. Come on now.
That's a leash.
Come on now. You wildin'.
I'm not. I am spot out on this one. I refuse to acknowledge anything else.
Nah.
All right, more supers to come here.
Then they won't fall off.
Yeah, put them on your head. Not that hard. Richard Holt looked like a lot like Hasselhoff drunk. If I undo this stuff, I don't have the chest hair for it.
I definitely don't either.
I don't either. You have tattoos for it.
I do have the tattoo for it. I'm too white though to take the whole shirt off.
Yeah, we're not taking shirts off. No, we're not taking shirts off. Come on, let's be real. Let's be professional.
Raiders report
says the drunk guy. Let's be professional. News, by the way, Deontay Jackson to the Chargers. 2 years, $13 million for the former Panther, former Steeler cornerback as they add some help there. Maybe Asante Samuel leaves for less. In play there. We are live on the Cowboys Report and on NFL Daily. We will eventually do Cowboys news video and NFL free agency winners and losers. In theory, at some point I sober up. And I feel better about doing those, but I don't know what's going to happen. We will be live again tomorrow. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV, Cowboys TV as well. Hit that sub button, whatever stream you are watching on, whether that is the nearly 2,000 on Maine and the nearly 2,000 on the Cowboys Report. Hit that sub button. We will have more videos for you as well. I'm almost scared to do this one. But $5, you are entered into our mini helmet raffle. $10, I get to eat food. I did break the rules and ate like a bunch of food previously because I have to eat at some point. And otherwise, it's just a disaster. The Venmo 50/50 raffle at What Going Downey, $20 to enter that one. I'm just swiping away on text at this point. Like if the wife texts me, so be it. She can deal with it later. At What Going Downey for the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Take home is 60, I believe, right now. It is indeed 60. At What Going Downey for the Venmo 50/50 raffle.
I think we're at 3. Or I did 1. Does that bring us down to 2 while you were eating?
I don't know what this number is.
I have 3 written down here, but I'm
but you
pretty
did
sure
one.
I
So
did 1. So
I think I have
2.
3 as well. I think we have 2 beer bongs left.
Yes.
So we'll make you and Stone do them.
Yes.
I think that's 3, but it looks like a 3, but my handwriting sucks. Also, I'm drunk, so I don't actually know what that means. $100, we will do more beer bongs. I honestly don't want to do more, but we'll do them. $100, you will do more beer bongs here. Let's recap the news here. Chris, can you read this for me?
Yeah, we got a crazy trade here. Laremy Tunsil on his way to Washington.
Let's have some water.
A lot of things involved there. Whoever was reporting on that, Rapp, Shefty, they were just trying to get it out as fast as possible and made it as confusing as possible. So that's how I break down right there. Tunsil, 2025 fourth-round pick going to the Commanders. Texans getting a 2025 third-round pick and seventh-round pick. Texans also getting a 2026 second-round pick and a 2026 fourth-round pick as well. So a lot of movement going on there for Laremy Tunsil.
Bring yourself on so they can see you.
Okay, yeah. I kind of thought
sense.
I was, to be honest. There we go. Bam. Laremy Tunsil. A lot of movement going on there for him. Raiders signing a guy in the back end, Jeremy Chin, 2 years,
Good move.
$16 million.
Good move.
Patrick Taylor Jr., running back to the San Francisco 49ers. 1 year extension on that one.
Might be an RFA. I'm not totally sure, but that makes sense.
Don't quite know the details on that. And then you got Patrick Jones signing 2 years, $20 million with the Panthers. Deontay Jackson signing 2 years, $13 million with the Chargers. And I believe that's caught up. Yeah,
we're due for like 4 more moves in like the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's
that's what we are due for here.
We get like 4 or 5 at a time, and it's like right off of doing beer bongs.
We go 2 more. It's you and Stone. I can't function anymore.
Let's see.
More supers though, right?
We do have more supers.
Right.
I just need to figure out exactly where we're at so I'm not missing anybody.
Makes sense.
They're fragile. Okay, we're right here with Matt Temple.
Read it off for me and I will react to it.
$5 super chat here from Matt Temple. Saying I just got off work. Did the Cowboys make any moves?
Yes! They re-signed the long snapper. The laugh comes from a place of pain. Jordan Lewis is a Jacksonville Jag, 3 years, $10 million per year. And they re-signed Trent Sieg on what basically amounts to the vet minimum plus like $500,000 per year. So, actual, yes. Reality, no, they did not. All right, Chris, what's next here?
Another $5 super chat here from Wade Kincaid saying, Tom, we can't be signing outside free agents. Yacht needs to be tuned up. Or Yacht needs a tune-up.
I am tired of the Cowboys finding a way to not spend money in free agency.
I mean, do you know how much gas costs in those big boats? It's a lot of money.
It's a lot.
It's a lot of money.
Also, you're worth billions of dollars. Like, who cares? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, you got to hire a crew to maintain it and stuff. That's a lot of money as well. That's a lot of money. You got to sign your long snapper.
It's just dumb. It's dumb. All right, what's next?
$5 super chat here from Lone Wolf. Their prescription, I got to get them in the case.
Was that glasses related?
Oh, talking about the sunglasses. Gotcha.
Oh.
Yeah. Prescription sunglasses.
I use cheap sunglasses.
Yeah.
I buy them 3 for $20 on Amazon. I'm a cheap asshole. All right, what's next, Chris?
$20 here
Food!
from Ben R. saying, any chance that we look at Gallup coming back? Saw where he wanted to come out of retirement. Plus, or P.S. Love the Cowboys news.
Eat some food first.
I think they know and they love their guys. It makes too much sense.
Look, the Cowboys will never admit it. That bad pick year for Dak, 2022 or 2023. No, 2022. That was like kind of on Gallup. He didn't run the routes at the right depth and snap them off. Like I don't. Gallup back is like 1 year, no guaranteed money. He's not a solution to your wide receiver needs at this point. I can't recall the last time a player signed with a new team, retired, took a year off, and then unretired, and it worked. When was the last time that happened? I don't remember the last time it happened. It's just like
not in football.
Not football.
I feel like baseball, maybe that's happened, maybe basketball, but football's tough to get back into that shape and then play the season that you got to play.
Exactly. It's hard. I don't buy it at all. Don't buy it at all. All right. What's next here, Chris?
$5 here from Hero Cool. He said, I want Greenlaw.
You're right.
Okay, I want Greenlaw, Ward, Samuel. Do you have a list? Who is still there? I know there is still a lot of good people. Keep it up. Love y'all.
And getting two of them, Dre Greenlaw, Travarius Ward, are top of the market guys. Nose guard wise, Bobby Brown from the Rams. Receivers are mostly available. Not Debo, though. Debo got traded to the Commanders, so cross them off your list. Unless I'm missing a different Samuel. I don't think I am. Look, you sign Greenlaw, you sign Ward, I feel better. It's also not a very Cowboys move. We'll get to the Brandon Stevens deal here in a little bit as well, so stay tuned on that one. Stevens signing a 3-year, $36 million deal with the Jets, by the way. Jason, shout out Tom. Thank you. Cowboys, Jets, a quarterback in round 1. Possible. You lose Jordan Lewis. That sucks. Make no mistake about it. So, do you sign somebody? If not, a cornerback room of Trevon Diggs, hurt, Deron Bland, and Kalen Carson isn't good enough. So they have to add somebody. All right, Eric. Read this one off for me, Chris. There's too many words on screen.
This is from our main chat sports channel right here. $5 from Eric Burton. That was funny. Saying, are we all ready to boo the children when Roger Goodell comes to the podium at the NFL draft? Keep up the good work, Tom.
Please do. Just boo. It's fine. It kind of reminds me of like the people who comment, oh, you shouldn't boo the social media team. No one's booing them. When we get mad online about the Cowboys on official tweet, we're not mad at them. We're not mad at the Cowboys social media team. We all know we're mad at the actual Cowboys. Like, everyone knows that. Like, we don't need to be like, off, not at you, admin, but the Cowboys. We all know that. It's not hard at all. I agree. Feel free to boo. When the Cowboys on the clock, feel free to boo. It's fine. Lone Wolf, any guards we should target? Well, Hernandez is out there. I think that makes sense for the Cowboys. Hernandez fills a need. Familiar with Clayton Adams. I have no real issues there at all, frankly. I think that actually makes some good sense for the Cowboys to add a right guard stopgap / can play an entire year. I think that makes sense. Will they go down that path? Who's to say? Who's to say? We shall see what the Cowboys actually do on the open market. It is always it's the Cowboys in free agency. They often do like super duper weird stuff. Zach, hoping for Ward, expecting Anthony Brown. Hey, he is done. I had put Travarius Ward in on the free agency market, but like my ideal free agency plan. Longer he goes, the better chance. But Dre Greenlaw, Travarius Ward, I have to see it happen first. Otherwise, like, I don't believe it. I need to see this team actually do stuff in free agency. I don't believe in them actually making moves. I don't. Hero Cool says quarterback Asante Samuel from the Chargers. Cowboys were not high on him previously. His arm length is a red flag for them. They like long-limbed corners. Samuel didn't have that. That's why I never thought he was going to be a draft pick by them. They took Kelvin Joseph. That was bad because he's been terrible. He has not been a good player for them or any NFL team. Happens. All right, Brandon Stevens, 3 years, $36 million per year as the David Mulgeta success in free agency continues. 3 years, 36 for a guy that was kind of like, I don't know, up and down with the Ravens. Not that different than DJ Reed, so I remain a big fan of the DJ Reed signing by the Lions. Fills a need. You know, tough player. Probably fits what Aaron Glenn wants, but, man, it's a lot of money for a okay-ish corner. But also, like, the market's gone up. The cap's gone up. It's how the market works. I don't want to overreact to the sticker shock of cornerbacks. So, lots of moves still to come. Let me pull up my top free agency. Let me just look through my list here. Pretty much all the top guys are gone. Sam Darnold to Seattle. Devontae Adams to the Rams. Jevon Holland remains unsigned for now. Chris Godwin back to the Bucks. Ronnie Stanley back to the Ravens. DJ Reed to the Lions. Josh Sweat, Arizona. Amari Cooper, Stephon Diggs, DeAndre Hopkins, Chase Young, Byron Murphy, Charvarius Ward, all unsigned. So those are some notable names who have not yet found a destination for their next NFL team. We shall see what else ends up happening. Then it's, Zach Bond back to the Eagles, Milton Williams to the Patriots. Milton Williams goes there. Dre Greenlaw is a free agent. Carlton Davis to the Patriots. Hufanga to the Broncos. Moehrig to the Raiders. Reddick to the Bucks. Malcolm Koonce unsigned. Drew Dalman to the Bears. Aaron Jones to the Vikings. Cam Robinson. Russell Wilson remain free agents, with the quarterback market not yet settled. All right, so shout out your team for me in the comments section of today's show. We will discuss the first team that we see. I will let producer Chris pick that team name there. We've got, 1,800 on the on main side of things, and whenever Cowboys loads, about the same figure on the Cowboys reports. So shout out your team. And the first team we'll see, I will let producer Chris shout out, and we'll discuss them. You have a team yet?
Ravens.
Ravens?
Did we talk about the Ravens earlier?
Like an hour, 2 hours ago.
Okay.
I don't think the Ravens will end up doing that much. Wow, that's a big, big deal. We got 2 deals coming in here. We'll talk Ravens, then we'll go to the rest here. Ronnie Stanley probably is their main move. 3 years, $60 million per year. And then probably not that much. That's probably going to be their main move. They added they brought back, I should say, their left tackle. He's awesome. They did lose some players. Brandon Stevens to the Jets. Patrick McCarr to the Jags. Nothing. I didn't really think they didn't think they're going to add those guys back. Like, it kind of just makes some sense. McCarry to the Jags. Stevens to the Jets. That kind of tracks more than anything. Yeah. The Ravens aren't big players in free agency. They're pretty just slow, steady. See what happens. So Ravens lose Patrick McCarry. They lose Brandon Stevens as well. But they did bring back Ronnie Stanley. So that's kind of a big deal. Michael, a $2. What happened to the repeat last year? I think it's about the Cowboys, I assume. You mean free agency or the season? Both are bad. Both are not good moves at all. So we will see what happens on that front. Brandon, we need a backup long snapper. Teams will sub in a tight end or something. Honest answer there. Brandon, I don't know if I can read this out loud. I don't know if I can. You can read on screen, but I don't think I can read that one out loud. That's not a good thing. Emmett, seems like some serious overpays today. What is Dallas? I think Dallas waiting for the price to come down. Probably. I mean, that's what they've done before. They've never been a day one free agency player. Ever. Really. They've always been a let's wait until the market plays out. There have been overpays. That's how it works. That's how free agency works. The market is the market. It's expensive if you want to get the top guys. But you can't always sit out day one, day two, and not do anything else. It's a frustrating situation. We have a new signing, 2 new signings actually. Nate Hobbs from the Raiders to the Packers on a 4-year, $48 million deal. So that is the new highest paid nickel corner. He beats out the deal for Jordan Lewis. However, $16 million is all that is guaranteed. That is nearly half of the guaranteed, or not quite half. It's less than the guaranteed money on Jordan Lewis, despite being several $1 million per year overall for Nate Hobbs. So he is the new Packers nickel corner. I still think they need another corner on the outside, but Nate Hobbs to Green Bay. Robert Hainsey to the Jags, a 3-year, $21 million deal. So Hainsey is their new center. They overhauled the guard room previously. So Cross, Will Campbell, and Armand Membu, whatever, off the board in round 1 mock drafts for the Jacksonville Jags. They are okay on the interior of the offensive line. Robert Hainsey heading to the Jacksonville Jags as their kind of overhaul continues of the interior offensive line. They've made some moves in the back end. They've made some moves in the offensive line. Jags paying Robert Hainsey today as well. They paid Jordan Lewis big money. They have been fairly active today as they bring in a new coaching staff, a new front office as well. Jags stay active. They add Robert Hainsey. They add Jordan Lewis. They add, who was the safety they signed? It wasn't Andre Sisco. It was somebody else. The Jags. We have their moves here. They added Patrick McCarr. They added Diami Brown. They had Chuma Adoga. They had Eric Murray. That's what I'm thinking of. Lots of moves for Jacksonville. Hunter Long. Let's go in order here. Jordan Lewis, 3 years, $30. Johnny Muntz, 2 years, $5.5. Eric Murray, 3 years, $22.5. Diami Brown, 1 year, $10. 1 year, $10. No plural there. Hunter Long, 2 years, up to $6. Patrick McCarry, 3 years, $7.5. Chuma Adoga to be probably a swing tackle. Details TBD on that front there. Robert Hainsey, 3 years, $21 million. So Jacksonville attacking the offensive line, attacking secondary. They have added some big-time players as Jacksonville kind of one of the more active teams in free agency this year. Some recent moves so far. Deontay Jackson to the Chargers, 2 years, $13 million. Brandon Stevens, 3 years, $36 million. Nate Hobbs, 4 years, $46 million. With only 16 guaranteed, Green Bay continued to do the low guaranteed money, but higher APY. Robert Hainsey, the former Niner offensive lineman, to the Jags, 3 years, $21. What's up, Chris?
Got Malcolm Koonce, 1 year, $12 million to the Raiders.
That makes sense. I think that's about the right value there. That's the Raiders' edge choosing to re-sign with the Las Vegas Raiders. 1 year, $12 million deal as boy, been a big winner for David Mulgeta, one of the top agents out there. Has had a lot of guys getting paid. Malcolm Koonce, 1 year, $12 million. The Raiders retain Max Crosby, also retain Malcolm Koonce, and we'll see if they can get, anything good out of Tyree Wilson. Anything good out of Wilson. Remember to subscribe, youtube.com/chatsportstv, and Cowboys Report as well. We are simulcasting on both channels. Hit that sub button for more updates as news happens, as players sign, as players leave, and maybe the Cowboys Cowboys angle there. Hit that sub button. YouTube.com/CowboysTV. Chris, turn off the super chat here.
Got $5 here from Emmett saying, "What's good, Tom? Seems like some serious overpays today. I think Dallas is.
We got
for the
that
price
one already.
to come down."
L for you, bud.
Oh, why didn't you tell me before I started reading?
Because I didn't read it.
Jeremy, $2 super chat saying,
"There we go." It's a lot of the Cowboys not making any moves, and we sit here wondering, when will they do something? It's not fun. It's not fun.
Marcus, $2 saying, "Can Kalen Carson or Butler play the nickel?"
I don't know if Carson can. He didn't really play it that much in college or the NFL. You could try, but you can't assume he can. Butler is an outside corner who also is going to probably not be ready for week 1. So you need quarterback help. Ideally, you sign an outside guy who can play on the inside too, or vice versa. Like that'd be ideal. But cornerback is it's a real need. It is a real need for the Cowboys. They don't have much. And honestly, at this point, honestly, I think the first 2 waves are over. You're kind of in wave 3 by now because there's not a lot of great options. You're kind of in wave 3. You got to do something at some point. Otherwise, just a lot of frustration. So, all right, who is the worst free agent signing so far? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Who is the worst free agent signing so far? We'll give some shout-outs here in the comment section of today's show. Worst free agent pickup. Lots of routes you can go here, I suppose. A lot of probably overpays in the end. That's how wave 1 of free agency goes. That's just the nature of it all. Drop that player name, the worst free agent signing so far. I kind of think Carlton Davis at $20 million per year. I just think that's egregious. I don't get it. Muntz, the tackle KC signed, not the worst. Sieg for $100 million. That's not a signing. Come on. J.C. Horn at that price. No Diddy. Just gonna acknowledge that right now. Eric Murray. I should actually recheck here. Dan Moore, Kinlaw, Eric Murray, Aaron Banks, Darnell. Did I miss a Darnell signing? Savage ain't signed anywhere. Jevon Kinlaw, Dan Moore, Deo Odenigbo, Dan Moore, Ravens, Dan Moore, Aaron Banks, Dan Moore, Williams, Dan Moore. The Texans, it's weird free agency so far for them. Kinlaw, Josh Allen, Jevon Holland. He's not signed yet, unless I missed Holland. I didn't miss Holland, right? That's what I thought. Dan Moore, Luke Farrell, Dan Moore. It would be nice to talk myself into that was probably an overpay, but it's a good player, so let's be excited about it. Cowboys haven't done that in a very long time. The Cowboys long snapper, that was a 2-year commitment. It's fine. I'm not bent out of shape on that one. Worst free agent signing so far. Long snapper, Trent Sieg, Johnny Muntz. Cowboys not doing anything. Okay. Fair. I certainly get that one as well. Dan Moore. Lots of Dan Moores in there. A lot of Dan Moores. I can't say I'm too terribly surprised. There's so many Dan Moores. There's so many. Milton Williams as an Eagles fan. Jevon Kinlaw, Justin Fields, Dan Moore, Sam Darnold, Jevon Kinlaw, Chargers, Kinlaw, Dolphins getting nobody. Fine. Worst free agent signing so far. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. More Justin Fields, Todd Downing. Okay. Dolphins, Chargers, Kinlaw. All right. We've been live for 7 hours. So as long as the supers come in, we will stay live. But at some point, we will sign off here. So potentially, last calls, $5 mini helmet raffle. $10 I get to eat. $20 for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. $100. We owe 2 more beer bongs, don't we? Yeah, Stone and Chris both owe a beer bong. So, because I can't. So, beer bongs for 100. Chris and Stone both owe one here. As we are entering hour 7 of our live NFL free agency coverage. Another deal, by the way, Kairos Tonga to the Patriots. Another run-stopping option for New England. 1 year, $2.7 million as he gets a 1-year contract. The Bear, I think it was with the Cardinals briefly, if our memory serves correctly, may or may not there. Kairos Tonga to the Patriots as they add some more run-stopping help there. Beer bongs are owed to Chris and Stone. Whenever you guys are ready, you got to get some fresh beers and do that here. We are live right now on the Cowboys Reports and on NFL Daily with no new moves as of late. We shall see if anything else happens. The Cowboys have lost Jordan Lewis and done nothing else, which is concerning. NFL moves have been hot and heavy. There's only a handful of guys ahead of my top 25 from last week. It's like Russell Wilson, Rodgers, all the other QBs. It is, yeah. No, you're good. You're good, Chris. Yeah, do that. Do one. Drained it. Count it. Beer bongs coming up here. Bring on Chris and Stone. If you want to. Oh. Go get another one. Yeah. There. Go get another one. Fine. Just go crack one. Yeah, you're good. We're out? We're out of White Claws? Yeah, do that. I did not realize we were 12 beers deep today. The math is mathing, but I never put 2 and 2 together. So that hand up, that's on me. I did not realize we were that many beers deep. I had no idea. I just assumed we had more. I have not been counting as we've gone along here. Bring on Stone first. You know, to my Ohio, you know how to drink. Slight leakage, nothing too bad there. Smooth, good job. All right, Chris is up next here. Go slow, just pound that shit, bro. There we go. We are now caught up on beer bongs. Titan says being out of White Claws is a good thing. I agree. As long as the supers come in, we will stay live. But if the supers don't come in, probably time to wrap up and get to other cuts. We'll do winners losers on Maine and Cowboys recap of doing nothing. All right, Jeffrey. Best peanut butter profile picture. Post on the cap but aren't active right now. We'll see what else they end up doing. Receiver, offensive line. We'll see. Danny, the king. Paper bags the whole season. You got to do something. Like, you can't just bring back Osa and be like, that's all we did. Like, you have to do something else at some point, right? Yeah, you have to. Lone Wolf. I have the perfect receiver signing, OBJ. I don't know if I can legally comment on that. You guys see the lawsuits today? Stone did. Did you see it, Chris? Oh, buddy. Google OBJ and Drewski. Yeah, he was in it too. OBJ was in it too. The timing of that doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah. The timing actually doesn't make any sense to me at all. Because no one knew who Drewski was then. It's like the timing is suspect, but I will stop talking there because I have thoughts that I probably shouldn't say out loud. I don't know. Just go read the accusation and then just come back to me. And we'll probably have pretty similar thoughts. Cowboys fan, if you don't finish your food, you can store it in your cargo shorts for later. It's not how anything works. Eat your food. Don't wear cargo shorts. It's not that hard. Robert, Harold Landry is the worst free agency signing. I don't think it's worst free agency signing by that own team. I don't know. $20 million to Carlton Davis is a lot of money. Kevlight Stepper, Cowboys playing peekaboo again this year, letting all the top free agents off the board while doing jack shit is annoying. I don't disagree, my friend. It is annoying to have this team not make moves when everyone else makes moves. Braden, top free agents left. I've got Dre Greenlaw, Charvarius Ward, Jevon Holland, and I don't really know if I have anyone else there. It has been a pretty light free agency cycle for all the teams involved. It's not a great class, but it is have to do something at some point, though. Can't just not do anything. Just frustrating. By the way, Jake, you are in to the Venmo 50/50 raffle here. At what going down to get on that? Take home right now is 70 on the Venmo 50/50 raffle. Thank you, Jake. It says trade back, target Jahdae Barron. I don't know if you can trade back. You might have to take him at 12. In this class, in a bubble, Trade down is awesome, but might not always be the most feasible option there. All right, are we caught up on supers, Chris? All right, I'm going to go pee. We'll bring Chris on here for some shout-outs. Any supers come in, we'll stay live. And if not, we'll do our raffles, and we will sign off for today and do some winners and losers as well on Maine. And if the Cowboys do something, we will do that as well. We'll bring Chris on. I will go pee, come back on for the raffles, the helmet, and the Venmo 50/50 raffle as well. Take home is 70 on that side. We'll bring on producer Chris, and we will hop off here in a little bit. Chris, take it away for some comments. I'm going to go pee.
All right, shout out your team. I'm not necessarily going to talk about them right now, but shout out your team. I'll give you a shout out in the chat. Beat that. Shout out your team in the chat. We got Wolf Sports Edits with the Patriots, Jordan Chiefs, Ravens King, obviously a Ravens fan there. Crazy Monkey is a Bears fan. Chua Lore in there with the Niners. Let's see, Chris Fowler, a Niners fan. I'm just looking at the same one. I got so many different things pulled up here. Let's see. We got all the Cowboys fans over here to my right. I'm going to look back to my left. We got Rave Kingdom is a Ravens fan. Titans, Patriots, Titans, Commanders. We got a Bills in there. Every single one of these channels, guys, if you don't know so far, we've got team channels for pretty much all the teams here at Chat Sports or in the NFL. We've only got a handful of teams, I think. I know we got a Bucks channel, but I don't know how much. I don't know if we've got a person for Bucks yet. Just Lone Star Bills channel, just Lone Star Green Bay Packers channel. Make sure you guys go subscribe to those if you're Bills or Packers fans. I think off the top of my head, was it just Bills and Packers that we just recently? Jets? Who's on the Jets? Seeps? We just launched a handful of more Chat Sports channels here, so if we haven't in the past had your team's channel, look again, because we very might well have them now. Yeah, I said Bills. I think Smitty's on the Bills. Let's see Cardinals in there. Crazy Monkey saying Harrison Graham. I see Bucks in there, Steelers, Bengals. It's only day one, guys. It's only day ones. Real ones are going to be here tomorrow and the next day as well, when there's just random-ass players that you've probably never heard of and probably only Tom's ever heard of, to be completely honest with you. Tom does indeed know ball.
We have news on the Panthers side of things. Bobby Brown to Carolina. No details as of this time, but he is getting a contract from Carolina. Fits with Derek Brown as a run stopper, but 3 technique remains an area of question mark for Carolina. Any super chats came in while we were live?
Let's see. Looks like I was looking at that one. Looks like one. Sean Johnson.
Okay, with that one, sign off. We will do NFL free agency winners and losers here in a little bit, and all of that beyond it. Sean Johnson,
Good.
What is the point of all the restructuring if they're not going to do anything? Is this the gymnast? It'd be kind of funny if it was, by the way. I doubt it. Look, it's a great question. I don't know. They can roll it over. You can roll over unused cap space each year, but I don't have answers as to why you had $50 million in cap space and just kind of do nothing. You have needs at corner. You have needs at running back, at wide receiver, on the defensive line, on everything else. Like, you have to go do something. Like, if you're Dallas, you have to get players on this team. Otherwise, like, I don't know what your plan is. Like, to actually win games, I don't I don't really know what your overall plan is. Because it's just, you have to add talent. You have to. You are not good enough as things sit right now to be like, oh, we're fine. We're fine. You know, we don't need to fill needs. You have to fill needs. You are not talented enough on this roster to be like, we're good. We don't need a lot of other talent. Like, no, you have to go add stuff. You absolutely have to. You know, missing out on Bobby Brown, like, that kind of stinks. Like, it's how it goes in the end. You have to add, you have to get talent on this team. Like, you are not good enough to win as things sit right now. Coming up next, we will do the Venmo 50-50 raffle, and then we will do the mini helmet raffle. Take home on the Venmo 50-50 raffle is 70. So we got 7 entries from John, Donald, Mark, Jeremy, Adam, Carl, and Jake. Let's race some ducks on the Venmo 50-50 raffle here. Again, take home is 70, as the Cowboys have done nothing, but plenty of NFL free agency moves so far. This is the Venmo 50-50 raffle. We'll do it again tomorrow, by the way, as we've kind of reached a bit of a lull in the free agency cycle here. Donald's in first place halfway through. John, Mark, Jeremy, Adam, Carl, Jake as well. That's the 7-man race for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. What's up, Chris? You going to say them or no? Oh, adjusting. Sweet. Cool. Donald's slowing down. Pulled a hammy. Adam in first place. 10 seconds left. Adam in first place. Mark, here comes Donald again. Donald rehabbing the hamstring mid-race. It's a photo finish, and Donald wins. Donald comes out on top. So Donald wins 70. I'll pay you right now, Donald. Congratulations for the 70 take-home on the Venmo 50-50 raffle today. I almost typed in 50/59. That's not how math works at all. So Donald comes out on top. We will hit the large amounts of mini helmet raffles. Minor news, Tarvarius Moore back to the Bears. I don't think anyone really cares about that one. We will be live again tomorrow, simulcasting on the Cowboys Report on the Chat Sports side. Both of them at the same time for day 2 of free agency. We'll see what news we get in the not-too-distant future. As the Cowboys have not done much, NFL has done a decent amount today. So Donald coming out on top in the Venmo 50-50 raffle. We've got what? 260 plus entries into the mini helmet raffle. If you win, email me, Tom@chatsports.com. Let's race some ducks here. This is for the mini helmet. We'll do one of these each and every day. So we'll do it again tomorrow. As, yes, it is running slow because there's 200 ducks in the race. That running slow is not a surprise as far as I'm concerned. I see Jeremy in first place here. Apparently Dallas Goedert has requested a trade, which is noteworthy. Ducks are racing here. We are 25 seconds left, I should say. 20 seconds left now. Gatlin's in first place. Oh, pulled hamstrings galore. All kinds of chaos here. Jeremy's in first and second. Here comes Brandon. Jeremy holding to a slim lead, slowing down. Jeremy make another run. Brandon, Jimmy, Jeremy, photo finish. Christopher Gary, bottom of the screen. Christopher Gary wins. Christopher, email me at tom@chatsports.com. That is tom@chatsports.com. We'll get you hooked up with a, I assume Cowboys, it came in on the Cowboys Super Chat side, a Cowboys mini helmet. Christopher Gary in a photo finish comes out on top. We will have more free agency videos for you tomorrow. Winners and losers in the very real, not too distant future. So do not miss out. Hit that sub button, youtube.com/chatsports, youtube.com/Cowboys Report TV. Free videos. We've reached a bit of a lull, so we will sign off in our live NFL free agency coverage and hit both Cowboys updates, of which there are none, and winners and losers from day one of NFL free agency. Don't go anywhere. Hit that sub button, whatever stream you're watching on, and we'll see you guys in just a little bit.